umashke tofea, and ultimately again liquid that is wet enough to make has enough moisture to convey moisture to a second item. Although these items do not create connection for tuma purposes, they do create connection for yayin nesa purposes. Now, what the Gemara says, so therefore, also just understand what would that mean? What that would mean is, if you were, let's say, well, let's see, I'm not going to food. You know the haha, should not sit the food. Where do you know this from where do you know this? You know this now. If it's from a Mishnah, I need to back it after so much to get a keyboard, no the tumor. So we can understand we just mentioned that needs of kikatis and makikofea does not create the connection for tumantara. The tumantara who below have a keyboard, have a keyboard. Also, you infer from here that these three items do not create connection for tumantara, but they do create connection ultimately for what? For yayinesa. If that's the case, in a sefer, look at the sefer, ha-shibolim, like a sport is just a sitting body of water, for the tumulakara. That does create the tumulakara. Did you infer from that? The tumulakara to have a keyboard, lo have a keyboard, which says, well, the tumulakara, not the yainesa. Hello, you're right, you can't infer anything from here. So we're going to, so just understand what's happening over here. It's like, imagine the following case. Imagine you have a plea that ultimately again was used for Yainesa, and now ultimately again there is a stream of wine coming from that stream into a regular, what's called tahar, a regular Jewish utensil. Does that stream create a connection ultimately again between the two items or not? That's what we're trying to figure out over here. What creates a stream, and therefore what type of stream creates connection? And what we're beginning to see is that connectivity issue really has two different ramifications, both for Tumantaro as also the Yayin Nesa. You might say, tonight, let's analyze. Mental Esanishpa, let's use our Mishnah. If you took a funnel, and Magat was so to people to obviously happen, the Chazal, Magat was to people to say, that's what it is a Mishnah. I have a funnel, right? I have two things. I'm a Jew with a funnel. Right, so what happens? I go ahead and I'm selling wine to an apple. So what do? I take my wine and I take my funnel. I put my funnel into the jug of the apple, and I go ahead and I pour wine for the apple. So what did the Mishnah say? Well, say I'm days of 72b. What did the Mishnah say? In the Ishbrock, if the funnel has a lip, yayin us, then ultimately again the wine is going to be us. So the Gemara says, Akedes yayin b'may hamsa. Okay, the Gemara unpacks this case. That's what's right. Why? I understand. Why does the now the saying is like this? If I go ahead and I take my funnel, right? I put my funnel into the jug of the apple. I then pour the water, right? And then I take that same funnel and I bring it into my utensil to pour wine also. So the Mishnah says, if the funnel has a lid, it's going to answer my wine. Obviously, what the Mishnah is saying is because what are we afraid of? That there's some wine from the first pour for the apple that gets stuck in the lid, and therefore if I bring it into my utensil, it's going to make it answer. Now the Gemara says, understand, why is the wine left over in the lid from the pour for the apple? Why is that wine answer? But what made that wine asa? The Gemara says, the night hamisi, not the mitzvah, it must be through the pour. Or as you also say, it's through the flow. Because what's happening over here? See, think about this just a moment. I'm pouring my wine through my funnel into the key of the apple. Now, the assumption is, what's on the bottom? Even before I start that pour, what's on the bottom of the utensil of the apple? What's there? Droplets of his previous wine. What's the status of that wine? Yayinesa. So now I'm pouring my wine through the funnel, right, in the utensil of the apple, which means now there's a stream. That stream, right, the bottom part of that stream is hitting where? The bottom of the utensil of the apple, which has droplets of Yayinesa. The top of that stream is where? Is in my funnel. And therefore, again, the bottom stream is connected to the droplets that are held back in the lip of the funnel. And therefore, that stream connects the droplets on the bottom to the droplets ultimately in the lip. So there, and makes it what? Makes the droplets in the lip. Yayin Nesa. When I then go ahead and take out the funnel, put it into my jug, pour water now. It answers everything because of droplets. What do you see from here? You see from here that a stream does create connectivity between that which is on top and that which is on the bottom. That's one of the Shmanina Mitzvot Chibur. See from here that a stream or a flow creates a connection ultimately again between that which is above and that which is below. So turning it up. Listen, hold up. Maybe the issue with the lip is something different. No. Maybe the case is not with flow connectivity, right? But rather extreme connectivity, but rather what's happening over there. I'm pouring my wife the apple, right? So again, my funnel in his jug, and what ends up happening on both sides? I end up filling up the wine so high in his jug that his wine, the wine level, goes above my funnel. Not totally above my funnel, but above the bottom of my funnel, which has a lip. So this has nothing to do with flow. Nothing to do with flow. This has to do with our stream. This has everything to do with actual direct contact of wine. So now, so this makes a little bit more sense. Now, halacha l'maisa, the aqueous wine is surrounding the bottom of my funnel. So if there's no lip on the bottom of my funnel, who cares? I'll just pull it out and we're good to go. But if there is a lip on the bottom of my funnel, now I really do have a potential issue because some of those residual droplets are going to be left in the bottom of my funnel. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but if I do not fill up the wine level to the bottom of my funnel, then what's that level? No, it's not going to be a problem. Really, in that case, again, it's actually not a problem. Which the Gemara says, okay, if so, then you say, what do you see from here? That a flow does not create connectivity. In other words, you have no raya from here, but flow creates stream creates connectivity. To which the Gemara says, no, the answer needs to keep by. Much is not necessary. Could very well be, but obviously in a case where the actual wine level in the aqueous jug is above the lip of my funnel, obviously everyone agrees that that's going to be problematic. But that doesn't change the point that there's still a shayla about flow. What's the status of flow? So Tashma, I'm automatically, let's say the first is point from one utensil to another utensil. As Shema Mutter. So ultimately, again, remember this was the Mishnah. This last case, the Mishnah, which we don't even know what this means yet. And so if I'm pouring from one flute to another, as Shema Mutter, the key that you are pouring from is Mutter. How the daily Asr. And yet, also we see from here that which is in the middle, right? Ultimately, again, is going to be also Shmanina Nitzah Kibur. See from here, ultimately, again, that a flow on a stream creates connectivity. In Nitzah Kibur, so that's true that the flow creates connectivity. Afilis Bigave Mana Nanu. And ultimately, again, I'll say, even that which is outside of the kli, ultimately, again, should be Asr as well, to which the Gemara says, so we start Halokasha to connected to two-fold. So this is very interesting. It could very well be that in this case, which again, the Gemara has not exactly clarified what this case is, but it could very well be that the way you're pouring in this case, what it's fascinating is in spurts. Right? When you pour, there are two ways you could pour. You could pour with continuous stream, so that there is a stream that is connecting utensil A to utensil B, or you could pour in spurts. Right? What happens when you pour? I would do it, but we have a lid obligation in the Spanish. So an opportunity to enforce the rules. Right? And so you could pour in spurts. Right? So what do you mean pour in spurts? You I don't know what the right term is, you jerk the free. If that's the right, a quick flick of the wrist. And it's just being enough if you were to watch that in slow motion. What that does is it transfers the liquid from A to B without a continuous stream. So ultimately, again, the liquid is transferred, but there is no connection between A and B. So in that kind of case, everybody would agree that even if you say that needs a placebo, right? Even if you say it creates connectivity, ultimately, again, if you have that split pouring, ultimately there's no connectivity over there. You come up on needs a placebo, but it could still very well be that a general stream will create connectivity. Look at the end of the Mishnah. As She'ira the so-called foods the Aser, daily shari. Again, I work at the end of the Mishnah, which says that when you're pouring the upper two remains water, the wrong one. But again, still, anything that's in the middle, the baby, ultimately is going to be unity. You can't understand it. Right? You can't draw ultimately again any kind of conclusion from that case. So that's how let's analyze. Hama'ara Yekavis Libar. The person ultimately again is pouring from a barrel into a bar. Bar means like a cistern. A pit. So what's called from okay? Kiluach Hayure Mistas Kavis Lemata Asma. Ultimately, again, I will say, so any flow that comes from the edge of the barrel going downwards is going to be usher. So from here you see that obviously again a stream has connectivity. So Gemara Shishas, Ba'ovid Kochavim Hama'ara, the Asimi Kolkol. Oh, what's the case over here? Siva said this whole time we thought that it was a Jew who was doing the pour. It turns out that it's actually an Akim who's doing the pour. And the Akim, therefore, the pour is coming as a result of the Torah of the Akim. To which the Gemara says, Ba'ovid Kochavim Hama'ara, Akim Gavod Bekavisa Nami Nissa. For a second, if it's the Akim that's doing the pour, then why is it only the stream that's usher? Why not say the contents of barrel number one are usher as well? Several said is very important. Now remember, let's take a step back just for a minute. How does wine become yayin nesa? How does it become yayin nesa? What has to happen? What's that mean? What has to happen? Touch what? The waters, right? Touching the container does not make it yayin nesa. So the Gemara says something very interesting over here. The Gemara says, so let's say now, by the way, we've seen this before, but we are being reintroduced to a new concept, which is that when wine flows as the result of the color of the energy of an atom, that wine now becomes asur midrabanan. But that rabbinic prohibition was only on what? On wine that leaves the container, not on the wine in the container. So this is fascinating. So when an akum goes ahead and pours wine, right, and the wine is moving as a result of his koach, the flow which emerges is going to be us, but the contents of the barrel or the container will remain mutter. Watch this. The Gemara says, this idea that wine that moves as a result of the koach of an akum, that ultimately is midrabanan. The Gemara says the usher hahu dinafak lebrai. I'm sorry, hahu dinafak lebrai lo shukei rabanan. Hahu dinagavai lo gazubei rabanan. It is only the liquid that flowed outside, ultimately again, that is asur midrabanan, but the liquid or the wine, ultimately again, that is inside, ultimately again remains much. So we'll have to stop over here for today. So ultimately again, this is very interesting because I would say this now opens up there's a Mishnah on the top of Ba'in Gimel, but this opens up just a new conversation for the remainder of the year, which is sorry now there's a new idea. I mean it's something we've seen before, but Allah nice again regionally, obviously with wine, now we're being told if the akum causes the wine to move from his koach, that also is asur midrabanan. But that only applies on wine that moves out of the utensil because of his koach, but the wine that remains in the utensil ultimately again is going to look at. That's why I just very quickly. That's why the last case the Mishnah, what are we talking about? What was the last case? The akum is pouring wine from utensil into utensil B. Oh, so now what did the Mishnah say? The wine in utensil A remains mutter. The wine in utensil B is asur. Why? Because again, that flow is asur midrabanan because it's pouring as a result. Ultimately, of the akum. Everyone say, can you continue tomorrow? Shkaya. What are we? Shkaya. All right, friends on Zoom. Have a wonderful day. Good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the great and powerful Raleigh Montgomery could not make it tonight, everybody. We got stranded on Las Vegas, Nevada, with a crippling alcoholic gambling addiction, and he's going to be back tomorrow, unfortunately. But, this place has been hiring.
All right, also, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share for saying. our annual Talmud Torah sponsor. Because in Shmach HaBeretz Yisrael, we're dedicating all the Shuman Joshos this year's Yisrus. We saw Torah Sha'am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Elul Abba we call Rabbi Goldberg for an aliyah in the show of his father, Mr. Lenny Goldberg, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas from the Bracha, his mother, Peggy Federizo Bas, Pega Rezo Bas, Salad, so from the Bracha and hope that all of the tefillot, all the Avidah Chakira, Yes Hashem, will be answered in Kodesh Elul and in the months ahead. Shmoli Yamida Dinovitz, Ilay Nishmas, David from Father Rabbi Ali Flam, Yitzchak Ayi Ben Achaber Reb Yaakov Zichrono Livracha. And as we have learned sponsor Mark Yeager, in memory of his grandfather David Shlomo Ben Yerucham official, the birthday is today. Father Elul, we hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas will have an aliyah, the families in the Talmud, all of those who will force that and together with Kol Kol Yisrael, the Yisrael for Shem Yetzah Shem home, all of our hostages and allow our Holy Soldiers to be successful, the Kol Naseh Yudei. Also, with that, let us be able to do today. We great dot ahead of us. Great dot ahead of us. Today's dot is Ayin Aleph 71. 71. And we are picking up in Yetz Hashem on Ayin on the days 70B. I believe we left off with Tashma. Correct? Laura? Makes sense? Okay, perfect. Let's try that. All right, again, the message says as follows. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Okay, approximately 19 lines up from the bottom. Next thing, let's remember again, we're just to reorient ourselves a little bit. So remember, we're doing the whole sugya of nurses. What's the sugya of nurses? Essentially, if I leave my wine with an akum, under what circumstances do I have to be concerned that he tampered with it? And if I maybe went to Yayin Esef, or ultimately again, under what circumstances could I assume that he left it alone? And it's still therefore again kosher. Essentially everything comes down to the following. An akum will go ahead and tamper with wine when essentially there are two factors in play. Number one, he could find a reasonable reason as to why he's in proximity to the wine. Right? There's a good story as to why he's there. And number two, he's confident that the Jew isn't popping up out of nowhere. If you have those two criteria, then the wine is really problematic. Missing any one of those two criteria will make the assumption that the akum is not tampering with the wine. So the Gemara says, well, it's never going to as an interesting discussion between Rabbi and Rabbi Yochanan. And we're making the assumption that whatever applies for talis, so whatever applies ultimately, again, let's say for the ritual purity of tahar food items, whether that's truma, nicer, or ultimately, I guess someone also who's, let's say, not good food is schooling the tara. Even young times for food and tara, whatever applies for food, for taras, certainly applies for wine as well. The Gemara says, Mitzvah, nor is the kasha. Haplim shall cover up the Shamar. Well, this is actually an interesting case. Let's say you have a Chava and you have an Amma Aretz, who are neighbors. Now, what they have is they have two adjacent fields. But the way that they're built, or two adjacent homes, the way that their homes are set up is, the, so to speak, the Chava lives on the inside and the Amma Aretz is on the outside, which means the only way for the Chava, let's say, to access his home is through the chutzner of the Amma Aretz. Right there. The Chava doesn't have another way to access his home. So the halach is like this. Also, Chaver shokech shamperos umaniach sham kirin. V'afapi shel Amma Aretz magaas l'sham. So the halach is that the Chaver could go out and put out his produce, could go out and put out his kalim in his chutzner, even though technically speaking, the Amma Aretz could reach from his chutzner into the chutzner of the Chaver. Usually might just kasha Rav. So there's a kasha and Rav, right? Because Rav said that halacha went to the previous case, where let's say an Amma Aretz and the Chaver had adjacent fields, and there was just a very low mechitza in between those two fields. So Rav said ultimately that the Chaver has to assume that it's taros atane because the Amma Aretz could reach over. So kasha Rav. Amalei Rav, shiny house. In this case is different. Why? Shenitlas alok kedana. There's no feasible reason why the Amma Aretz would ever be found in the chutzner of the Chaver. So I both say, remember the case over here is, the only way for the Chaver to access the field is through the Amma Aretz's field. The Amma Aretz has actually no reason to be in the Chaver's property. So because of that, he has no feasible reason to be there. Because he has no feasible reason to be there, therefore we assume he's not going to tamper with the produce. So Tashma, Shimon says as follows: Gadol shall cover the Malami Gadol shall Amar. So interestingly enough, let's see the two roof lines. The roof of the cover and the roof of the Amaretz. The roof of the cover is higher than the roof of the Amaretz. So what's halacha? Also, cover shoteach shanteos. When the shanteos ultimately again the cover could go ahead and put out his produce, his tar produce. He could put out his tar to them. Or the Avad Shlokeh Yado Shal Amaretz Mangaas the Shan. As long as you are confident that the Amaretz doesn't have the ability to reach over onto the roof of the cover. So says the Gemara, Kasha Rabbi Yochanan, because Rabbi Yochanan said before in the side-by-side cuts of case that the cover need not be concerned about physical contact between the produce and the Amaretz. Rabbi Yochanan said this shiny hasab, the Israel, the Ishtamut, it's different there, because there the Amaretz could come up with a good cover story as to why his hand is in the roof space of the cover. What did you say? In the Tzure Parmasra. It's a kind of I'm measuring space. I want to see how much space is between my roof and your roof. I'm taking that building off my roof. I'm taking measurements. So because he can make an excuse by taking measurements, he has a good alibi for why he's there. Because he has an alibi, ultimately there's a concern that he's going to be there and he's going to touch that which does not belong to him. The mother is like that. Tashma. Let's say you have two opposite rooftops. Okay, so one belongs to the Parta, will cover, one belongs to the Amaretz. Also cover, Shantei, when not Shantei, so the cover is allowed to put out produce, allowed to put out his utensils. The Afapi, Sheyado Shal Amaretz Mangaas Hashem. Even though technically speaking, the Amaretz could ultimately reach there. This is what it says, Kashir Rab. This is the question of Rab. So asking why are you asking Kasha Soni? At the end of the day, there's another opinion. Who's the other opinion? This is the opinion of Shimon Gamliel. I'm a good Shimon Gamliel. I'm a good Shimon Gamliel. Okay, so let's say, so bottom line, what are the takeaways here? The takeaways number one, ultimately again, are that halacha l'maisa, this is how we started, that if you're going to leave your wine with an apple, there have to be two factors present in order for the wine not to become yainess. Number one, I have to be going away with the apple, never knows when I'm coming back. And I have to pop up without being detected. Right? That thing is what we call a nuisance, sense of fear of being discovered. Second of all, the apple has to have a good reason as to why has to have a good alibi story as to why he would be in close proximity to the wine. If he doesn't have that story alibi, I don't have to worry about my wine because I'm assuming he's not going to tamper it because an apple only tampers his wine when he assumes that he's not going to be discovered. Okay, incredible. Says the Mishnah. This is only same foods. Boleshes shenichnas aliyah. So listen, Boleshes Rashi says is chayil asher shenachapsim b'chosim kayli Boleshes. This is a group of soldiers. It's a group of soldiers that come into a city, which is interesting. The Shas Shalom, if they're coming into the city at a time of peace, and what's that about? Chaviros psukos asuros, any open barrels of wine will be asur, but ultimately stumos mutaros. Closed barrels of wine will be mutter. Right? The assumption is the soldiers will go into any open barrels of wine, but they will not go ahead and open up any sealed barrels of wine. The Shas Muhammad, but if it's a time of war, Elu mutaros. Ultimately, both open barrels and sealed barrels are mutter. Why? Because during wartime, there's no time for libations. There's no time for libations. I would say, by the way, and here you could see the fundamental distinction between the yid and the akol. See, the akol, in times of distress, has absolutely no time for his avodas. Right? The yid, in times of distress, cannot get enough of the Ribono Shalom. Because ultimately, again, it's in general, in times of stress and distress is where you see the true metal nature of a person. Right? Like the Gemara says, There are three ways in which you can see the true nature of a person: koso, kiso, and kaso. Right? Ultimately, what happens when he drinks? How does he spend his money? And what does he get upset about? So at least two out of those three, money and anger, represent how you deal in times of stress. How do you deal in stressful situations? Because at the end of the day, see, when I'm not stressed, I can put on a good show. Right? When I'm not stressed, I can put on a very calm exterior. When I encounter stress, I encounter difficult situations, that's when the true me comes out. So that's incredible. So now, war is a pretty big stressor. So the US says, what does the Akim do during war? He turns away from his deity because deep down he probably knows that it's not going to help him anyway. And yet, what does the Yid do in times of distress? I cling to HaKadosh Baruch Hu simply as much as I can. Incredible. So where is it? Kasher Kapabayin Aleph or Mini? Rashi Swatz, I said, based on this Mishnah, the Mishnah says essentially that when the Akum, right, in times of war, the Akum is not worshiping his deity. Right? He's not libationalizing. Therefore, again, halach all of the barrels of wine, whether they're sealed or they're opened, are going to be butter because they didn't make it yain nasa. 1 second. Or mini. If you have the city, which was conquered, ultimately again, which was conquered, what's the halacha? By a Gentile army, called Kohanos Shabasofa Besuros. All of the wives of Kohanim become asura to their husbands. That was a very dramatic halacha, which certainly requires a lot more explanation. But on the most basic level, what are we concerned about? That when Gentile soldiers occupy a city, what are they doing? They're violating the women. The halacha is that the wife of a Kohen becomes asura. Normally, if the wife of a Yisrael Chassidon is violated, she remains permitted to her husband. The wife of a Kohen, if she Chassidon is violated, becomes prohibited to her husband. So the Gemara says, if you have a city that was besieged or conquered by a Gentile army, you have to assume that the women were violated. So what's the kasha of the Gemara? So I understand. You just made it sound in the Mishnah that during wartime, people have no time for anything but war. And here it sounds like the soldiers have time for immoral conduct. If they have a time for immoral conduct, why wouldn't you say they're worshiping idolatry as well? Of course, there's a Rebbe Gemara. Amar Mari, Lenasif Ein Pnai. Livo Yesh Pnai. They have no time for idolatry, but there's always time for immorality. Right? In other words, okay, and this part of this is in line ultimately again with what we saw in yesterday's daf. Also, it's fascinating. It's seen 2 days in a row, right? What we were saying yesterday about the Jews who are sitting down and having wine with the non-Jewish zona, just because they're going to engage in immorality doesn't mean that they're going to engage in idolatry. So remember again, essentially, the Yitzhahara for immorality is much stronger than the Yitzhahara for idolatry. It's still not by non-Jews. Allah has kind of become something by Jews as well. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, you're right. During wartime, they're not worshiping idolatry. Right? But during wartime, unfortunately, they are still engaging in immoral practices. Incredible. The Mishnah goes like that. Ha'omim shal Yisrael. So that's another interesting case here. Ha'omim shal Yisrael. Sheshalach lahem ovid kochavim chavis shal yayin nesach b'schara. So watch this case. So you have workers, right, Jewish workers, who work for a non-Jew. Okay? So now what happened is payday. So right, Akum has to pay his workers, Jewish workers. What does he do? He wants to pay them in a barrel of yayin nesach. Right? So let's say again, I work for the Akum. I go ahead, I earned $1,000. He's like, great, I have a fantastic barrel of 8 yayin nesach. I'm giving to you as your wage. Okay? So what's the halacha? So what's I say? Obviously, we understand what's the problem. So if we remember nothing else, what we do know is yayin nesach is asur no. You can't get benefit from it. So now what do I do? It's very interesting. The Gemara says, listen to this. So what I can say to the Akum is, Akum, do me a favor. I don't want the barrel of wine. So why don't you sell the wine? And just pay me with the proceeds. So I can get paid with the proceeds of the yayin nesach. Now why is that? Because I have never taken possession of the yayin nesach. So as long as I've never taken possession of it, it's never entered into my domain, it's not mine. Because it's not mine, therefore Allah again, because I have no shaykhs to it. So when the Akum sells it off, he's selling off his own possessions. I don't care if he sells off Yain Nesek or he sells his car. It doesn't make a difference to me. I'm allowed to then be paid with the proceeds of that particular sale. So we're going to look at Rashi in just a moment. First Rashi in Mishnah, second of the short lines. Rashi says, the heart may turn love, but who ain't a chayiv lahem elamos? Because I didn't require the barrel of wine. Like the Akum is obligated to me in money. Elamos, the tanya la'el yisrael no shiva. Obviously, one of mokam get. That's case number one. Case number two is, if I get the barrel of wine, right, I acquire the barrel of wine, and you can come, you get me this in a very simple way. Akum shows up at my place, says, I want to pay you. Here's a barrel of wine, it's worth $1,000. I take it, and then he tells me, oh, by the way, it's Yain Nesek. Now I have a problem. What's my problem? Because you're going to say, what happens with Yain Nesek that becomes owned by a Jew? That's Asurdana. That's Asurdana. So interestingly enough, if I never take possession of the wine, I can tell the Akum, no thank you, you sell it, give me the proceeds. Once I take possession of the wine, it's mine. Then it becomes Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew really has no recourse except being destroyed. So says the Gemara, I'm not reading it out. What do the Adam Loma, the Ovid Kohavim, saying that face align manas hanara? So that says, using the same idea, that says, I could say to my Akum neighbor, so also for example, it's tax time, I'm sitting my taxes. So I could say to the Akum, do me a favor, go and take care of my tax bill for me, and I'll pay you back. I'll pay you back. Now, what's the condition is? The condition is that even though, let's say, I know that the Akum is going to use Yain Nesek, okay, I'll pay that. Look at that, just a moment. Say, Ba'apes alai manas hanara. I know now. Tax, shall no sin mitzvah say, may say, Isus. He saw the Shachai versus the Melach Yain. Mutter lo me lo obig kochavim ha'pes alai. Afagav because you are obig kochavim Yain Nesek. The Ein Yisrael parid daneha. Even the having matzi the saluki the shlicha the milk of the zuzi. You are the obig kochavim Yain Nesek for shlicha the Yisrael. Listen to this. So essentially, there's a tax, right? And therefore, I was obligated to go ahead and give, I don't know, 10 barrels of wine. So I tell my Akum neighbor, can you take care of my tax? Well, I'll pay back. I'll pay back. Akum says, no problem. He uses Yain Nesek. Ultimately, again, I'm still out to pay back. Why? They're actually explained because the way this particular tax works is although it's a tax on produce, you can also pay it off in money. So because of that, I don't really care if the Akum uses Yain Nesek, uses whatever it is. I'm paying him a financial debt that is not really related to Yain Nesek. In other words, the particular item that he used to pay the debt is really irrelevant. What I just needed to do is take care of my tax bill, and I'm going to pay him back. So this ultimately, again, is going to be mutter. So there is the kasha mesvei, al yoma adam lo'avi g'chavim, ol tachtai la'otzar. So listen to this. The Rashi says as follows. I can't say to my Gentile neighbor, all tachtai, literally again, come in my place to the ruler. And listen, now it's the same case. It's a tax. All tachtai la'otzar, he comes to call me la'hafiv as hashoter, kimozi yatzar. So it's the idea over here is, once again, I owe the local ruler money, almost $1,000 in taxes for the local government. I can't say to the Akum, stand in my place to pay my debt, and I'll pay you back. Again, this is presupposing, of course, he's going to use Yain Nesek to go and pay this off. So ultimately, again, I can't do that. I will say it's completely different part, because Rab said, I can't ask my Akum neighbor to pay off my tax bill, even though I know he's going to use Yain Nesek. So why is this case different? To which the Gemara says, No, this is different. We'll say, why is this different? Look at the lashon that's being used. All tachtai. What does all tachtai mean? Stand in my place. So this is literally where the Jew is saying to the Akum, I need you to be my shaliach. So if the Jew is creating shlichus with the Akum, it's literally creating an agency, and the Akum is going to use Yain Nesek, then indeed that is problematic. That is problematic. The Gemara says, Holo Ganya, this is only comparable to the case of Omer Lo, Maltini Mina also. See what I say? So you are just interested in, you're not going ahead and making a distinction. Ultimately, again, because between Russian of like, do me a favor or help me out and stand in my place. When I ask the Akum for a favor, he's not acting as my agent.
What up, Kevin? How you doing, bro?
Something from me, but agency has not been created. Because agency has been created, therefore, again, whatever the Akum uses for payment, whether it's the INSF or money or wheat, it doesn't matter to me. When I use Lashon Osaf time, stand in my place, that's creation of agency. With this creation of agency, then if the Akum actually uses Yain Nesa, it's viewed as if I am actually carrying this out, and of course that's going to be problematic. Okay, interesting. I'm okay, it's interesting to see website. I'm selling wine to an Akum. I'm selling wine to him. So what happens? Hasak Agshalo Mada. So what says, if Halach we came to agreement on price. We went ahead and we came to agreement on price, right? Aval Lo Madat, Agshalo Madat. This was before the Akum poured out the wine for himself. So for example, let's say I have a barrel of wine, I'm selling it to the Akum. Akum wants to buy 3 gallons. So I go ahead and we agree on a price. After we agree on the price, then the Akum pours off the wine into this container. So look at that for just a moment. I'm not the end of the covered. So we agreed on a price. Akshalon Madat. Before the Akum, before anything was poured off into the utensils, we'll see what the utensils is poured off into. Damav Mutarit. Ultimately, again, so the proceeds are mutter. I'm allowed to keep. Now remember, what won't be the problem over here? So the assumption over here is that, remember, wine that belongs to an Akum becomes Yain Nasa. So the idea over here is I'm transacting business, this is my wine right now. But it's ultimately, again, going to an Akum. So what's the concern? The concern over here is the wine becoming Yain Nasa before the transaction is finalized. Because then I have a potential problem with getting benefit from Yain Nasa. So therefore, again, the Mishnah says, if we agree on price before any wine is poured off, then the proceeds ultimately become permitted. Just look at that last first Rashi in Mishnah. I just want to show you this. The first the Gemara, Kaima Ita de Mukila Mishim Mishika Ba'ovid Kochav and Kana. Hilchach, Kishamot De Kaina Mishika, the Kanye Ovid Kochav and Miyad, the Havile the Yisrael Zuzid David, Ovid Kochav and Baba, the Yayinesek Lohavi Adinadam. So essentially, there are multiple parts in this process, right? In this transaction. Ultimately, again, first, we have to agree on price. Second, what ends up happening, the Ovid Kochav lifts up, let's say, the barrel, and goes ahead and pours it. Or I'm lifting it up and pouring it. But the essential over here is that he's lifting it up and pouring it. That's going to be Meshika or Hagbah, right? He's taking possession of it. At that point of time, it becomes his. When does it become Yayin Nesa? Yayin Nesa occurs, well, we're going to see for now, we're assuming Yayin Nesa occurs when the Akum touches the water. So therefore, as long as we've agreed on price, prior to the Akum having any contact with wine, the deal is considered to be done, and therefore then as soon as the Akum lifts it up, before it even touches the wine itself, it becomes his, and therefore the proceeds ultimately are permitted. Whatever happens to the wine afterwards, I don't care, because I have my money, right? I'm entitled to my money already. Good. Imam says, however, if, however, the Akum went ahead and lifted the wine, poured the wine, before there was an agreement on price, ultimately, again, the wine is going to be awesome. And listen, now what's the reason? Let's look at that. Madad Actual Pasak, Rashi says, even the Pasak Damak was some Hadaika. Because now watch this. Because if we didn't agree on price, when the Ovid Kochav lifts up the wine, ultimately, again, I'm not giving it over to you. Because without an agreement on price, I'm not conveying ownership of anything. And therefore, even when he does Mishika, even when he lifts it or he pulls it, he has not acquired it. Therefore, therefore, when the Akum, if he ends up touching the wine, is considered to be Yain Nesek that belongs to a Jew. What's the law of Yain Nesek that belongs to a Jew? Can't get any level of benefit from it. So watch how this case works. So again, I'm selling my wines with Akum. So the Mishnah says I have to be careful here, right? Because if he takes possession of this wine before the transaction is complete, right? Or I should say differently, he touches the wine before the transaction is complete, we have a problem. What's the problem? He's made my wine into yayin nesach, and I can't get any subsequent benefit. So therefore, the Mishnah says, here's the way it works. If we have step one, agreement on price. If we're agreed on price, step two, when the alcohol lifts up the wine, he acquires it. He acquires it, he's now acquired his wine. Once he's acquired his wine, that means now I have a debt by him, right? So now transaction is done. Transaction is done. He owes me money, but the wine is his. What's the beauty of that is? What's the beauty of that? He's lifted wine, he's put the wine in a container. Now remember again, does lifting wine in a container make the wine yayin nesa? No. When does it become yayin nesa? When it actually touches the wine itself. So now what's ended up happening over here, which is very pretty, he lifted the wine, Shika, Hatba, he's acquired it. He now owes me my money, Shalom Yisrael. The problem is if he begins to lift it and subsequently touch it before we've agreed on price, the transaction is not done. Because the transaction is not done, when he's lifting and touching, what is he doing? He's lifting and touching my wine. Because of that, the Shulchan said, my wine has become yayin nesach. Yayin nesach, Abuji, what's the halacha? Can't do anything. It says the Gemara, I'm not knowing that. Meshika Allah is becoming cold. So I mean, what do you see from here? The Meshika, buying akum is an effective form of kingdom. Hey guys, the honey parsoy, the shashi part, the shani lahada. How do we know this? So first of all, Amimar said these Persians, they send each other gifts, and no one ever has the ability to demand the gifts back. Right? What does that show you? That shows you that once one of the parties goes out and does the shikha, right, ultimately takes possession of it, it's no backseas. Rashi says no. No, perhaps Mashiach is only a Kenyan by Jews, and Mashiach does not work by the Akim. But what about the Persian gifts? The reason why the Persians don't give back gifts, ultimately, again, is because of arrogance. Right? Either arrogance on the part of the recipient, I'm not doing this back, or arrogance, right? That's the pashtus what this is. It's arrogance. So what's that? It's an interesting fundamental focus. Does Mashiach work by an action? You're not know. So that's just from where do I know this? But ultimately, the Mashiach by an action doesn't work. So it's curious. The Amar Rav Lahano Sabusa. Listen to this. Rav said to the following, Sabusa are wine merchants. He Halisu Kamal Oveko Kalim, Shakli Zuzi Minaru Bahadar Kaim. It's interesting that so Rav said like this. When you are going ahead and measuring out wine or Oveko Kalim, make sure to get your money first and then go ahead and measure it out for them. Why? The Elo, now say that interesting enough, and if let's say the apple doesn't have money on it, and he doesn't have cash, so what should you do? The Elo, now keep you bad guys, you always keep extra cash with you, and lend your money to the apple, right? So lend in money for the purchase, and then what? For other shakli minayu, so this is the Eitzah. This was the Eitzah ultimately again that Rav gave to these individuals. Right? And Rav said that halacha again, when you're selling wine, ultimately again to an akum, make sure get your money first, measure out afterwards. Right? And if they don't have money, so lend them money, and then ultimately again they'll pay you back and then all your money afterwards. Why? Because if you don't do this, so we'll say, what's the problem? If you don't do this, then the concern is that if the akum touches the wine, ultimately, again, he's going to end up making it yayin nesach while it is still in your possession. If you shaklisu, you delay yayin nesach to shaklisu. And ultimately, again, when you take money, you end up taking money for what is yayin nesach. Just 1 second. These are like Mashiach, but if you think that Mashiach really works by an akum, we'll say Amad Beis, Iron Alpha is 71B. If you think that Mashiach works, you can much call Oveko Kavim Kanye. Yain Esek Lohavia Dinagate. So I understand. They will say, even if we didn't agree on price, Halacha myself, when the other Kohavim lifts the barrel, let's say, that's Meshiva. That was Hagbal, and when he pulls it closely, that's Meshiva. He acquires it. And therefore, even if it subsequently becomes Yain Nesek, it's becoming Yain Nesek in whose possession? In the Akum's possession, right? And it doesn't become Yain Nesek until you touch it. One second. Either Kakayo, the Rami, the Mona, the Yisrael, Hakanani. So the truth of the Gemara says, you're right. If we're talking about over here, a situation where you are measuring it into the utensil of the Yisrael, then ultimately, again, you would be right. You'd be right. You would explain to the Tzipah, because Kyle, the Rami, the Mana, the other Kohanim. Interesting as well. So what's the case over here? The case is where the wine is being measured and poured into the utensil of the apple. Look at that for just a moment. The Mana, the other Kohanim. The yayin shebekli also the yayin yesef mikanim yeshif. So it's interesting enough. What's the issue over here? The issue is that when you pour wine into the utensil of an akum, so the assumption is that utensil itself, there may be previous droplets of wine in there, and therefore again halacha l'maisa, the wine that's poured in becomes yayin yesef. So let's say. So just so you appreciate what we have kind of the progression a little bit. So the Akum is buying wine from you. So again, everyone is agreeing that if we, well, let's like this. So the way this would work is normally I would take from my barrel, pour from my barrel into a smaller utensil, right? Because the Akum is not buying the whole barrel, pouring into a small utensil, and then the Akum goes in the Shifa. So the Gemara says like this. The Gemara says, no one wants to suggest that even if we don't agree on price beforehand, the wine ultimately again should still be mutter if you hold that Mashiach works by an Akum. Why? Because let me point into my utensil, the Akum could do Mashiach, he acquires the wine. Wine doesn't become Yain Nesek until you actually touch it. Which the Gemara says, 1 second, what are we doing with over here? Well, I'm pouring my wine into the utensil of the Akum. Oh, that changes everything. Because if it's a utensil of the akum, the assumption is that there are wine droplets previously there. Those wine droplets are yayin nesek. Once I pour the wine into the utensil of the akum, the new wine becomes yayin nesek immediately by coming into the utensil. The problem now here is that it's yayin nesek even before Mashiach. If it's yayin nesek before Mashiach, then what? Then it's my yayin nesek. If it's my yayin nesek, then we have a problem because I can't get enough from yayin nesek. To which the Gemara says, so I don't stand still. So this is very interesting. So the Gemara says, essentially, 1 second, when does a utensil acquire? A utensil acquires object once the object is in the airspace of the utensil. When does the poured wine become yayin nesek? Only when, presumably only once it hits the bottom of the utensil, where there are droplets of yayin nesek already there, which should then mean that technically speaking, the akum should acquire the wine when it comes into the airspace of his kli, which is even before the wine becomes potentially yayin nesek. In which case, the transaction should be permitted. Which is, what do you see from here? Shmamina, mitzvah kiva. I'm not going on with this. What do you see from here? You see that mitzvah, a flow or a stream, creates a connection. Also, we've seen this before. That essentially, when you have a stream of liquid, does the stream create a connection between the point of origin and the destination? So most Gemara says, you see from here, it does. Why? So watch this. So what does this mean? Therefore, what this means is like this. When I'm pouring the wine into the utensil of the akum, so because of that bottom stream ultimately is hitting the bottom of the kli, and on the bottom of the kli are droplets of yayin nesek, the bottom of the stream is connected to the top of the stream, and it's considered to be one continuous harmonious unit, and therefore it's all yayin nesek. Even the wine that hasn't hit the bottom, ultimately is still considered to be yayin nesek. Very interesting. So the Gemara invited. The Gemara says, good. No, so let's say, so this all makes sense that the akum is holding the utensil in his hand. I think that's no chifa, the manef a'ara. Again, rather is the original comes utensil is actually sitting on the ground itself. Speaking Caleb, so also again, so why don't the utensil of the Akim acquired them in that? Shams Mina learned from here. Caleb Shalokeh, which is more kind of Lokana. Lokana, so what's what he's seeking here? That the utensils of a purchaser cannot acquire on his behalf when they are situated in the domain of the seller. To which the Gemara says, once again, lo, you all know not true. Normally you say the utensils of a purchaser, do you have the ability to acquire in the property of the seller? Well, so we've seen this before also, because essentially the utensils of the purchaser almost become like the chutzah of the purchaser. What's the case over here? The kuznasa. The kama insect. What's what I was saying? There are droplets of yain nesach wine. Where are they situated? Not like you fall on the bottom of the utensil, but rather where? On the lip of the utensil. So that was literally the moment that the new wine comes into this utensil of the akum, it is almost instantaneously and immediately rendered yain nesach. Ukiman, and what's the reason it doesn't? Ukiman, to look at Shimamiyah. It's not Shimamiyah. Why? Indeed, Shimamiyah, Ha'amar, Imachet Kulo, Va'abuto, Havin, Chutz, Midine, Yayin, Nesach, Shabbat. Because Shimamiyah says, any time, the halacha of Islam, you have a mixture of Yayin, Nesach, and something, no problem. Just exclude from the sale the value of the Yayin, Nesach itself. If you keep the rest, here's the rest, you need to be kind of, this is only applicable according to Rav. Hamrav, and also this whole thing is Rav. Hamrav, Salach Shemamiyah. Yeah, Rav said, Salach Shemamiyah when not this Pachabis, meaning the barrels getting mixed together with other barrels. Haval Yayin, Biyayin, lo. And ultimately, again, if it's actual mixture of wine, even if Shemamiyah would say the whole thing is going to be usher. Okay, incredible. So what is the kasha? Makes it supposed to say, let's just pause with the kasha for just a second. What is it exactly that is happening with this? Remember again, the Mishnah, just to follow our progression here, right? So the Mishnah is telling me that halacha l'maisa, you have to be careful when you sell wine to an apple, right? What am I concerned about? What's my major concern over here? My major concern is if I don't choreograph this correctly, what's going to happen? The wine will become yayin nesach while I still own it. That's what I'm concerned about over here. And if the wine becomes yain nesach before I own it, then what happens? It's done. It's done because yain nesach owned by a Jew, you can't get any level of benefit from it. So Mishnah is trying to teach me how to choreograph a wine transaction with an akum to ensure that I can keep my money. Right? So the Mishnah said the way ultimately to do this is agree on price. Once you agree on price, halacha l'maisa, the transaction is pretty much locked in. Then subsequently, when the akum does the shita, right, when he takes the utensil into his possession, ultimately again it's already his. And if it subsequently becomes yain nesach, I don't care. It's not mine. So we'll say, now interestingly enough, the Gemara's understanding over here, so the Mishnah seems to presuppose that Mashiach is a form of opinion that works by an akum. Right? Literally putting something into your domain or putting something towards you is an acquisitory act that works by an akum. The Gemara says, by the way, that's a machlokas. Amemar says yes, it does. Rav Ashi says no, it doesn't. This then reversed to a whole new subject, which we're in now about. Essentially, we're in the midst of that mathematics. Good. Says the Gemara. Mistake. Interesting piece here. Halokia, we pause with the Omrika problem. Listen to this. I buy pieces of metal from an akum. Okay? So the Gemara says, I buy pieces of metal from an akum. So what's the halacha? Good. Yeah, that says because shivik suffering. Pieces of metal from an akum. In Insavan, I will so happen, and in that I find an idol. So this is what I do. In Akshalon Nasan Mosha Yasir. So it says ultimately Yasir. So again, if I haven't paid money, ultimately again, even if I didn't shoot right, so what's the same piece of here? I took possession of the metal pieces, but I didn't pay any money. Now I'm looking through discovery room return. I see an idol. Okay, but you haven't paid any money, return it. If you haven't paid for it, return it. But if I paid the money and I didn't shoot, I'm stuck. and suck it belongs to me, and therefore I'm going to say, what do I do with the idol? To throw it into the Dead Sea. Right back to the age, I can't get any level of hand off of it. Now she says over here, right, yeah, so therefore what comes out of this is very interesting. When do I acquire something from an akum? When there's two steps. Two-step acquisition. Number one, I paid money. Number two, I did the shikha. Well, let's say, for example, I did the shikha, I didn't pay money, right? And then I lost my money, so I could return everything back to the akum. So tell me, each other from the shikha, bodies will come in corner, and my yachts. So let's say, we have to make the assumption that if Mashiach works on an atom, then Mashiach should work for a Jew as well. If that's the case, then even when I haven't paid, if I give Mashiach, ultimately again I shouldn't be able to return the idol to the owner. Amayatzir, Rabbi says, no, this case is different. Why? You shouldn't do Mexican mekachtos. Because the Muslim this whole thing works like a mekachtos. What's a mekachtos? A mekachtos is a transaction based on mistaken assumptions or circumstances. The most basic level, I go to buy a car, I go to buy a car from Moving, and I say I want to buy a Cadillac, and he sells me a Toyota. That's a mekachtos. That's a mekachtos. And therefore, again, that is a voidable sale. So therefore, the Gemara says, Abai wants to suggest that when I bought pieces of metal from the Apple, and it turns out that there is an idol in there that has the appearance of mekachtos, and therefore, as long as money has not been given, even though there was no shikha, the sale is voidable. So I understand if that's the case. I hear that logic. I definitely know that logic. You're going to be mekachtos in both cases. What does it matter if I paid the money or not? If at the end of the day this is a mistaken sale, then it should be voidable whether I paid the money or not. In both cases in mekachtos. One second, here's the problem. The Grace has said if I paid the money, I can't return the idol. If I didn't pay the money, I can return. So why the distinction is mekachtos? Reisha, the lo yoyev zuzi, lo mischazik havalos from Yad Yisrael. Because again, in the case where I did not pay the money, therefore I will say, if I didn't pay the money, then this whole thing does not have the appearance of Avodah Zarah in the hands of a Jew. So because of that, it's just easily returnable. Seifa, the Yoyev zuzi, ultimately again, but the Seifa, the second case where I did pay the money, so the Gemara says, mischazik havalos from Yad Yisrael. That has the appearance of Jewish-owned idolatry. The Jewish-owned idolatry, I will say, what do you do with it? No, the Chana, the Yam Hanara. Incredible. So once you know, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Eretz Hashem with this. So again, we're still embedded in this very same conversation, which does Mashiach work by an akum, doesn't it work by an akum? And again, based on that, the proper mechanism to affect a sale of wine to an akum to be continued and solidified. Tomorrow, sorry, Shkaya. All right, everyone.
Yo, baby.
All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this money trip to fame. Our annual commentary sponsor, the Tosin Shpach Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shem instructions this year as it's close to the Soros on Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Elul, Abagin, with Rabbi Ben Goldberg, for Aliyah for the Shans of his precious parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Jacob Ezel Bas Zeli, and the hope that the tefillos of our beautiful Kehillah are accepted on high in Eretz Hashem this Chodesh. Shmuel Lili Nishmas covered from Father Harav Ali from Yitzchak Ayi Ben Akav Yaakov Shikoni Brachot and America Talmud Torah. All of the Neshamos Haganali, the families and the Kama, all those in the Full Shabbat for the Kol Chol Yisrael. The Shmuel Shemir Shem home. Our hostage is B'Shalom and the heart of our Holy Soldiers to be successful. The whole of Maaseh Yigei. Well, so with that, let's begin. With a great dot out of us today, we do straight up. Today's dot is Ayun 70. We are picking up on some special on base 69B, 6 lines up from the bottom. The Kira Acha, the Kremlin Kalas, the Shem Gamil, The L'chayish l'shtuba. So let's just remember again, the Gemara now says as follows. After we established in yesterday's daf, then we pass on Shimon Gamliel. Now, what does Shimon Gamliel say? Remember, we had a machlokas in the Mishnah that if I leave an apple alone with my wine, at what point in time does the wine become yain nesek? So there are really two factors. Number one, does the apple think that I'm coming back? I thought I could be coming back immediately. If he thinks I could be coming back immediately, ultimately, again, the wine remains mutter. If he knows I'm going to be gone for a little while, how long do I have to be gone in order for the wine to become problematic? That is my focus in Mishnah. Tanakama said enough time to bore a hole in the seal, take the wine, plug it back out. Shimon says no, because that type of tampering is detectable. Instead, what's the shear? The amount of time to lop off the lid of the barrel, drink from the wine, and then replace the lid. So essentially, the Gemara really came out as asking, like Rav Shimon Gamliel, that the amount of time is the amount of time again for lid replacement. Take off the lid, drink the wine, replace the lid. The Gemara says, now that we passed it Rav Shimon Gamliel, he's not worried about, he doesn't feel that anybody's going to plug the barrel. So therefore, Allah again, we're confident, well, that's the share. So in other words, that's about lid replacement. After you've established that, the Gemara says, furthermore, the Hokos HaKavasi Rabbi Eliezer. The Hokos and Allah also calls Rabbi Eliezer. Now, what is Rabbi Eliezer? We had Rabbi Eliezer earlier, actually. And Rabbi Eliezer said, actually points this out, that in general, as long as you have one simon on the wine, then the Akum is not going to tamper with it. Why not? And Akum is going to tamper with the wine when? Number one, when he's not going to be discovered. And number two, when it's easy. If there's any effort involved in it, most probably he's not going to do it. And that's how he passed it. Therefore, even if you have one simon, let's say one seal, ultimately, again, that is enough to pretty much prevent the Akum from tampering with it. So he's going to ask an interesting question. So now that we say that Allah Kulamansa, the shear for tampering is replacement of the lid. Furthermore, we assume that if the barrel is sealed, essentially, the Akum really is not going to do anything with it because it's not worth the trouble cracking the seal, opening the lid, creating a new lid. It's not going to do it. So that's the case the Gemara is very interested in. Ha'idna, my time almost sealed, so why don't we leave our sealed barrels with an Akum? Right? You hear the Shaila? If at the end of the day, we are confident that Halakha Ramaisa again, one seal is pretty much enough to go ahead and prevent Akum from tampering with it. Why don't we just leave our barrels of sealed water with an Akum? Which is interestingly enough, Yishum Shaicha. Because of the Shaicha. What's the Shaicha? Rashi said, that's Rashi in the Daf. Leker Daf Shehu Ma'od Shub Magufa Sachavis. So apparently what's what used to have in the barrels is they have an air hole. An air hole, there'll be a small little hole in the seal of the barrel that would allow, I guess, some of the gases from the fermentation process to escape. Therefore, again, technically speaking, there is access to the wine through that air hole. So that's ultimately again what really gives us pause when we leave wine with an apple. Okay, I'm going to have says as follows. What's the interesting case here? Zona Ovedas Kokavim. So watch this. Let's say you have Jews, and these Jews are going to a non-Jewish zona, okay? And they have wine, that it's their wine. So they're sitting with her, right? Jews, zona, non-Jewish zona, Jewish wine. So what's the halacha? Shari. The wine is permitted. Why I should be concerned that there's an Akum over there that's going to make it yayin, yes, eh? So I said, this is incredible. Top of ayin, just because a Jew is seized and can't overcome the Sahara for immorality doesn't mean that he's committing a whole this. All right, let's see this. In other words, what's the happening there? That means like this. If this guy is sitting anyway by the zona, obviously again going to commit an avera with her. So perhaps again he's not marked on his wine either, and will allow his wine to be touched ultimately. Again to be touched by this zona, and ultimately again becomes yain nesek. Which the one says, no, just because somebody is immoral doesn't mean that they're an idolater. We'll say, what a profound and beautiful Muslim. Essentially, just because I commit certain averas doesn't make me all bad. We all commit Avera. So the nature of life is we all commit Avera. So we have areas of life in which we are weak, and we have areas of life in which Baruch Hashem we are able to maintain a sense of spiritual strength. And just because I am compromised in certain areas does not mean I'm compromised in all areas. And this is tremendously important to say. One of the greatest obstacles to tshuva is a lack of self-worth. I feel that because I have sinned, therefore I am damaged goods, I am compromised, and I really can't ever get myself back on the rails. There is nothing further from the truth. I mean, there is a lot of truth in that. I have sinned, I am compromised, I have gotten myself off the rails, but I'm not down and out. Just because I've made mistakes in life in no way precludes me from rebuilding and rehabilitating myself. Just because I've fallen completely Sahara for immorality doesn't mean that therefore I'm also over level. So incredible. What about another case? What about the following case? Zoni Israelis, located from the Sudan, goes to access back. Because if you have a Jewish zona, for example, you have a Jewish woman who's a zona, and she's sitting together with her wine, and she'll be now she has wine on the table. What's the Allah? Kamra Asr. In that case, the wine is another. So we have to be concerned about it. That's people are going to touch her wine. So the Gemara says, yes, you have to be concerned about that. And ultimately, again, the wine is Asr. Right? I know what's the reason for this. There is a difference in this case because they look down on her. Right? Because again, they figured that she's a zona. So because she's a zona, ultimately, again, she doesn't have any importance in their eyes. So therefore, they will take liberties with her property as well. And therefore, we have to assume, ultimately, again, we have to assume that halacha l'maisa, the wine ultimately again becomes the ayin nesa. Incredible. Which is also very interesting, right? This distinction between the Jews with the akum zona versus the non-Jews, the akum with the Jewish zona. It's interesting that the whole yisod over here is that they look down on her. So you say ultimately again the way you view yourself, the way you hold yourself ultimately represents the way the world will look at you. So this is zona, unfortunately, by becoming a zona, has clearly abdicated her personality to holiness. She doesn't feel like a woman who never has to resort to this, who does resort to this type of work, presumably lacks a certain sense of self. So if you lack a sense of self, the world will also respond to you in that same way. So therefore, again, she lacks a sense of self. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, the akum is going to go ahead and treat her with a lack of respect and dignity as well, and therefore take liberties with her wine as well. Incredible. It's an interesting case. There was a house, and in this house was stored Jewish wine. Okay, so it says, interesting. So what happened? Yes, it was a storehouse. So what occurred? All of the Kohavim, Achta L'Dashabaka, and Akum went into the house, and ultimately again closed the door behind him. Closed the door, ran into the house and locked the door behind him. All right, so it says, now what happens? And now there was a hole in the door itself. So therefore, the Yishmael was able to see through the hole into some of the barrels of wine. And he saw through the hole that the Akum was standing between the barrels. Okay? I'm supposed to say, what's the Shaila? What's the Shaila? Shaila is the status of the wine. Right? Because remember, there's a lot of stuff that's strange over here. What's strange? Number one, that the Akum ran into the storehouse. And what did he do? That's strange, number one. Number two, what else? He locked the door. Right? What else? We find him standing between the barrels. So now what's the status of the wine? So I'm going to love this very interesting. Called the Havi Biza Shari. Any barrels that you could see like opposite the opening in the door, ultimately again will remain permitted. Right? Because like most of the logic is like this. Since the Akum knows that he could be seen through the opening of the door, therefore what? Therefore halacha l'maisa again, he's not going to tamper with the wine. However, the high visa, all the barrels on the two sides, in other words, anything you can't see from the hole in the door, ultimately again is going to be okay. Interesting. What's another interesting case? You have Jew and non-Jew, Jew and Akum, who shared a home. The Jews lived on the upper story, the Akum lived on the lower story, and the wine is kept on the lower story of the house. And listen now, what happened? Now, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, Shami Kol Tibra. Now, the Gemara says over here, Rashi says, so apparently there was like a hole in the floor, and the Yisrael was normally able to see down, he was able to see his wine on the first floor. Okay, good. What happened? Shami Kol Tibra, so we heard a commotion outside. Not the, and so the Jew and the Akum left their homes, went out to see what's all the commotion. After he's standing outside, then he goes back in and closes his door behind him. So now what's the Shaila? The Shaila is now the Akum was effectively inside the home with a closed door, just with the Jewish wine. So what's the status of the wine? Amar says, Chamashari, the wine is going to be much wine. Neymar Amar, because the Akum will say, because the Akum will say like this: the same way that I came into the house, closed the door behind me, my upstairs neighbor, the Jew, also ran back inside, and he's able to see me from his upper story home. So therefore, the Akum is not going to do anything. So we'll say, bottom line, we're seeing the same thing over, which is the concept of nurses. And the Akum will do something to the wine if he can get away with it. If he's going to be discovered, or if there's a fear of being discovered, he is not going to tamper with the wine. Now, the other principle we're going to see is also, and again, we'll see these cases are based on we'll see more physically later on. An Akum will also only tamper with wine when he has a legitimate excuse for being in the proximity of the wine. Right? In other words, if he has no excuse for being next to the wine, then the nice thing is not going to tamper with the license to be accused of theft. If there's theft, then he can be held liable. So that's why if you notice in all of these cases, the Akum has legitimate access. So that's the legitimate access, and ultimately, again, a kind thing in which he feels he can do whatever he wants without being discovered. But if there's a fear of discovery, right, even if there's legitimate access, ultimately he's not going to tamper with the wine. Okay, well, another case. Polish visa. Another case, Polish visa, the yesterday coming Israel. There was a visa as an inn. It was an inn in which the wine of a Jew was housed. Okay? So when they went in one time they saw it, but there was an Akum who was sitting in between the barrels. So it says, now, the Shai was the status of the wine. Some of the rabbis said, if at the end of the day, so the Ganav has no legitimate reason to be there. And if he's found there, he could be accused of being a thief. Then ultimately, again, the wine is permitted. So what does this mean, the wine is permitted? Look at actually Shari. It's in the short lines. In the shorter lines, that's 4 lines in. Shari, Kol Shari, the Hafa, Shari, after Shkia, the Holo Nogukam, the Kol Asher, the Hafa, Asher, Bakona. So once the Rashi just points out, whenever the Gemara says permitted means permitted even for consumption. So the idea over here is if there's no legitimate reason why the Akum would be there, the wine is permitted. Because we assume that there's a fear of discovery, and ultimately, again, a fear of being accused of being a thief. Therefore, he's not going to tamper with the wine. Really low, but if at the end of the day there is no fear of being accused of being a thief, then also ultimately, again, the wine is also because the Akum will render it yayin nes. So it's a same principle. In other words, in order for us to have yayin nes of concern, number one, that's to be a legitimate reason why the Akum would be present by the wine, and number two, no fear of discovery. No fear of discovery. Next, Hugesa. Yesterday, there was a home in which Jewish wine was kept. The Shtachach Ovid Kohan David Kaidu, and they found that Akum was there standing between the barrels. Okay, Amar says, essentially, if he could find an excuse for why he is there, he has a good excuse for why he's there, then the wine is awesome. He wants to be low, but if he doesn't have a good excuse, in other words, we'll say Chama Shari, which is another way of saying like this. If he could explain why he's there, then he has legitimacy for being there, then you have to be concerned about tampering. If he knows that he has no legitimate reason for being there and can be accused of that, ultimately, again, then you can assume he did not tamper with the wine, and the wine ultimately, again, is going to be much. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi is clearly Shamite. Right? If he has no ability to kind of explain away why he's there, the Lomar, the Kaf Nichnas, some Chadaiti belong with us. So again, if he has a good reason for why he's there, so we really have to go ahead and assume that the wine is valueless. Why? Because since he has a good reason, essentially he has an alibi. He has a story, right? He has an explanation as to why he's there. So because he has an explanation, he has a cover story. Because he has a cover story, we have to be concerned that really he may have made this wine into Yayin mess. Incredible. What's amazing is the kasha. Min al Akula, O Shamar O Shamar. So let's say it's very interesting case. So let's say an Akim goes into an inn and he closes the door behind him and there's Jewish wine inside of the inn. Or for that matter again, a Jew said to an Akim, watch my wine, guard my wine. In both of these cases, the Gemara says, Asr, the wine is going to be Asr. Rashi says, because it's interesting enough, so both these cases, the wine is Asr. Now, why is the wine Asr? So this question so in these cases, the Akum has the ability to be there, and apparently he's not concerned the Jew's going to pop up. So the Gemara says, now 1 second. My love, are we not dealing with the case? We're not dealing with the case where the Akum doesn't have a good cover story for why he's there. Which the Gemara says, no. For the Israeli Shemikis, no. So talking about a case over here where Allah says again, the Akum does have a good explanation why he's there. Right, so because he does have a good explanation why he's there, obviously the second case is more obvious, right? So the Jew says to the Akum, guard my wine. So first of all, in general, when you ask someone to guard something, generally that can look like you're going for a little while. So he figures he's back time and he's allowed to be there. That case obviously is hustling. He was more focused on the first case. So the Akum goes into the inn, locks the door. He said the wine is awesome. So the Gemara says, that's a case where the Akum has a legitimate cover story. Right? So that he can explain why he's there. Since he can explain why he's there, therefore Allah so the wine is going to be awesome. Okay? Please solve all the problems that we are seeing the Kaishas Shana. Let's say an interesting case. A Jew and a non-Jew were sitting and drinking wine together. So let's say what's fascinating about this, by the way, is that halacha and right? This is like against everything that we spoke about, right? So all of the examples that we had is exactly like to prevent a Jew from sitting down and having a glass of wine with a non-Jew. All right, now again, the Gemara says they're sitting and drinking together. What happened? It's actually beautiful. Shama Yisrael called Saluye. They finished up. So they're sitting, opposite the shore, right? In a camp opposite the shore. And what happens? What does the Jew hear? Actually, it's so what happens? Come, Basil. Well, says, what does he need to do when he hears the sound of battle? What does he do? There's only one thing he does. He runs towards it. How can you not run towards such a sweet and melodic sound? So he gets up and he says, what's the problem? What's the problem? He left his wine on the table. Come, come, Rashali. So Rabbi says, ultimately again, the wine is permitted. Why? We must listen to this. Nema Amar, Hashka Mitkale Lechamre, Bahada Asi. This is very interesting. The Akum, what doesn't he know? He doesn't know how long Mincha is. Right? So by the way, also wives also sometimes don't know how long Mincha is, right? Especially when you have little kids and you have to do bedtime. That's somehow Mincha is like an hour and a half. It's incredible how that works, right? So ultimately again, so it says the Akum doesn't know how long davening is. So once again, therefore because he doesn't know, there's a mirsis. Just keep remembering that word. There's a fear that the Jew is just going to reappear. So because he's going to reappear, therefore the Akum ultimately again is not going to tamper with the wine. It's very interesting. This is a fascinating one. Listen to this. And who do you solve all the problem? It was a Jew and a non-Jew. The Havu Yasri Ba'arba. They were sitting on a boat. Okay, and again, with wine. Show me Yisrael called Shikuri the Shimshi. So let's say this is really very, very beautiful. The Jew heard the shofar blast of Erev Shabbos. Silent. And also Rashi points out over here, Rashi says, Shikuri the Shimshi, Shal Erev Shabbos, Shayu Tokin Lahavdil, they call the Shabbos like it's the most incredible thing about Erev Shabbos is that silent. It's in that moment, understand what it means to be in the Jewish Shema. You see in Galus, I'm a Jew who's observing Shabbos in a foreign culture, a foreign land. And Eretz Yisrael, like the land observes Shabbos, irrespective of what the people do, right? In other words, Eretz Yisrael observes Shabbos. So therefore, again, they're sitting there. And by the way, they used to blow these shofars in Bavel also. It wasn't just in Eretz Yisrael. They blow in Bavel. So the word says as follows: in any event, the Jew and the are sitting on a boat, it's Erev Shabbos. The Jew hears, my gosh, the shofar just blasted, which means Shabbos is starting imminently, right? And this was Shipur de Shimshi. You remember that Shabbos says there were different blasts that they do at different times. This was the blast right before the Hashmoshes, which means Shabbos is starting imminently. Nothing laws. So what happened? The Jew left. He left. Now obviously he left his wine. He left his wine. So the shine now is what's the status of the wine? What Rabbi says, Chamr Shari, the wine is permitted. Now why? We'll say this is wild. Why? Because Yaakov says to himself, oh, the Jew Reuben's going to realize he forgot his wine, he's going to come back for it. Come back for it? So that's Shabbos. How is he coming back for his wine? Right? The Pashtos again, he can't carry it. So how is he coming back ultimately again? For Zanashi says, so then Tomer, the son of Hadaiki, the Ovi Kochav, the Shundolo, Asi, Shabbos. So 1 second. This will say this case, then why should it for sure be usher? Why should it be usher? Because it must say first of all the Jew ran after Shabbos. Second of all, he can't come back for his wine on Shabbos. He can't carry that wine on Shabbos. It's outside. Right? He's not allowed to do that. So what about Shabbos? Listen, it's pretty wild. Ha'amar Isser Yura. You know, Isser the Ger told me, Ki avivan ba'armi Yusuf. When I was a Gentile, Aminon, Yehudai Lomnitri Shabbos. We Gentiles, we used to joke, the Jews don't really observe Shabbos. Why don't the Jews really observe Shabbos? Lomnitri Shabbos, because if the Jews really observe Shabbos, how many persons, how many money bags should we have found by the evening, Saturday morning in the shop? Meaning like this, right? What inevitably happens to Jews on Erev Shabbos? They're stuck in traffic, they're running late. So they'll say, what's the halacha, technically speaking, if Shabbos starts, you're on the journey. And literally, again, Shabbos, so what do? You put your money back down. Isser says, we Gentiles used to joke, the Jews don't really keep Shabbos. Right? Because if they really kept Shabbos, then you should be finding money every Erev Shabbos. Right? Every Shabbos night, every Shabbos day, from the Jews who deposited their money bags. They'll say, the Gemara says, but what the Gentiles did not know is the sphere of Rabbi Yitzchak. If I said Rabbi Yitzchak, so Rabbi Yitzchak, Hamotzi Kis B'Shabbos Molifo Pachos Medalams. And we'll say, ultimately, again, there's a way to deal with this. What's the way to deal with this? Walk in increments of less than $1. If you do that, then ultimately, again, there's no Akira, there's no Hanocha, there's no Torah. I think of Local Shabbos. Because Local Shabbos says you can't transport an item $1. So technically speaking, you walk and you stop and you keep doing this at intervals or increments less than $4. Technically speaking, you avoid Hotzah. Now, not ideal. I will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara doesn't talk anything about Muktzah. Right? First of all, Muktzah is D'Rabbanan, right? So that's later on. Second of all, the Muktzah issue could be obviated a little bit, because by Muktzah there's a concept that's called Tilpum Minatzad, which means indirect movement. So, for example, if my wallet is in my pocket, technically speaking, if I'm and carrying that on Shabbos, technically speaking, that is indirect movement of Muktzah. Right? I'm not actively holding it in my hand, it's being carried on my body. So the point of it, it's used to be able to say, as a Gentiles used to joke that the Jews don't really keep Shabbos because, again, we're not finding any of their money. We should be finding money on Friday night and Saturday morning. But again, that's because also the Gentiles didn't know the halacha. And the halacha is, again, although not ideal, it is able to transport your wallet or your money back on Shabbos. Here's one goes like that. Hanu Ganavim, the Satan from Pedisa. The word is Ganavim, like these thieves who came from Pedisa. Now, what happened? That's very interesting. The Pasuk Habisa Kudah, and they opened up a lot. Did I skip? Sorry, thank you. Who are you? There was a lion that was roaring in the wine press. Lying roaring in the wine press. Shama Ovekohaben, Tasha Nandani, Akim heard about this, not heard about this, was there. And they heard the lion roar. And what did he do? He hid between the barrels. Some Rabbi said, the wine is mutter. Why? Just like I'm hiding between the barrels, so to what? There could be a Jew who's also hiding behind me between the barrels. He's going to see what I'm doing. Once again, fear of discovery prevents the INS. I know that we decided to come to Bisa. There were these thieves that came to come to Bisa. We opened up a lot of barrels of wine. What's the status of the barrels? Allah said, Shai. The barrels are mutter. Why? My time off. Rupa Gandhi, you saw me. That's not a good one. I'm sure let you skip that one. Right, so once again, apparently the majority of the Ganavim ultimately again in Kosubisa were Jews. But also, here's the good news. Here's the good news. They may be Ganavim, but one thing is for sure, which is they're not all devils. You gotta look at the bright side. Right? Everyone has faults, everyone has deficiencies, everyone has things that they do wrong. But again, you gotta focus on the things that I'm doing right. So they might be Ganavim, but at least they're not idolaters. Incredible. How about Obda Ben Ardoy? So the ones the same opposite happened in Ardoy. These thieves were opening up barrels of wine. So the Gemara says, Shmuel said, Abu Gim passed in the wine is mutter. Why Shimon? Rabbi Eliezer the Amar Safek Bia Tahar. So it says, so ultimately, Rabbi Eliezer, and Rabbi Eliezer says, Safek Bia is Tahar. What does that mean, Safek Bia is Tahar? Let's literally again, which means if you have a Safek about an encounter with Tumah, you're not sure if you encounter Tumah or not, ultimately again, the Safek is Tahar. What's the case? So there is not an interesting case. Islam. So when a person walks into a valley, or a plain is actually the better word. Now, a plain, remember again, a plain is a large area made up of multiple individual fields. So a person walks into the plain during the rainy season, the Tuma Basaga, I will say, by the way, why during the rainy season, how long is like this? During the rainy season, so people have planted. Because people have planted, so generally people don't walk on the fields themselves. They walk on like the perimeter. So the Gemara says like this: so somebody walks into a plain during the rainy season. It's all of a sudden closed. Now we know that there's coming. There's a grave in a particular field, right? So we're going to go through this plain. And listen, I know that I walk in this area. What I don't know is, did I go to the field that has the grave or not? That's what's called Safek Bia, right? The Safek of an entry. Did I encounter Tumah or not? Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Safek Bia Tar. Safek Magar Tameh. Rabbi Eliezer says that if you're not sure if there was an encounter, right? Did you enter into this field? Then ultimately, again, you will be tar. If there's Safek of not touched Tumah, ultimately, again, that is going to be coming. So the Tashtos, the Gemara is suggesting over here that in case of Nagda, with the thieves popped off a whole bunch of barrels of wine, this is a case of Safek Bia, and therefore Allah the wine should be mutter. So the Gemara says, good. So now the Gemara says, no, shiny house and given me the deposit of Shemamona, how is sex make up? The Gemara says, no, actually that case is different. Why is the case different? The case of the wine. So the Gemara says, interesting. So apparently, the other thing that was common to put into wine barrels besides wine was money or jewels. In other words, it was like a safe. It's where you hid your stuff. So a lot of times when thieves came and they popped open barrels, they weren't coming for wine. They were looking to see if someone had hid any of their possessions. So therefore the Gemara says it's a sex wake up. Suffix number one, again, suffix is also very common. So suffix number one is, was it a Jew, was it a non-Jew? That's suffix number one. And then suffix number two, even if it was a non-Jew, perhaps he wasn't interested in the wine, but rather what? He was looking to see if there were possessions in wine. And therefore, again, that spectator led Rabbi to say, ultimately, the wine is going to be incredible. And what's that? I know days 70B. 70B. Ha-hi revisa b'shtafet ta'habis be'dani v'miyukita optia bi'ada. Interesting case. There was a little akum baby. Right? So what happened? So the Gemara says, and what happened? And the baby, she had wine foam in her hands. right? Obviously, a lack of parental oversight, right? Or just parental desperation, right? We've all had those moments, or just whatever, just take it, whatever it is, right? So the Gemara says, so what happens? So she has one foam in her hand. So it says, now just to understand, remember, the zero of stam yinam is on an akum even from 1 day old. From 1 day old. That's the halacha. So now she has one foam in her hand. The shadow is, did she touch the contents of the barrel? So it's Rabbi said Kamashari. So what's on the 72nd line down? Rabbi says the wine is mutter. Why? Umar Nigaba de Hadisa Shaklas. She took it from the side of the barrel. In other words, most I remember again, the only concern of the Yain Nesach is if the akum touches the interior contents of the wine. We assume over here the halakha myself, it must have foamed over, and she got the foam from the side of the barrel, therefore no problem. So the Gemara says, "Va'avaka v'leka soon, imar is ramuye is ramuye." Now, 1 second, the city is up right there. Then shouldn't there be more foam on the side of the barrel, right? So even though there's no foam there now, you assume there was foam there from the beginning, and therefore it's fine. Hahu, Kumusa the Salpo and Arga. There was this Kumusa. Rashi says over here, Kumusa is Rosh Hagayis Sart Saba, like a general, like all the general commander of the army. So there was this officer in charge of the army who came to the Arga. What happens? Pashu Havisa Tuba. Now let's say now, Kumusa means, or it was a convention. It was a group from the army that came, and what happened? They popped up in a whole bunch of barrels. So the Gemara says, the Gemara says like this. So they went ahead and they opened up a lot of barrels. He also Ravdini, so ultimately when Ravdini came along, so what happened? This happened before, right? This happened before. So we'll say, so again, remember, it was certainly not uncommon for armies coming into cities and taking whatever they wanted. So this has happened before where they came in and ultimately again, popped up in a whole bunch of barrels. So that's what the Gemara says. And Rabbi Lazar, I'm sorry. Right. I'm sorry. The Kiasar Dimi Amar Ulta Havakamid Rabbi Lazar. So this was Rabbi Lazar, the Shara, and Rabbi Lazar declared that the wine was committed. But what you got now, Rabbi Dimi said, I don't know. Imishum Bisavala Krabi Ali Ajadam Safek Biatar. Is it because he held like Rabbi Lazar, we just saw before, that if there's a Safek Bia, Safek whether or not again there was an encounter with Tumah, the Safek is tar. Is that why he said it was tar, right? But only Imishum Bisavar, Ruba the Asli Bahadi Consuma, or Pomus, is strong with it. Interestingly enough, or perhaps it was because that he felt that the majority of Jews the majority of soldiers conscripted into the army were Jews. See the way Rabbi Lazar, so ultimately again, so Rabbi Lazar said the one was committed. I'm just not sure exactly why. So when I said, Ihafi, I suffered Bia, suffered Magu. 1 second. Why are we calling this Suffolk Bia? Right? Why are we calling this a Suffolk and it's whether or not there was an encounter with someone? This is not a Suffolk Bia. We'll say, what is this? What is this? This is Suffolk Maga. Whether or not the Akum touched everyone. And remember again, Suffolk Maga is dealt with more stringently than Safek Bia. Which the Gemara said, so why is it that we're making of this? What's very interesting. The Chayvan, the Miftach Yituva, Ima Adaita, the Mamona Pasku, which is Safek Bia. To which the Gemara said, in all of these cases, what was happening over in all of these cases, there were more barrels than necessary being opened. So when the army comes in, and they're popping open more barrels than would be needed to sustain the troops. What does that tell us? And perhaps this is not about war, but rather what is it about? It's about money. They're looking for stuff. So because of that, ultimately, again, you have multiple stakes over here, right? Was it a Jew? Was it an Akum? Even if it was an Akum, were they opening it up because ultimately they wanted the wine or because they're looking for riches? You put together all of these stakes, and what's the result? That the wine is going to be permitted. Incredible. Hahu Misugisa Demasvele Eklida Mapekala Abadas Vakadim. So let's listen to this case. There was a Misugisa. What's a Misugisa? This was a wine merchant, and this was a woman. Right? A Mocheres Yain Bechalos. She's a wine seller, a wine merchant that she has a store and she sells wine. So let's say, what did she do? She gave the key to her Gentile, to her Akum friend. Right? To her Akum friend. Rashi says over here, Akliga, Makeach Shmiras, Makepos, Volosel, Kadak, and Kones, Vinitkas, and Skibana. I was saying, Rashi says a little about this case. What's the case? So our Mispisa, right, our Jewish woman wine merchant, is leaving her store. She locks it up, she gives the keys to her Akum friend. Now, what's the job of the Akum friend? What's the job? Watch the key. Don't go into her. So there's absolutely no feasible reason why the Akum should be going into the store. Right? If you notice over here, the Misubisa told her friend, watch my key. She didn't say watch my store. She didn't say run my store. She said just watch my key. So I said, what's halacha? I'm going to be spoiling all that. So this case once came up in the Beis Medrash. In the past case, the wine in the store is mutter. Why? Because remember again, there's no legitimate reason for the akum to enter into the store. Because there's no legitimate reason, therefore what? There's nuisance. There will be fear of discovery. If there's fear of discovery, you can assume that the akum is not entering the room. So therefore, because the woman gave her friend just the key to watch, but no access to the store, therefore the wine is nothing. Incredible. I'm Rabbi Abai. We also learn this. I'm also not careful. So this is very interesting. So this is actually a different case, but the same concept. So listen to this, right? Let's say I have house, right? I have produce that I produce in a ritual purity or tremendous my possession as well. I have a storehouse. I lock my storehouse. I give the keys to my friend who's in Amaretz. What's the halacha? Taros of Taros. My taros remain tar, and we don't assume that the Amaretz went in and touched anything. Why? Remember, in this case, what am I giving over to Amaretz? I'm telling him, box my keys. I'm not telling him going to the storehouse. Interestingly enough, I'm not even giving him the responsibility to guard my produce. That's not what I'm doing. I'm telling him, watch my keys. That's all I'm telling him to do. Therefore, you must say, interesting enough, Ashka, Taros of Taros, Yain Esef Nidai. So this is going to be the halacha by Taros. Is there any shaila by wine? Now, what's interesting enough, you must remember, the Taros Alim Yain Esef, are you telling me then that Taros are stricter? The error was, you heard the argument you must making. When I give my key to the Amaretz, my Taros remain tar, and all the more so if I give my key to the Akum, my wine is going to remain water. Now that argument presupposes that Taros are treated more stringently than wine. Is that true? The Gemara says. Is that true? That is true. I'll tell you why. This is my interesting case here. The Musifans, if let's say I share a fraction with an Amaretz, and what happens? What I'm saying? You put a very low divider, like a property line divider between us. You see what's really means like with a reed fence. Rashi says, the pizza in the mukha, and the other three sides. Then the publisher has the other three sides. Because so I share property. Oh, you don't share with two adjacent properties. And we have a very low fence that goes between our properties. Also, what do you mean very low fence? You can easily reach over one side to the other. Okay. And also now remember, on my side, I have tax. Right? I have ritually pure produce. The Amaretz is generally someone who is not careful with the halachas of Tumah and Tar. So what's the halacha? So it says, Amarav, Taros of Tmeros. Ultimately, when Rav says the halacha of Isa, we have to assume that at some point in time, the Amaretz kind of reached over the load divider, touched my Taros, and therefore my Taros ultimately going to become Tamir. Once we're already Kochavim, Ein Osi Yaines. Interestingly enough, by an Akum, we don't assume that the Akum reached over and touched any of my wine and made it into Yaines. And the Yochel, what do you see from there? It's interesting. What do you see from there? The Taras are obviously treated more stringently than Yaines, which is very interesting. Rabbi Yochel says, now by the way, what's the logic behind that? The logic behind that is, remember, there's a near sus. An Akum is only going to touch wine when there's a legitimate reason for him to be there, and number two, because he can get away with it, right? He has time. In this case, there's absolutely no legitimate reason why the Akum's hand should be extending over my property line. But by the Amaretz, you will say, by the Amaretz, right? We're all Jews, right? So in other words, So, his hand can be extending over my property line and touching my stock. Right? So, from a mindset, interestingly enough, you see that in this case we are concerned that the Paris became Kameh, but yet the wine you're not concerned. Yochanan says, Yochanan says, no, even the Paris ultimately again remain tar. So Yochanan is not concerned about that. If Yochanan feels that Halakha Lamaisa again, there's no concern, and even the Paris ultimately again will remain tar. That's what we'll stop over there for today. But we'll pick up when I finish with this case, so we'll pick up answer to this tomorrow. It was like tremendous shkach, everyone. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. All right, Steph, never get you, everyone. Let's go with all of you. All right, so we'll say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show, to thank our annual commentary sponsors. This is Rabbi Restream. We're dedicating all the show Father Rabbi Arifon, Harab Yitzchak Aryeh, Ben Rabbi Yaakov, Zichron Zacha, Yokel, and the Merit of our Torah, all of the Shamas Lavin, the families in the Kama, all those who need refuah, to have one together with Kol Kole Yisrael, for this Baruch Hu, the Merit Hashem and Homer hostages, the Shalom and the Karav, allow our holy soldiers to be successful, the Torah and Master Yudain, and truly usher in a month of Ziracha and Hatzlacha for all the problems today. Most of the guys, let us begin an exciting back to the after, hopefully close off some significant today's doctor's time of test, 69. And we are picking up in Rosh Hashem on Samuel's test on the days 68B, and we left off 4 lines up in the bottom. Right about it. Rabbi says a couple of open items we have over here. First of all, a general machlokes about milking come with gum. When you have a mixture and there is a taste infusion of a prohibited item that is inherently detrimental, what is the status of the mixture? And remember again, we also have the open case of the mouse that fell into the beer, right? And again, what the status of that is. Rabbi says as follows. So what's up? Milking come with gum, mutter. Rabbi says halakha, and the most of this is indeed halakha l'maisa. No sin tam l'kam. Whenever you have a mixture, right, and a prohibited item contributes detrimental case, in infusion. Ultimately, the resulting mixture is going to be mutter. Yakfara, the shifra, no, you done my time to do that. Here's what's interesting. Now remember, that asking that when the mouse fell into the beer, the result of the mixture, the beer was awesome. So now here's the problem. We're making, so Rava says, Halach was no thing on the time is awesome. But then Rava says, I don't know why Rav said the beer was awesome. I don't know why it's a beer was awesome. No thing on the scam. I'm sorry. No thing on the scam awesome. But let's go for Sakavase. Maybe it's because Rav holds no thing on the scam is awesome. In other words, maybe he just fundamentally disagrees with what I just said. And you know that generally when there's a mixture, even if there's a detrimental taste confusions, the resulting mixture is going to be awesome. So maybe Rav holds that way, but we obviously don't constantly that way. Even the cassava, no thing on the scam, but mutter. The Akbara Bishikra Ashbuke Mishpah. Or maybe Rav knows something that we don't, which is although we all custom knows in family usher, maybe a mouse in beer is that beneficial. I don't know, Stan Adams, whatever, I don't know, whatever. So maybe he just, maybe somehow, some way, it is beneficial. So again, so let's say it's a very important over here. So essentially, Rabbi says in most of this is halacha l'maisa, nosim tam mitzgam mutter. Mutter. When you have a mixture of a prohibited item getting mixed into a positive item, to a prohibited item, and the resulting mixture ultimately again is a detrimental taste confusion, the mixture is mutter. Mutter. Again, if it's not in time with shvach, positive taste confusion, the resulting mixture is asur. If it's no in time with shvach and then becomes mufkam, remember again our classic case of that is vinegar on cold greasing that is then heated up, the resulting mixture is also going to be asur. Okay, you probably know, very much the follow question, have some test. Nafal Regola Mai. So what's the interesting case over here? What happens if a mouse falls into vinegar? So that's now, what are we asking in terms of vinegar? So look at Rashi, tap Rashi 69.
Well, look who the fuck just feels like they can roll in, steal my dog. You are so loud. You are so loud. So loud. Thanks, baby. Why wouldn't I be? Oh, wow, you're really sweet. Okay, I won't shit on you. What's going on, big dog?
The sharpness of the vinegar prevents the mouse from contributing any positive taste, and therefore the resulting mixture should be water. So I'm going to build it up actually. How about the it's actually not like so certainly again, it's just a variety of circumstances. This case is happening a lot more. Is not a humor. And now it's falling into this, and that's falling into that. So the Gemara says, so what happened? Well, let's think about it. This happened. Loss of and it says that the resulting mixture ultimately.
Can you summarize it for me?
Which I will say, now to say that it's also makes it sound like a thought. That apparently the mouse is no sin kam l'shvach, even in vinegar. Even in vinegar. Which probably would also mean that what I'll tell you is apparently the mouse imparts a significant flavor. Right? If you impart flavor in vinegar, that means whatever taste the mouse has strong in vinegar, that's pretty intense. Although he was finding don't bring up that case. That case is different. That case is hapu in the tuting in the tat. The mouse dissolved in the vinegar. So that's tastes like chicken, right? So the nice that instance in that case is a little bit different, right? Remember, as I showed up before, we're talking about taste. So taste in general, because mouse falls in. You get the mouse out, especially the mouse infused. Once you're talking about the dissolution of polluted matter in the general mixture, then already go into a separate set of halachas. So therefore, Rashi points out over here in the tuti imta, the chatikos dakos kitanos, the mouse dissolved into small parts. The sheret is so kadosha kitchen muscle. The kashin is going to be a chatikos sheret. Remember again, so in general, the sherets, where it's even smaller than the desires, right? It goes in and it's dosha, like the size of a lentil. So therefore, again, this is not just simply a common case. If you're dealing with come, that's one thing. The mouse falling in and the mouse dissolving ultimately into the vinegar, that's what I'm saying. Okay. So Avina Sava, so still with the mouse, all about the mouse. Avina Sava, the She'ura B'Me'at Kachat. Savimea. So interestingly enough, I will say now, again, you got to eat this one. In the laws of nullification, so different items have different shielding for nullification. So, for example, we used to usually define Patricia 60 to 1. Let's say, for example, Shimon, which has a more sacred status, is buckled in a mixture of 100. So, Shimon falls into a mixture of 100 parts fluid in order to be Nevada, in order to negate one part of Shuma. So it comes on the word, it says, I think the mouse should be no worse, right? Or no stronger than Shuma. So Shuma is buckled A mouse should be buffalo into. Okay, I'm going to think about these are you. You're much the low buckle time, well, maybe not. So what's interesting there is something even stronger than Truma, and that's what Truma spices. And I said, anytime you have spice, spice is always assumed to emit a greater amount of flavor you can say, right? Which makes sense. So we see this in halakha and halakha. Like an onion has a
I'm looking at it right now.
Because it's a dark color. It's something that's sharp. Therefore, the whole way it's treating them like they're really different.
Yeah, it's overwhelming to a new person. Why can't you sell the token?
It's treated like Truma spices. Now, Truma spices in general are not bottled at all because the assumption is that their flavor is much more intense. Therefore, they're not bottled. Maybe a mouse is not Truma spices. Sheer the color of a high set ultimate interesting enough from that now. When the mouse falls into flavor, a mouse in flavor is also in a ratio of 50.
Right, but I mean, the second that an investor hears, I can't sell this thing, it's basically I'm having to give them.
You can't sell it. You just have to sell the NFTs.
We're showing you when a mouse falls into beer, it's bottled and 6 to 1. Shishin, I will say bottom line, all of these things is they are
Okay, so what about for an investor who doesn't like NFTs but does cryptocurrency? They're just shit out of luck?
With a ratio of 60 permitted units to 1 prohibited. So that just says, this is how whenever you have a prohibited item that falls into a mixture, what we see is there 60 times.
I mean, wait, there's an argument to be made, and I don't know the exact technical description, but cryptocurrencies are traded on markets. NFTs are assets that are purchased with cryptocurrencies that hold a value in relation to the cryptocurrency. But it's not itself a cryptocurrency.
And that is shishin. Right? Is there 60 times
I don't think that's I think that is
But even the thing of being non-fungible is fungible because they're bought and sold all the time.
So that just points out.
No, that's
doesn't require what I mean by that. Sometimes when we look at ourselves, we do a personal inventory. So there's good news. What's the good news?
I understand that cryptocurrency is a cryptocurrency. Are NFTs a cryptocurrency or are they a separate asset? And don't give me a long explanation, like 3 seconds. Like Joe Diaz.
I don't get to change anything. Because think about it. Fuck with Mashishin, natural again. What did Allah Menukasa?
You may be right. Let's see here. So, no NFTs are not cryptocurrency, cocksucker. I mean, that's a direct quote. No NFTs are not a cryptocurrency, cocksucker. A cryptocurrency is fungible. One coin equals another coin, like Bitcoin, and NFT is unique, one of a kind, like a digital trading card. They both live on the blockchain, but an NFT is a separate asset. It's property, not money. And that's what I was trying to say. It's a separate asset.
Corrodes us from the inside out. If we don't address the stuff that is in a state of disrepair, it's so much more good.
But that's okay, and I mean it's confusing. And
so much of the Shishin works in the
the difference between this NFT and this philosophy, NFT is just
how much do we think this will take care of? These are actually
That's
backed by
basically
what the currency or not how to look at individual currency. So this is one zero, but there's
is a
tangible value associated to
and yet still
the NFT, and this is like embedded with the NFT. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it still doesn't make it a cryptocurrency, but it does give it value. I get that. All right. So as an investor, I'm someone who says, look, I'm bullish on cryptocurrencies. I'm bearish on NFTs. So I don't like your project. What do you say to that person?
Now, what we're going to see is all of this essentially comes down to one simple thing. If we're I'm transporting oil in aquas, right? And then I'm leaving for a little bit. So I don't have to be concerned about it. If the aqua get a tamper when I leave. So essentially what it comes down to is if the aqua doesn't really all run on there, and I can turn at any moment, then the assumption is what? The aqua's not going to take it. What are you going to get away with it? Right? So you know that you get caught. So that's what's called
secondary layer
that essentially, when I leave, I can come back at any moment without any notice. Under those circumstances, ultimately, again, the wine is still considered to be kosher, and it's definitely not compromised. If you look at that, actually in Mishnah, actually says the first.
Yeah, I mean that's what you don't want to hear as an investor. Is literally what you're saying, and I'm being honest with you. I'm being your friend. I hear these pitches every day, and everybody sounds like that. It's community based. It's one of a kind. It's unique. Nobody's ever done it before, and the fact that it's tied to Bitcoin Obama throws it out the window immediately with anyone who knows Bitcoin Obama.
Okay.
Look, I understand that he has some type of cult following. I get that. There's no doubt about that. But for anyone who says, who the fuck is Bitcoin Obama? And then they're like, oh, he's just this guy who loves every project he's been associated with for the last half decade. They're going to be like, this project sucks.
If I leave long enough, ultimately, again, for the actual to make a hole in the seal, make a hole like in the lid, right? Drink, and then plug.
I mean, you understand my skepticism that it's not different. Everybody says that they're different, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
There's one point that's happening over here. So just understand the case. I want to leave for a little bit. See, if essentially I leave and I don't see anything, which then means that from the Oculus perspective, he's like, I don't know what's still the website. He could be back at any moment. He's not going to tamper with the wine.
Just waiting for the wine for 20 hours. I got that type of thing to it, but I also
problematic.
Look, you can you'll get a percentage of the supply.
I'm leaving.
But
I'm
you don't have to set up
tomorrow. I'm left in 3 hours.
at least
So now
3 months old, and even that you're only getting a little bit gold. So you get a higher price. So I'll be basically making sure you're going to again, what makes this interesting is the fact that different creators are competing against Bitcoin Obama. They're able to leverage those other creators and other content. So as it relates to similar to like where you're leveraging the network of different creators that are all trying to compete and
it's not a bit of a battle.
I think that's what makes it have a big potential.
Okay, so let's talk about a couple things here. As an investor, I cannot sell this cryptocurrency, right?
If you go ahead and play it when it dries, changes color.
You purchase the cryptocurrency.
It says in there that you can't sell it.
You can't sell the token, but the NFT is tradable.
No,
So you can sell the NFT is tradable on the market, and you can redeem that.
I understand, but we just established. I get that, and I understand that. But we just established that you are unable to sell this cryptocurrency.
Okay, fine. Next case. How many have
You're able to sell cocaine, but that's a good thing.
I place my wine,
Because
Jewish wine.
it means
I
that
place
the
my wine
reserves are
in
going to
the
be
wagons
positive
or in
and
the
then growing.
bowl of
And then the hype and speculation
where
the volatility is isolated to an
Okay, so how isn't it a pyramid scheme
I go ahead and
or a Ponzi scheme? Essentially, get in early so that you can reap the rewards, and then later on, the new people who are recruited in to be purchasers who aren't able to sell hold their value in an NFT. I mean, it's similar like a Ponzi scheme or a pyramid scheme where you get in early investments from people. Many times there are trinkets or small items, which would be like your NFT, that are given to the people lower that they'll recruit other people in. And what you're essentially doing is using NFTs to recruit other people in. The people at the top, you and Bitcoin Obama and anyone in your circle, you guys are going to reap the most rewards. And then the cryptocurrency lives and dies on the fact that you get new recruits.
Okay, that's a different kind of case because now I'm giving a window in which you can tamper with it and get away with this. So again, how long do I
think it's exactly like that because
what's it get? Kind of says,
a Ponzi scheme
you told me
isn't really generating
hole in the barrel,
any
drink, and then reseal it with clay. Now, Shmuel says, no, no, enough time to take off the lid and put on a new lid.
You just
okay,
disappear.
That's case 2. Case 3. How many are we having the Khanas?
What happened to Riser? Riser's over here throwing bullshit ideas at me, and I'm just knocking them out of the park. And then all of a sudden, he just goes radio silent. And that's what people don't want out of their dev. That's the same shit that Bitcoin Obama does.
I don't tell him how long I'm reading for. I literally, again, just
Doug,
going in and out.
Riser, he probably got a fucking phone call from his
all the same logic. Since he has no idea,
Ubic brother-in-law.
He's not going to tamper with the wine. But ultimately, again, if I tell him, listen, I'm leaving this coming back tomorrow, back in 2 days, or whatever the amount of time is.
Yo, dog. For anyone out there, this is what I go through. I get people come here all fucking excited, and then we start to talk, and then when they get pushed on the issue, they fucking drop out. They fucking drop out like a bunch of cunts.
No, Shmuel says enough time to remove the lid and to put the lid back on. Then the wine will be also good. Case number 4. Interesting case over here. I'm eating with an akum at the table. Please get at the table. And what happens? Well, I'm at the table with him, and then I get up and I leave, and I leave my flask, like wine flask. I leave my wine flask on the table. And again, the case over here is, let's say the akum is eating at my house. And I also have wine flasks in the cupboard. It's good to keep flasks in multiple strategic areas, right? So I have it at the table, I have it in the cupboard. So what happens?
This is absolute dog shit. Anybody else who's witnessing this? This is what I.
It's on the table, the short us, right? Which makes sense, right? Because at the end of the day, the akum is being invited into my home, is sitting at my table. So the Pashtas, he's going to touch the stuff that's on the table, and therefore Lamaisa, the wine on the table is going to be aser. It's going to be aser. But the wine in the cupboard, ultimately, again, Rashi points out the wine in the cupboard essentially was not designated for use during this meal. Therefore, halacha lamaisa.
There we go.
Ultimately, the wine in the cupboard remains mutter. Okay. The mother, but before I leave the house, I say, having Moses Mishosa. Akum, help yourself, right? You have to pour yourself a drink. Then what? So not only is the flask on the table offered, but that which is in the cupboard is also going to be offered. Because since I told the Akum help himself, therefore again, pretty much everything becomes fair game. So this is the continuation of the same case, right? Where I left the akum in the house. So any open barrels of wine will become usher. The assumption is that the akum is helping himself to that. Stimos mutaros. Ultimately, again, if they're closed barrels, they will be mutter. As long as what? As long as I'm not gone long enough As long as I'm not going long enough to give him enough time to kind of flap open the lid and to replace the lid afterwards. Okay, so we'll say that's our Mishnah. Now let's unpack this. And we'll say, I just want to point out, this is incredibly important because just so you appreciate this Mishnah really serves as the basis for pretty much the way that contemporary kashrus operates, right? When you have a mashgiach, let's say you have a restaurant, right? You have a caterer. And what happens? You have a Jewish caterer, Jewish restaurant, and then there are non-Jews. So you have a mashgiach. Now, the mashgiach is not necessarily sitting there watching the workers and giving them. Furthermore, even if he is sitting there, it's virtually impossible for him to what? To see what every single worker is doing in every single moment. So how do you know that someone's not pulling shtick? Right? How do you know that someone's not doing something and someone's not breathing? The answer is that there's a near sus. There's a general, I use the word fear, right? Fear of being watched. Now, what is that?
Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing because it's
and you can pop up, and you can show up, and you can be present. You know,
what the fuck are you talking about?
so because of that, because of the knowledge that there is a mashgiach who's coming
Dog, I've been here the whole time.
that keeps everyone on their toes.
Yes, sir.
So ultimately, again, no games are being played. So again, it's a bit more involved in the way I'm making it out, but that's the same principle. So
I put it into AI and had it summarized for me because it's just too much.
I am transporting my battles together.
Well, wait. I mean, I was in the middle of a discussion with you, and then you left, and then I made fun of you for like 5 minutes, literally saying that this is what you do. You come in here with a really great fucking idea. You think I ask a few questions, and then you fucking bounce like Bitcoin Obama. All right. I know you do. I know. Well, let me just say this. That's very appraising. I sincerely appreciate it. And I want you to know that I want to help you. I want you to have an excellent, I mean, you do have some really good ideas. Well, here's the thing. I do that because I like you. I don't want you finding out 2 months down the line after you've invested, or even worse, 2 years down the line, that your idea sucks. Just one moment. Hilly, what up, man? All right, Billy's just doing this thing. All right, so in your case, again, this is a cryptocurrency that I can't sell. Yes or no?
I don't understand. Let's listen to 2 cases, right? In case number one,
wait. That's not what we're talking about. If I'm an investor, riser, and I come to the table and I ask you, can I sell this coin? Yes or no?
Ultimately, the Rich is talking about his role. Somebody listen to this. Before my workers come to work, I say, February, don't do this.
Wait, no, you're not able to sell that. And that's what an investor does not want to hear. They want you to be honest with them. The answer is this. No, you cannot sell it, but you can recoup the value through the NFT. That's an accurate answer. That's accurate. No, it is not. You said, yes, you can sell it. You said, I asked you, can you sell this coin? And you said, yes, you can recoup the value through the NFT. And I'm telling you that is incorrect. I'm saying to you the answer that you should is, no, you cannot sell this coin, but you can recoup the value through the NFT. That's accurate and that's honest. If I ask you, can you sell this coin? Yes or no? What is your answer? Okay, wait, that's honest. I get that. Okay, but so long as we have that established, now you're going to have to sell that to investors, and you're going to have to say to them, you are unable to sell this coin. Simple. However, you can recoup the value through the NFT. So let's play hypotheticals now. What's the name of the coin?
So because of that, they're going to be vigilant. They themselves are tough.
BBO?
Pop up at any moment. They're also not going to let another Amha that's going to touch the problem.
Yeah, BBO. All right, that's already. Okay, Pete. Fine. Beat. All right, so I'm going to buy $1,000 in beat, right?
You go ahead. And I'll catch up with you later.
Okay, I buy $1,000 in beat. Let's say it's on Solana. Okay, so I buy $1,000 in beat. I've got $1,000 in beat in my wallet. How many NFTs does that earn me?
What's the takeaway? Takeaway for this essentially is this: when the outcome of the hours, whether it is, when they know that I am present, and I can pretty much again appear without warning.
Hold on, you're confusing me. I'm an honest, simple person. I give you $1,000. I buy your coin $1,000. How many coins is that? How many NFTs does that get me? Does it get me 1,000 NFTs? Does it get me one NFT?
Let's go back there. Essentially, I could leave here without a warning, and I don't leave it for long enough to be able to go ahead and this one is I leave without warning, but I can appear to I can't appear without any warning.
Okay.
It's going to take me time.
I hate that system, but okay, it's confusing. It's confusing. You're going to be having to explain these in Twitter Spaces and in podcasts and such, so that's confusing. Okay, so again, I buy $1,000 worth of your token. How many NFTs do I get?
Just send the first case. Where I am transporting the money together with the so in that case,
okay, so that's accurate. That's accurate, and that's honest. That's what I want. Don't bullshit me. That's accurate and that's honest. So you don't know right now. Okay, just I'm looking at this as like an investor. That if I were in a Twitter space with you, that's a question that you're going to get asked. Okay, so you don't know as a, and that's what I want. Don't bullshit me. Tell me the truth, and if you don't know, that's okay. We can work around these problems. All right, so you've got $1,000 of the coin, and it's going to earn me X amount of NFTs. Let's just, for simplicity's sake, say it earns me 1,000 NFTs. Maybe that's way too many, but that just keeps things, the math simple. Okay, so 1,000 of these, 1,000 of the token gets me 1,000 NFTs, correct? Okay, so we agree. Now, if I don't like this project right away and I sell, I can sell the NFTs for, say, maybe $1,000. Maybe they diminish in value. Basically, aren't you basically doing this? Like, and I don't know, maybe I don't know exactly what you got, but basically you're saying instead of buying our NFT with Ethereum, you have to first buy it with our cryptocurrency, which then you convert into our NFT. That's essentially what you're saying. Okay, all right. So why are you making it more complicated? Why wouldn't you just launch it? So this is really an NFT project. This is very interesting. Now, a little bit about Talmudic battle technology.
how long do you have to be gone in order for the one to become usher? The Tanakama says enough time to get into the barrel, drink obviously, which is drink.
I get that. But the token is meaningless because you can't sell it. So that it's just basically it is. You can't sell it. You got time for that, big dog. Ain't nobody got time for that. What they have time for it's incredibly long, dude. I couldn't even copy it and put it into ChatGPT without breaking it up. That's too long. And all it is itself is AI. So let's talk this out. Basically, the ticker beat is a vector. The token is a vector to buy these different NFTs. And this is an NFT project. And the value of the ticker is incumbent on the price of the NFT. Is that not correct?
In that case, ultimately, again, the Tanakama says, okay, so if you need enough time to bore a hole and to plug it up, the one is also. Shmuel says, no, I have time to go to the place to live. Every one of these that Yaakov won't be going out.
Okay, serve value can only go up. All right, so let's say I give you $1,000. I buy 1,000 NFTs. And let's say Bitcoin Obama just sells all his NFTs and gets out. And the value of my NFTs goes from 1,000 NFTs worth $1 each to 10 cents. Let's just say. So it loses 90%. The NFTs lose 90% of their value. The coin itself maintains its stability, but the NFTs lose their value. And the fact is that I can't sell the cryptocurrency blockchain. Meaning the only way that I can make money on this project is to sell the NFT, correct? Okay. So then, if you do this at scale, you'd have a really valuable token, but like perhaps a very an NFT that lacks value.
After all, again, we will be able to discover the hole on the top of the lid as well as the bottom of the lid. And what is that? On the top and on the bottom, what does this mean? On the top, how? Because the correlation is different. On the bottom, how? I remember again, this was
okay, that makes sense. I don't want to complicate things with the challenges yet. That's just another aspect of it. I get that. All right, so you're going to have, at a certain point, a ticker that's very, very expensive because it never goes down in value, right?
Shmuel says when it comes to a lid and discoverable on the top because of coloration, and on the bottom,
if a ticker never goes down, if a ticker never goes down, then by definition it either remains the same or goes up. Correct?
you'll be able to see that the front area looks different. It's not the
Okay.
same smoothing.
The only way that the value of the ticker would go down is through whatever tax system you have, or the interest, or whatever, payouts, or whatever. That's the only way that the fund is going to diminish, right?
In reality, the Julian himself wasn't sure about the position of the Rabbanon.
So at a certain point, let's say you get 1,000 people who give $1,000, which is in total $1 million, $1 million market cap to buy one token. And then for the next person to get in, they have to give $1 million. And then it'll be worth $2 million. And then for the next person to get in, approximately. I understand that like some of it's going to be given out in prizes, I can tell. But then for the next person to get in, they have to pay $2 million. So then it's going to be worth $4 million. And for the next person, just one individual person to get in, to get an entire token, it'll then be worth $8 million. So then 16 and 32 and 64, 120, etc. Okay. But they can't sell that coin. So the only thing that they're getting out of it is some NFT, which hasn't yet proven itself. The NFT market is on the ropes. I'm not saying it's dead, it'll come back. But it's not. This, as I look at it, is really just an NFT project. It's the coin is a vector to buy the NFT or to transfer the NFT. But the fact that you can't sell the coin makes it an unattractive investment for a lot of people.
It could very well be that the other side could be smoothed down. But it could just happen that it's smoothed down. Okay, so it says, hello, mainly, it's a matter of time. And he does not know, right? He knows that I'm not talking about something you got to be together. I say that, I'm not together. So I am the alone. Enough time to take off drink and replace them.
All right, with that being said, they are responses to questions that you have. I don't come to you with questions and like, hey, how does this work? So many times you'll come to me with questions, we'll have to look something up. I admit that. I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll even give you a little bit more. I won't have a hard time on it. You won't get the cat. You won't care. But before we do that, I want to know. I think that this all rests on how many NFTs you're going to have. And I understand you don't have that number. But basically, I can't quantify what the value of this project is even. But okay, with that being said, I'm going to get my timer and I'm going to give you 5 minutes. If you need a little more, I understand. But I'm not going to give you 8 minutes. You've got to get this down to 5 minutes. And as best you can, we can talk about it for an hour if you need. But, all right, so go.
Core idea is that the token any open balance in the house in Russia. Using the token mints NFTs, the NFTs are tradable, the NFTs is how to trade the token becomes a non-redeemable asset that is going to sell pressure the Mishnah doesn't even provide the people can exit, or people can't exit and extract reserves because there's no sell-off function that exists. There's no downward monetary movement, and so I move in one direction. Either mint it or
Okay, that's obvious. Now, what would you have thought?
Token mechanics.
Now, the game
Token is limited to one of your price increases as supply increases. No sell button of action. Token is tier access crafting. NFT minted.
The end of the Mishnah also
Third,
again is
burning tokens against the NFT, get your 100 tokens, get a common NFT, burn 500, get a rare, and a burn 2,000, get a legendary NFT. Burning reduces the supply. If one curve is upward sloping, the supply goes down, and if your theoretical curve, prices move higher,
you don't often see this.
scarcity
Going
goes
ahead and kind of
every token does originally need to be a bonding curve, is reserved, full rows, token minutes. When tokens can't be redeemed, the reserve never shrinks. That means that the floor mapping per token increases over time in NFTs growing supply. Backing per token equals the reserve divided by the circulating supply. If supply decreases, the burns, backing per token increases. Where does speculation go? Speculation moves NFTs for sellable, scarcity-based market price, and the red side of one market. So volatility risks the NFT market, but token market for recycling risks. What's this like economically? Tokens become fuel crafting material access governmentally minting materials. NFTs use no tradable assets. So yield access access schedules.
What a day. What a day.
You can design NFTs with their protocol provide taking booze and not drops that is unherited status. What you've built here, not a currency, but a closed economic loop. If NFT demand collapses, token demand collapses because the token has no sell exit, only mint utility, so token price stagnates, but it doesn't collapse via panic selling because selling is impossible. This is close to deterministic pressure as you can get because there's no redemption trade. Reserve only grows and supply can shrink via burns, and the backing per token increases not nice. Why would people want the NFTs? Because that's now the speculative layer. If NFTs have cultural value, revenue rights, access to power, and a utility government a system works. It's not a drop demand outcome. Essentially, one way, bonding
this year. As a result, for the service calls for our calls for the month of Elul.
If the token is sold, must justify its existence for retail fuel. Token as fuel means consumed, ignore protocol actions, minting NFTs requires token burning no tokens, entering competition to cause token upgrading, acquisition costs token, access to special costs organically, fuel creates significant demand as actions required consumption. Economically, the token burns values, supply decreases, treasury drains, backing for remaining token. Crafting exterior.
Home, our hostages be shalom and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. All of crowd sales.
You okay?
Listen,
Take your time.
let us begin. Today's date is Simon Fest 68. We are picking up in Hashem on the Simon Fest. 3 lines down from the back. 2 lines up from the top. Shalom. So it's a
we will crafting material and creating NFTs
yesterday.
Tokens grant access to challenges, greater competition, voting privileges, premium jobs, revenue tools. Even if NFTs are tradable to others,
surprised us. You think something thousands of years would not contain too many surprises. But alas, actually shocked us.
Solely to mint NFTs, token
That's
the
the
NFT
and
for
NFT, even
the
so
valuable
similar
token
term
minimizes
is
the
going
token
to be us.
like
Now,
redemption,
we're going to analyze that
similar to gas, Ethereum,
it says as follows.
the NFT value, the typical NFTs are staying value
It's kind of software that's not going for it.
NFTs and Ethereum and this is
Only when
NFTs must stand on their own economic legs, cultural value.
and then it's subsequently
Narrative-based value.
detrimental. Like
NFTs represent wins and competitions of value among historians, creators of being main character gimmick. The software has a central character or role that tells a story right. NFTs become artifacts of history. Example, first challenge ever completed versus national legendary climate victory. Cultural value compounds its attention. This is how collectible cultural value compounds its attention. This is how collectibles gain value. Without culture, NFTs are just the narrative, continuity, and trust in status objects. Revenue rights. NFTs can entitle holders to a percentage of platform revenue splits, creator sponsorship channels, treasury yield distribution. Example, each NFT earns 0.1% weekly revenue. Legendary NFTs receive boosted yield multipliers, which turns NFTs into cash flow generating assets. As their value is discounted to future revenue, which creates fundamental barriers and potential access to power. NFTs grant access to competition, ability to choose main character, access to real world events, voting multipliers, creator collaboration. And the utility. NFTs function inside the platform. They have stats, different rarity, legendary NFT, which creators gain more recommend. Governments control NFTs become challenges beside the next story. New creator entries, full treasury optimization. Now governance becomes scarce and tradable. Control has value, power,
Let's say it's interesting that how sometimes you feel, and sometimes there are.
The token is non-redeemable, minuscule, bonding curve creates treasury, earning reduces supply, NFT, NFTs capture revenue rights, NFTs hold governance, and treasury funds creative rewards. This creates entries that go to burn, that goes to competition, return.
So okay, a big question is good because it represents desire to understand more. But in given
revenue rights, access to power, governance control, these become the real asset. Token becomes commodity and structurally stable. It depends on attention, narrative, participation, and competition, not maximum. So the system is a closed loop, digital economy where a non-sellable token is minted for bonding curve. Used as a tool to create scarce, critical NFTs that represent status, access, governance, and potential revenue rights within an evolving method and entertainment platform. The token cannot be dumped, which removes bankrupt lenders and instead is burned to NFTs of varying rarity. As tokens are burned, supply decreases as treasury built from minting remains, increasing the structural value per remaining unit. Speculation and trading occur. NFT arrive at the token era, while the token functions as a fuel over time. Potential value filled with victories, governance, and potential value or potential revenue participation flow into the NFTs, creating a self-reinforcing ecosystem where participation drives demand, narrative drives value.
What's the guys? The Machlokes is something is no single.
Most crypto projects try to solve volatility by fighting physics, trying to engineer tokens that only go up, suppress selling or neutral
man-made color method. Not true. We go back to what we used to say in the regular course. Yes, sir. The actual market is
cultural, economic, and foundation, the tokens inventor, the bonder, pricing mechanism, just like the next one. Earlier participants low prices, as demand grows, the increases tremendously. Every token minted traditional treasures unlike traditional token tokens do not be sold back into the system. There is no redemption function. Once minted, this still has effect. This changes everything because the token cannot be sold. There's no mechanism to panic access. No scenario where holders rush across generate growth, tokens invented, and it's not progress. Token's primary function is to mint NFTs. Participants earn tokens to create NFTs very rarely. More earned tokens, rare, more powerful NFT. Minted, permanently reduces tokens value as supply decreases and reserves remain structured back and convert tokens remaining increase not value. Token becomes scarcer over time with minting. The real value migrates upwards into the NFTs. The NFTs are not static images as reflective digital assets embedded in meaning rights. They represent participation and evolving competitive narrative about creators and challenges power contests. Like living digital arena, part entertainment, part game, part governance experience. Each NFT represents achievement within that world. Beyond culture, NFTs are better with economic rights,
What a phrase.
NFTs,
By the way, that's a mantra. That's a
voting rights, making reality.
He found.
NFTs carry attributes.
The person will tell you. I searched, I tried, but I didn't find. Don't believe it.
And then, researched. The token is not the end product, it is raw material, it's the fuel, not a treasure. The NFT is the artifact of inspiration, embodiment, interpretation, influence, culture, and potential for economic. By separating minting from speculation, by isolating volatility in the NFT layer, and by ensuring reserves are never graded for convergence, this model builds a structurally stable digital economy. It does not promise infinite upward price, it promises a system where value emerges from participation, narrative, and utility rather than reflexive potential.
And we expect other people
to solve. This coin is meant to be traded endlessly as a business engine.
Okay, so obviously there are times I can't solve those problems. That's
engine, and power living in the world. And in that world, value belongs to those who create.
And we're waiting for someone else to deliver the solution. Whatever the problem is, go figure it out.
Excellent. Please summarize it in 1 minute.
If you're willing to
Go.
put in the effort, you will see results. But again, you have to be willing to move yourself. You have to be willing to put in effort. You have to move yourself. Sometimes I don't like to speak about analysis. You're willing to put in the effort.
Rights and access to platforms and creators worldwide compete for the treasury
creating that merch.
interest, rewards, or transaction fees.
How is this not like, I don't know, like a buffer?
Overall demand of the tokens will keep growing because the network effect of creators competing for and creating content.
This is very much the case. So you have remember again,
That's what drives. They kind of drive the value.
So you have 11
Is
issues
depending upon
that ultimately again
creators
to
that
a
are
dough.
competing
Each book
with
what
NFTs.
happens, and indeed what happens, that leavening agent is strong enough to go ahead and
How is this not
loaf into a loaf of bread to leaven the bread? And
an
indeed
NFT
it does so.
project?
It does so. Okay, watch this. Now what happens?
I'm not saying
Okay,
that
that's it. Okay, so how is this
And afterwards, what
a
occurs?
crypto? It's not a crypto project, it's an NFT project, right?
What kind of yeast? Usher yeast. Usher yeast. Yeast ultimately truma. Yeast of that yeast also has enough to make hummus. So now, what's the status of loaf?
Okay, but I mean, the cryptocurrency is just
The machine says ultimately again it's
Hey,
not.
I people are depositing legitimate value into cryptocurrency in exchange
Why?
one Ethereum.
By the time that, let's say, the true
Which is voting rights
Listen, why are we putting too much yeast
percentage
into
of
a loaf of bread?
fees.
I get that.
So,
But what's the difference?
If you want to sell, then they post an NFT on the marketplace. Goes up here.
Therefore, the additional
Future
yeast
protocol fees
that is
and
called
the
no
value of backing this NFT depending on how valuable it is in the system.
Okay, that raises a question. That raises a question for me. How do you buy the NFT?
And therefore, ultimately, again, it's
Yeah, so you can either buy it.
B, why wouldn't I just buy these NFTs on the open market?
Such a major machlokas.
That's a good question. Probably is like I'm assuming it's going to be like
it should live somewhere in the
there's just like an arbitrage opportunity essentially,
find something.
and they'll basically be trading at more or less the same value as the arbitrage.
So then why would I lock my money up in a token that I can't sell when I could just buy the exact same NFTs on OpenSea?
So this is
you still, like, if you buy the token, you make the NFT. You buy the NFT, you can sell the NFT,
I'll tell you why.
no matter if you buy the token or not.
Okay, that's right. So then, why would you ever buy this token when you can just buy the NFTs?
It may now be currently inedible. Like you can't eat it.
Might be cheaper because you're interacting directly with the contractor.
Chances are it will be the exact same price.
It's over-leavened, but because it's over-leavened, it can be used for other roles.
So there's no reason as an investor to buy the coin, just buy the NFT. They're the same price. Now you did say something that I didn't hear you say just now, but you said that there may be voting rights and some other things, and you could always say that if you buy your NFTs off the open market, then you don't get voting rights. The way to get voting rights is to buy this token that you can't sell. But I didn't hear you say that. But that's the way that I would go, if you're going to go this way.
So the game says this might not be the best case because this is not a typical case of losing time. That's not what that usually means. It's really unusable. Here it's not unusable. It's inedible, but certainly usable. Which is also another profoundly so that sometimes just because something is not usable for one time doesn't mean that
Okay, that's fine. Without doing that for right now.
I view myself as a person who does.
Why? So what you really have here is just an NFT project that's based around Bitcoin Obama doing challenges against other influencers, right?
We cannot do
Basically,
things
in one sentence, that's what it is.
Setting as the solution. Or sometimes it's not just the loss of ability, it's just life has a way of just kind of shifting on us, and things that I wanted to drop no longer do. We always speak about this. Life is about the power of the pivot. It's all about the pivot. Even if you can't do the same thing when you argue that you did younger, or even if certain doors have closed, so things that I wanted to do are now not accessible to me, life is about finding maximum meaning in circumstances you have in front of you.
So again, in one sentence, this is an NFT project that is based on competitions between a crypto influencer known as Bitcoin Obama and other influencers. Okay. How do you stop somebody from cheating in these competitions?
So here you go, let's say. So recording this again. So you have in this case, so in this case, the 11 agents, the 11, the U, we'll call it the E's, like 11 fell in successively. Like first they had Shafulim, making the bread edible, and afterwards Shachuma, rendering the bread inedible. This case is a little bit different. So Tashma, Shafulim,
Wait, and you literally chose the most dishonest actor in all of cryptocurrency, or one of them.
Fall into the dough together. So what, first one I about saying about it. But
no, you're right. You're right. But lying does. And this person, Bitcoin Obama, has been caught at least in a half dozen different ploys of saying that he will never sell, he'll die before he sells, you give him a little bit of money, and then he sells immediately. That's straight up dishonesty. That's like prima facie. That is on its face dishonesty.
If the Truma one falls in first, everyone agrees which makes sense because then it was a Truma loving agent that had the ability to go ahead and make the loaf into bread. Nafal Shafulim, Yakakak Shafulim. What happens if the Truma one fell in first? And the Truma one fell in second?
I mean, I think Bitcoin Obama is literally like the last person I would choose.
What the second leavening agent is. In other words, whether it's Truma or doesn't make a difference, right? What matters over here? What matters? It's us. It's us. And the second one is having a negative impact on the loaf. So what's the
yeah, but at the end of the day, you know that he is dishonest. It would be like choosing a dishonest person who you are.
The first leveling agent falls in, which was Chulin.
And I misspoke, prima facie.
Again,
I would say that choosing Bitcoin Obama basically shits in your punch bowl. Like you create this big bowl of punch, and then you say, hey, whose name are we going to put on it? Bitcoin Obama. And it just gives people the wrong
this is a proof of a place, so it really is about no safe whether or not the but one second, maybe we realize that this is not a typical case of no sin time with God. What did Rabbi Zera say? Rabbi Zera said that in these cases, even though the loaf is inedible, right, but what? It's still usable. It's still usable. What is it usable for? As a starter for other loaves. So maybe this is just not a typical case of no sin time with God. Which the Gemara says, Tashma is safe.
All right, so
here we go.
So
look at the end of the list. Or Rabbi Shimon what's the status of the person in this case? Hot. And therefore, again, it's no same time with God.
Watching
Once again, this seems to be a case of nothing on the side, because everyone knows vinegar.
I'm definitely the mascot. There's no doubt about that. Wait. It's not that I want it. It's just he doesn't do as much with the coin as I do. Yes, he's done some things, but he doesn't live stream his life in their Discord or in their Telegram. He's not in there right now. He hasn't been wearing. He doesn't wear their merch. He doesn't wear their merch every single day of his life for the last 3 years, essentially. Like, there are just. But I understand he is a mascot for the coin. No one knows who he is. So, yeah, right. But that's like 30 active. That's 30 active users. What I'm saying is that this is just like any other NFT project, but it has a competition aspect to it. And
that makes like no.
I mean, you say duking it out. Is somebody going to fly to Nigeria and get in a fist fight with Bitcoin Obama?
Creating content it's a competition about who's going to earn transaction fees and interest of the
Okay. Okay, I get that. So the competition will be what? Based on who gets the most amount of likes? Okay, so then what stops somebody from just botting their post and then winning the transaction fees? Yeah, no, Oh, so it's not likes on social media; it's likes on.
No. The voting rights are tied to.
Okay. What? Okay, so as an investor, I buy $1,000 worth of beat. How many voting rights does that give me? How much voting rights does that give me?
Awesome. But the Shimon says no. That is what does everyone agree on?
Okay, so at the beginning, let's say you put in $1,000 and I put in $1,000. Then we both have 50% voting rights, right? Okay, and then let's say we give Bitcoin Obama $1,000, and so he gets. So it's I have 33%, you have 33%, he has 33%, and then. Okay, I think that's unfair to him, but that's all right. Because he's an owner of the coin that you can't sell.
That's it. Now, how many cussing button depending on it? So, just wonders.
There's a limited bias.
Exactly. That's fine. Let him vote for himself.
Why do I need all of these cases? How many cussing button depending on it? So, the emergency.
Okay, so just as a person, okay, I'm in for $1,000, you're in for $1,000, and we get another 8 people in. So there are 10 of us in for $1,000. And it's a competition between Bitcoin Obama and more light to see who can drink more water in 1 minute. In a funnier way. Okay, yeah, okay, whatever. You're not going to drown yourself with 1 minute of water. You could, though. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, who can make the funniest, who can do the most jumping jacks in one minute, or whatever. And then we're just gonna vote. It's push-ups, whatever. Okay, well, let's say More Light does 150 push-ups and Bitcoin Obama does 3 push-ups. Doesn't More Light automatically win? So then, what is my voting right for? Okay, so then there's that. Okay, so then there's that. So then we have a video. Okay, you have 10 seconds to make the person laugh as hard as they can. More Light does a video for 10 seconds. Bitcoin Obama does a video for 10 seconds. And then we vote on it. What value does that create? I mean, but you can get that out.
So this is interesting enough, but I brought it to the point of pieces of this goes.
I'm going to just be honest with you, guys. I've given you about an hour of my time to listen to this, and I don't think it's one of your best ideas. I think you have a few other ideas that are better that you should run with. You should run with the influencer marketplace. You could run with the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. Upcake, yeah. Okay, I mean, then don't put your efforts into too many places. You've got to focus. This idea, frankly, is just a regular NFT that has, in a lot of ways, a lot of unattractive elements of it. When you're just trying to get someone to invest, but you tell them, but you can't sell the coin. But you can sell the NFTs, but then other people can just buy your NFT anyway. So why wouldn't you just do that? You're going to shut people off on that. Additionally, NFTs are... Okay, so exactly. I mean, you don't know how many NFTs are going to be generated. Let's say we've got this Bitcoin Obama versus More Light thing, and I buy all the NFTs that are on the open market, but I don't buy the coin. Does that mean that I can vote in that game?
This is actually interesting discussions we're going to have later on, which is the different forms of ISR combined to form.
Okay, I've got a decent amount of capital.
So the price is let's say which are two
okay, Aiden Ross versus Amaranth.
So the kind of comment that bottom hold. Actually, combine
okay, she's like a huge gamer. She's a huge gamer, bro. Aiden Ross versus Mr. Beast. Okay. Fine. What's stopping one person from coming in and buying all of the NFTs on the open market and having more voting rights than anybody else? And then they just choose the winner. But possible. Well, wait. Then you just liquidate all of the incentive to buy this coin that you can't sell.
Now, why is this interesting? You cannot apply the concept of BITL of nullification.
I don't know what it takes to get started.
Imagine for a moment that you're making a stew, and you saw the recipe says half piece of pasta, and we really add the kind of flavor. So you're a shtickle from everything like a very small shtickle, right? You're like, oh, this is great. I've got 61 pieces of meat. Let me throw in a piece of chazer.
Why would you go with this project and not the greatest cryptocurrency of all time?
I swear to the system, right? 2,000 years.
So this is project actually,
I would say it doesn't work, right? Why doesn't it work? Because there's obviously, again, if you lose track of the piece of crypto, you catch you put it in there, it doesn't work.
Okay, but I mean, there's the whole adage, keep it simple. This one has a lot of complications. It has a lot of unanswered questions. It has a lot of ways to rig the system. It's unattractive. It's an investment. The greatest cryptocurrency of all time, that one's simple. Why wouldn't you take all of the coins in which you've been rugged and buy our coin, and then the coin over time will gain value? That's a pretty simple, hey, I can explain that in 3 sentences. With the other things, it's full of loopholes. It took you 15 minutes to describe it, and we still didn't answer all the questions.
So it must be
but that's a huge assumption. And again, this is just an NFT, and an NFT at the end.
So what's going on over here?
I mean, everything has potential. So I'm not going to say it doesn't have any potential, but to get somebody like that, it would have to be huge money. And so I understand it. It's not going to be someone that big. But even if it's just someone who's moderately famous, that's going to... There's a huge door open for someone to...
People would stay away from it. People would stay away from it. Like the influencers are would stay away from it.
There's a way to enjoy that. And like does networks and there's value. There's going to be incentivized to create different influencers that go
and yet the total
are meant to compete against XYZ. Maybe it doesn't have to be maybe it can be very clever, like whatever to get out of others decide they don't know it.
Fascinating, and therefore, again, because of that,
there's no current
so shadows are going to be different creators
You don't know that. You don't know that. So let's, like, before you say that, before that, it's called ambush podcasting, and that is good. That is a watertight system. If you did that enough, you will become a very famous podcaster. Now, you said something. That's just TikTok. That's just Instagram. People do that all the time. Oh, yes, they do. They get monetized on TikTok. They get monetized on YouTube. They're monetized on Instagram. The more views that they get, the higher they get paid. The more they get paid, the higher their revenue.
ultimately, again, only communicates to one side.
Okay, but let's go back and let's see if this is already an idea. Because you're saying that nobody's done this, and I'm saying we don't know that. So here we go. Yo, dog, is there a cryptocurrency out there that, or an NFT project that basically poses creators against each other, and then the winner gets the transaction fees? Is there anything similar to this?
So to the other side, Sharats, the Torah says that a Sharats communicates to my one Bimos son. Now, what does Bimos son mean?
It's certainly not
I
mean, there are some similar play to earn NFT competitions and art contest competitive platforms. There's one just called NFT Art Contest, where artists submit NFTs, pay a small fee to enter, and voters also pay fees to choose winners. Creators win crypto prizes. I think it's very similar. I mean, what you consider to be viral content. No, it's not. No, it's not. You assume way too many things. And as the adage goes, and I said art contests, bodies. I do. I think a lot of people will. I actually, to be honest with you, I have had people do that. The only time I ever posted a video of me singing in the shower, in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic email telegram, the only person who saw it said, "This is art." And that's how I would describe it as well. I agree, it is art. Art is, the definition of art is anything that someone. All of that is art. If you consider it to be art, that's art. Okay. Again, you come maybe with, I don't know, in the entire time I've known you, maybe 40 ideas. This one is not in the top half. It's not the worst idea ever. There are just so many questions about it. It's basically just an NFT, and it's not very attractive. Why would I? Okay, let me just ask you. It's my NFT or whatever. Like, I'm you. And I say to you, hey, do you want to invest $1,000 into my project? You're going to say, no, I don't have $1,000 to invest right now. And that's a lot of crypto investors right now. Okay, if I even said to you, I have an NFT project, I want you to invest $100 into it. You're going to say no, because I don't have $100 to invest in it right now.
Where's fractional NFT platforms would you only buy $10 or so on
Okay. When's the last time you bought an NFT?
Who really they have to do that. It was a handful with me while I was away.
NFTs, exactly. No, I agree with you. Most people, go ahead. Most people are like you, though. They're usually more than
allow me to give you more, but it's a great sponsorship. That person with all the sponsorship, fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. So I'm going to begin by thanking all of our sponsors. I come to sponsors for touching the way the test we talk about chatting position structures this year, and this is for Am Yisrael. I'm co-responsible for the month of Av. Last name Av. Stephen and Wendy drinks in honor of their parents.
That's just one example.
Doug, I asked a simple question. When's the last time you bought an NFT? Just answer the question. You don't have to give me the timeline. Okay, that's a very... Wait, I'm not saying it does. I'm not saying it does, but I'm saying you're like the average investor out there. Basically, someone who doesn't have a huge amount of capital to be buying NFTs right now. And that's the biggest issue with this. And that's an honest answer that you gave, and that's great. I'm the same. I'm the same way. Go ahead.
Right on top of the before that, it was going to point out, so you're looking at 2, 4, 5 lines from the top. There's a lot of great halakha myself that we have to be serious. I was actually thinking, I think we finish Avodah Zarah next week. Is that
It's way too repetitive.
That's
One of the things forms of NFTs are associated to some real world
so
activity.
I think maybe on Labor Day in the Hashem,
utility just a mismatch.
just for some of these halachas, there's a lot of great halachas, like your halachas that comes out of these cities.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm in agreement with you. You've got to recognize, though, that you're basically at this point selling an NFT in a bearish NFT market. It's not the best time to start this project. Now, Riser, I will give this to you. You're passionate about this. You put some thought into it. So maybe in the future, when we have a bullish NFT market and people are buying NFTs like wild, then it might be the right time. Timing is everything. Timing is everything. Oh, of course it does. Of course it does.
So if it infuses taste, then ultimately it's going to be awesome. If there's no infusion of taste, then it's going to be...
That's true.
Just as it's a market, it doesn't mean it's absolutely zero.
No, I agree with you, but it is going to be a lot more work to get people to buy this NFT or whatever, the coin, to them buy the NFT. It's going to be a lot more work.
Whenever the prohibited item infuses taste, the mixture is prohibited.
We already have winning. You already have a winning idea with the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. You already have a pitch for it. One of the most brave things I've ever heard you say, and honest things I've ever heard anyone say in my entire life, and I mean this in a complimentary sense, is one time I said to you not too long ago that I'm like, you love to start projects, but you're not good at finishing them. And you're like, that's right. Like, but this one I'm going to finish. And for you to have that kind of honesty and knowledge about yourself is incredibly deep. And if I were to say to you, oh, right, so this is the best project I've ever heard about, like I did with the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, and we worked on a pitch, and you started to actually promote that one, and then it's gone. And then it's like, oh, well, there's no launch date for it. And then you moved on. And it's like, look, I'm telling you, if you were to pitch this to two different groups of people, you say, look, there's one coin where we basically use the collective power of all the rug pulls and combine those into one coin. That's the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. Versus, hey, this is an NFT project where we are going to have a competition, and the way that you choose a winner of the competition is by voting, and you can't sell the token. The former idea is much stronger. It's easier to understand, and that at the end of the day, it's about making money. And the first one, that gives me an avenue to make money. The second one is about entertainment, and the entertainment value is low. And at the end of the day, because if I'm watching Bitcoin Obama do push-ups against more light, both of those are pretty lame to me. And okay, I agree, but even like that's just not attractive to me. Like, what is an attractive competition to me? The Olympics, and even though it's barely anybody watches, at least the Winter Olympics. I mean, I know globally it can have a different effect, but people are busy, and not saying that this idea.
Leveraging the networks of creators.
And that's
like the podcast, the ambushing podcast, that gives it the explosive growth. Podcast in general is leveraging creators' networks, and this is an avenue to do just that. That's the only reason why I think it's worth.
Okay, let me ask you this. With the Ambush podcast, if I were to say to you, Riser, you're going to spend 8 hours a day, every single day, from now until this time next year, 365 days, you're going to do 3 podcasts with people, every single 3 individual podcasts. The way that you're going to find those individuals is by randomly surprising them in their live streams and asking them if they want to. Not everybody's going to want to do it, but a lot, like more than 50% will. That way, I feel like you're leveraging a huge audience, huge audiences, and that has stability. Basically, people will listen and watch your old episodes. Like you've said, you've used the phrase, it's evergreen. And I agree with that. If you were to want to make money at the end of 1 year, you're going to be able to get some sponsorships with that, because people are going to want to be on your podcast. There's going to be some demand for it. So that's that idea.
What's the status? No sync time, no sync time. It's a beneficial two things you remember. No sync time, the schlag means beneficial.
If you put in the same way, if you put 8 hours for the next 365 days into the competition NFT, you will run out of people to pitch this to. You pitch it to everybody on Twitter. Everybody will know about it. Okay. Like, where else are you going to pitch it? At least with Ambush Podcasting, you can always go to a new person's stream and ask them if they want to participate in this. If they choose no, that's fine. But if they choose yes, then you're going to get an hour of content, or more or less, whatever, and you're going to be able to leverage their audience into your network.
When do we say there's no symptoms? When do we say the definition of bigger split lentils is
exactly, and that's what I'm saying. You interview them.
Only when it's like a hot lentils. Not for the soul for you. About not the soul for you. But if it felt like it was hot, and you subsequently that is the equivalent ultimately of a mixture. The first part is beneficial, and then only subsequently became detrimental. What the Gemara is highlighting here is as follows. This is going to be very important.
Okay. At the end of the day, to me, it's about the data. Data is Earth's #1 resource, and you're creating a lot more data if you did 1,000 podcasts in the next year versus 1 or 2 big posts of different creators.
Beneficial, detrimental. So therefore, here's the public case of this. The vinegar
Like
falls
people-
into the cold
Yeah,
grease,
market is very
right? And then you
saturated.
heat up the
Wait,
mixture.
Wait,
So
but
what's
that's
interesting about this?
true. But nobody's doing this. This is something that's unique.
It's good because everyone knows there's nothing better than vinegar and cold grease. It's delicious, right?
Everybody's podcast
good.
is, hey,
So
let's
that-
sit down
but
and let's
now,
talk about something at a given time. This one's a surprise. The element of surprise is the exciting part of it.
At the moment the mixture is created, or when the mixture is finished, and the answer is
I mean,
at the time
it's interesting.
was
I'm glad that we can have these
so you must say, hey, that's what we need. So what's this to be? We call it also shkalayim. Apparently, if you ever went to Tzipori, just in the Torah now, what did they serve the Torah now in Tzipori? So there was no charcuterie, right? There was no fish board, there was no challenge. What did they have? They had greasing and vinegar. That was it. I don't know if you want to try it. You don't have to tell you try it. Right? I'm sorry. There are no sponsors, right? That's why there was no sponsors to throw out. So that was the last week they had it in Tzipori. So they had this mixture of greasing and vinegar. And interestingly enough, they called it shkalayim. Now shkalayim is literally cress. So I guess the taste of greasing with vinegar and shkalayim and cress is the same thing. So we used to call it fish cress. Okay, life now learning on the scales. The amount of to show you, by the way,
content,
this is actually considered to be a good food item. With surface. So from here you see the mixture of vinegar and greasing ultimately again is beneficial.
Okay,
But
let's take a podcast like the Joe Rogan Experience, which has become perhaps the first billion-dollar podcast. That's the market that I think Ambush podcasting has. It's $1 billion idea. Uptake is
No one's going to watch this for more than 10 seconds.
He's really not that entertaining. He's pretty boring and people don't think he's funny. He's just consistent. The reason why he has been able to build that podcast into $1 billion entity is because he's consistent. He puts out 3 of them every single week. I don't care if it's a holiday week. I don't care if he's sick. He's got some backlogged ones. That is why it's his.
You take dry vinegar and you mix it with hot grease.
His consistency is the thing that makes that. 60 Minutes puts out interesting content, but it doesn't put out as much. I mean, but it's very consistent as well. I think the key to his success is his consistency. The same, I would say, is Kill Tony. It's not that he gets the funniest people on there, or that he's hilarious, or that Red Band's hilarious. It's the fact that every Monday night. That's true. Wait, that's true. And in the same way that nobody knew about Kill Tony in their first 8 years, and it didn't grow that much, that's the same with mine. But when people find out about mine, and they can go to my backlog, it's the biggest event in global history. Just like Kill Tony has become the largest live podcast in global history, and just like the Joe Rogan Experience has become the largest podcast in global history. It takes time. But once people find out about it,
the mixture is fine. What's the problem? The problem is it's not really edible, but because there's not enough salt.
Okay.
There's not enough other additives.
I mean, we shouldn't even be comparing these. They're separate ideas. I think Beat Bitcoin Obama is $1 million idea. If it were done perfectly, I still think it's too easy to rig. Ambush podcasting is its own industry. That's $1 billion idea. And Upcake is $1 trillion idea. So that's kind of the separation here. But, $1 million idea is not a bad idea. But let me ask you this.
There's not enough salt. There's not enough pepper. There's not enough ingredients. Which says that does not.
Look, even the biggest
So this is fascinating. We'll say it is.
NFT ever
There's an ultimate version of this. I'm going to show you
is
an opposite version of this.
not worth $1 billion today.
When we decide whether or not a taste confusion is positive or negative, we simply look at the final dish
Okay,
right now.
we'll look.
That's just basically celebrities.
If it is, then it's with schwach. If it's not, then it's with God. And even if the reason why you
Okay,
should
so,
is because of what?
Arguably,
Ultimately,
maybe it's about $2 billion. And that's not chump change. That's serious. But that's the biggest one in history.
Right, of the chometz into cold grease. Right, chometz, which everyone agrees, just in a vacuum.
Most NFTs, 99.9% of NFTs, are worth 1% of their original value.
Doesn't have enough salt. So it's not
what makes
an edible dish because it doesn't have salt, it doesn't have pepper, it does whatever.
Wait, a token that you can't sell. And actually, most of them are backed by a token. So you can't say that. You would say, okay. I may have to backtrack and say a huge amount of them are backed by tokens. This isn't like groundbreaking. Okay, a very small percentage. Okay, if you want to say that, that's fine. But it's not like it's the most unique idea ever. What you're saying that gives it a unique aspect is the competition aspect. And
so fascinatingly enough,
that to me is not that attractive. I know it could be, but that takes a lot of work and a lot of funding to make that work. Like basically, if I understand, let's just take this in 60 seconds, how you would promote this. You'd say, hey, everybody on Twitter Spaces, I have an NFT project. It's essentially a coin that can't be sold, but you can use it as, you can use the coin as a vector to buy different NFTs. And these NFTs value are going to be increased by the fact that we're going to give some of the transaction fees to creators in competitions. And then the way that the benefits of this project and investing is that you get a voting share in the different competitions, and that's basically it, right?
First off, it's Baltimore. Anything you do is right? So it's a fascinating shayla. So do we look?
Okay, but then we still didn't hash out why can't I just buy the NFT?
It's going to be no same time with gum. Or no, we look at the mixture.
Or why shouldn't I? I know I can. Slightly higher. That's not a big deal.
Good mixture, bad mixture, and that determines all things status.
No, but I mean, I basically have.
So which one ultimately?
Okay, we'll look it up.
You go
to ChatGPT and you ask it, hey, I've got an NFT that has its value based on a cryptocurrency that you can't sell. Purchasing the cryptocurrency gives you voting rights. What incentive do I have to an investor to buy the cryptocurrency if they could just buy the NFT on the open market?
The answer to that is the voting rights part.
Of what we call actually a separate halacha. If you have an extra a mixture is such that when you consume it, you would end up consuming a kizayis.
Oh, well, if the voting rights are transferable, then there's no reason to buy the cryptocurrency.
I let's say achilas pras means what? a half
Here,
a
we're
loaf.
gonna find out the answer.
So if you would eat, if when you eat a mixture, in the amount of time that it would take you to eat the half a loaf, if you end up consuming a kazayis of prohibited matter, then ultimately, again, that is us. Now, there's a lot involved in this halacha. Take a quick look at that. It's the last question in the daf. Kol shetama u'mamasha lokin alav zeh zeh zeh. That can go in zeh. Shir kazayis b'yachilas kras. Halacha Moshe Nissim. So it says halacha Moshe Nissim. It says shir shir kras shal kras. So we need to see the amount of a half a loaf of a particular cooked item. Kizayis I'll give you an example. Let's say, for example, you had just an example of this. You had, I don't know, this. Especially museums. No. So let's say you have shuma, you have fat, prohibited fat, right? Or chalev, I guess you call it, right? That gets mixed in with porridge. I don't know, the ingredients do not sound appetizing at all, right? But when I saw, but you're hungry, right? You're a bacher, right? So what happens? So you have the prohibited item, the chalev, that gets mixed in with porridge. So now the chalev itself, the fat itself, is actually extant. It's in existence, and it's mixed in with the porridge.
Fine tuning of it, but it worked all night. I have 4 of them, 3 of which I think will be viable. The other one I don't think is viable because it's like an old phone that just automatically shuts down background tasks after like a given amount of time. But of the other 3 that I have, they are one of them has been working like exceptionally well, and it uploads something like every 9 minutes. And I'll tell you right now, the last upload was 1 minute ago, then 8 minutes ago, then 15 minutes ago. So basically every 7 minutes, which is excellent. And then the other 2 I know are going to be slower. I'm okay with that though. And they're, I'll give you some information on it right now. One of them I might have to fix, and the other one's still working. So two out of 3 of them are working. One of them is working extremely well. So the answer is, do they work, or do you like them? How are they going? I would say that's successful. The fact that one of them works, you know, given enough time, it'll create tens of thousands of videos, which I think is baller. Now you may say, what value does that bring? I could care less about the value. It's the fact that it's the art. Basically, these are mini music videos live put to music, which I think is very cool. And while that may not seem cool right now, in the future will be seen as groundbreaking and extremely interesting. People will like take aspects of my life when they could. I mean, if I marketed it that way, yeah. And then they would all be unique NFTs. It'd basically be like a, usually, it most certainly is. It's 60, that is exactly correct. It's a 60-second unique video with an amazing song over it.
So again, so for example, if you were to leave the Kizayis, let's say again, within 6 minutes, even though again you're taking your time with that Kizayis Chazer, right? Halacha myself, that is considered to be one act of Achila and reliability. But for example, if you were to eat a Kizayis Chazer over 20 minutes, everyone will agree that obviously possible, but you're not getting nauseous from that. Because why? What's the logic behind that? Because since you're spending it over such a long amount of time, that act of eating does not go ahead and essentially count as one cohesive act of consumption. Okay, so kol shetama masha, so zeh k'dat achilas kras. We'll say on the base, kamo v'lo mamasho, also they lokin alok. Now, interestingly enough, what happens if you have a mixture? And what happens? All you have is flavor but you have no actual substance of Isser. Now, what's that case? You get Rashi. כגון חלב שנפל לקדירה או חלב שנפל ממוח שאין ממשו בהם. So let's say, for example, you have a piece of chalev. Chalev is forbidden fat. So your chalev falls into your chicken soup. So what's going to happen when the chalev falls into your kosher chicken? So what's going to happen? It dissolves. So now what you could have is you could have tam, you could have fleek, but there is actual no substance. What's the halacha? Aser, that is aser. They lokin Allah. Ultimately, you don't get malchus for that. Then riba tam lifgam mutter. But ultimately, it's very interesting. Now, in riba tam lifgam. Now, if halakha l'maisa again, the additional infusion, for example, let's say the chalev or something else, provide it is a negative taste infusion. Ultimately, again, it is mutter. It is mutter. Rashi says. Hariba kula masha she'afa isha nifka machmas teva acher. In whole is a rabbi says sabagam mutter. It's interesting enough. Rabbi says the lush is very interesting. But if let's say again the prohibited item falls in, and the prohibited item provides a negative taste infusion to the mixture, then ultimately the resulting mixture is going to be mutter. Mercy, 1 second. The lema in nosan tam nifka mutter. Why do you say the riba? The riba means if it adds a negative taste infusion. Why don't you just say, if it provides negative taste infusion, then the resulting mixture is mutter. So we'll say, watch this. Hakamash Malon, the afagab the ika mila achranesa, the pagma bahade, because it teaches us that even if the resulting negative flavor is the result of other factors. Now, when can resulting negative flavor, when can resulting negative flavor be the result of other factors? When no seasoning, no additives, that's still called no sentam nifgam, the hilchasa kilishna basra d'reish. This is ridiculously exciting. Right, so once you say, watch this, what does that show? The halacha follows the second version of Reish Lakish. What was the second version of Reish Lakish? The boss said, when you have a mixture, how do you judge? Is it no say tam with gam or not? Is it a negative taste infusion or not a negative taste infusion? What is that based on? That is based on the totality of the resulting mixture. So, at the end of the day, does this mixture taste good or taste bad? If the answer is bad, even if the reason it's bad is why? Why? No one put in the seasoning. No one put in the seasoning. So Lamaisa again, but you will say, is if I want to think about seasoning and it's linked with the primary ingredients, it doesn't make a difference. We judge the mixture based on what it is right in front of us now. And if at the end of the day the resulting mixture is not objectively good, then ultimately again it's mutter. Even if the reason it's not good is because you don't have the seasoning in it, that is still called no sin kam with gam, like the second version of Reish Lakish. They will say, brother, and that it's a fascinating result, because essentially, which also makes a lot of sense. What the halacha is essentially saying is, when you look at the mixture, how do we judge it? How do we judge it? What's in front of you right now? We can't start with cheshbonis. Well, if it did have enough salt, it would be good. If it had a little less pepper, it would be good. No. Right now, here's the mixture. It's right in front of us. Look at what it is, and ultimately, again, judge it based on what it is. Now, both saying, and there's a tremendous Mr. Haskell on this. In life, you have
Riser,
to
are you still looking up an answer?
circumstances you have in front of you.
Yeah, do you want to get
how often do we go through life and think to ourselves, if only my life was like this, right? If only I had more money, less money, more stuff, less stuff. I had better health, I had this, I had a better shalom bias, I had better. Right?
And if it was so garbage, why did you have to look it up?
How much more I would accomplish? We'll say, you're right, maybe. But it doesn't matter. That's not how life works. At the end of the day, the way life works is take the circumstance you have in front of you and go with it.
What's the answer? Go ahead.
Look at the mixture. Don't tell me more salt, less salt, more additives. What is it right now? Take the mixture you got and decide. Is it not saying time was gone? Is it not saying in life? Take the mixture you got, take the life you got, take the circumstances you have. don't spend your time wondering what if, or what should have, or what should have. Take the mixture you have and ultimately maximize it. Take the right mixture you have and utilize it to accomplish great things. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Said Gima. From all of them we can learn. We'll see how much time. I will say, Columbus says, here's the good news. Bottom line is it seems to be everyone agrees with the principle that no sin come with God is mutter. Like, whenever you use that, that in the gets mixed in with the tomato, the resulting mixture ultimately again is right. And again, the taste confusion is detrimental. The detrimental taste confusion, everyone agrees that the resulting mixture is mutter. I don't know why. So Bishop and Rabbi Messiah. So interesting enough, Rabbi says you're right. You guys all the conditions you're seeing right now. Just interestingly enough, Elegant Shlokish Omru Ka'ama. So if you notice by the way, when Shlokish is Omru, they said, which means interestingly enough, Lelos Shlokish is not espousing his policy, rather than Shlokish is quoting his laws. Now that's interesting. Why is it interesting? Mechlal Bi'ika Lamanda Mosing HaMafgam Osir. Yes, he is. Mechlal Bi'ika Lamanda Mosing HaMafgam Isser. Here's the Gemara says. So what makes it sound like is that maybe there isn't a opinion that holds that Mosing HaMafgam is Osir. Right up until now, we've been operating with the principle that everyone agrees Mosing HaMafgam is mutter. That's whatever ultimately again the taste confusion has a negative effect. The resulting mixture is going to be mutter. The fact that a Shlokish espouses his own opinion of others leads him to say it's not his opinion, it's not his opinion. And if their opinion that holds no sin having with God is awesome, then you have a mixture, and the resulting taste confusion is detrimental, that the mixture is still going to be awesome because you as his opinion. Amazing. There's one tomorrow. People will watch this. He's got enough. Because by the time you after notes and on the film, after notes and on the song, awesome. Figure Rabbi Meir. Wow. It's what puts it right so. Rabbi Meir says, when you have a mixture of a prohibited item and limited item, whether the prohibited item is a positive taste confusion or a negative taste confusion, the resulting mixture is awesome. Wow. Wow. That's right there. The Shimon says no. It's awesome. Hashem says, if it's beneficial, it's also, but the resulting confusion is detrimental, and ultimately, again, it is going to be a muster. Okay, so let's analyze this. So let's check. Maybe that's also extreme. Right now, so let's say, so first of all, this is my fault, right? Because this totally jacks us. My life is just been turned upside down. Because my whole life is in the last 20 years, right? My whole life, last 20 years, I assume that everyone agrees no single term with God is mutter. That if it is a negative taste confusion, I'm going to stop trying to it's a negative taste confusion, no single term with God is always going to be mutter. They say, no single term ultimately again is going to so for instance, really, anytime you have a mixture of something limited and something familiar, the resulting mixture is going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Right here, positive taste, negative taste, it's going to be awesome. Try to be awesome. Right there, read just like that. Like that, we got more. It's very interesting. You do it all the way. So it's very interesting. That remember, all of the laws of conscious, or essentially like the laws of taste confusions, exactly.
Exactly. That's the exact question. Exactly what I was going to ask.
So that's what the Torah gives us the laws of conscious. And when the Jews got the pots of meat, they had to kasher the pots. Now, why do you have to kasher the pots?
That's a good point.
Why is that necessary? My answer is why? Because there's taste confusion. Right? Because again, there's brios, there's absorptions. So ultimately, again, all of the laws of kashrus, as we know it, many of Rashi's and all the laws of kashrus, right, are learned out ultimately again from the media. So this is very interesting. So Meir says like this: "You all your kavagim, love and no say love of gamble, va'asrak mano." How can I emotional? Sebastian is very interesting. You know, just got the hands they had absorptions. What was the status of those absorptions? What size absorptions? There was kind of also, there was any positive absorptions over there. And I asked anything else. What was the concern? The concern is that Jews will take the $500,000. He's going to make his child. What's going to happen? Like the Midianites made a census. What he's on track, like he's taking out the wheels, the absorptions. There's nothing in there that's going to be beneficial to the food. It's going to be detrimental. Yet you see that the Torah still went ahead and permitted it. From here you see that even no same Tam Gam is going to be also. How can I know that really got some of the what already should have said that? Is he got? They're going to be no also Torah Ella, Kizia, Basloma, the Lord of Gam. So it's interesting, no, you're right. So should we say to this? When Moshe Rabbeinu commanded the Jews to go ahead and transfer the Midianites, which were used within the last 24 hours. So much like the halacha is like this. The general assumption is when you use a positive process, there are absorptions in it. Those absorptions only remain active and beneficial for 24 hours. After 24 hours, the assumption is the absorptions are there, but they're dormant and detrimental. So therefore, interesting enough, I'm Shimon would say, no,
okay, well, I know you think that was like checkmate against my argument. It actually reinforces my argument that in a poor NFT market, people will just buy the NFT, and it could actually be cheaper on the NFT market. So it's going to be 50-50.
Is that they are always
if it's growing, but there's a 50% chance that it'll be growing and a 50% chance that it won't be, and so that means there's also a 50% chance that it won't be more expensive. It will be less expensive to buy it on the open market. So again, as that AI
and you want to go ahead and put cheese on that.
That's true.
Again,
I'll give you that.
Regular pasta.
Right now, though,
no
the chances are that it would be shrinking than growing, just based on the NFT market. I know this is unique. I get it. Hey, if you want to do it, I'm not going to stop you. I just think that you have better ideas on your plate, and I would not invest in this one. And for those reasons, I'm out.
So are you allowed to eat? The cheese. So what's the answer? So again, it depends. Was the package within the last 24 hours for fresh or not? If it was used last 24 hours, you shouldn't
I always love to hear your ideas, and I think you have some winners. And again, like I said, if the 40 ideas you've maybe brought to me in our friendship, this would be maybe in the middle to the back. And something like the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, it's towards the front. Something like Bear Scare.
No, the University of Vancouver is like top 5, without a doubt. We could market the shit out of that one to just kids in China. Hey kids, want to be Canadian? Come here.
Where does he get that from? You already know that the fact that ultimately
you can work that out.
All
right. So are you going to run with this one, or are you going to sit on it and then just let it
dormant or even
Fizzle out.
detrimental absorptions, nevertheless, so again, they were still there, and yet you see the Torah still cares about it. No, Moshe was concerned about the path that were used in the last 24 hours.
I don't understand why you wouldn't. I mean, look, you do your own thing, but I don't understand why you wouldn't be promoting this thing 8 hours a day if you were really serious about it.
So what's like the pasuk says, you're not allowed to eat a nevela. What's a nevela? Nevela is any animal.
I don't mean to. This is not an insulting question. This is an honest question. Have you ever had a 40-hour-a-week job?
But what can you do? You can get hana from it. That's not a problem.
Okay, so you recognize that, like, the consistency that you have to come in with 40 hours, 8 hours a day to promote something. And that's what developers do. And that's what marketers do. The 3 hours a week marketing that you do with some of these projects is insufficient. It doesn't mean that it's not a good project, though. The greatest cryptocurrency of all time, if you notice, my reaction to that one, it needed some tweaking, and just the marketing of it was much different than this one. And I'm saying that under the right conditions.
Therefore, if you have a mixture and there's no silicon scum, which means it's not really fit for consumption. If it's not fit for consumption, then what? Then it's mutter. Only a flavor which is fit for consumption is also. If it's not fit for consumption, it's not kumavela. If it's not kumavela, then technically speaking, it's mutter. Therefore, the Shimi says, no silicon scum. Anytime there's a detrimental taste confusion, ultimately it's going to be mutter. But the mayor will say no. The mayor says, no, not true. Not true. The mayor says, that comes to go in.
I want to talk about that mural career in a moment, but what are the other two projects that you're doing?
Let's say you have an animal that is like I don't know, like a sick animal. So a sick animal. Not like sick, like really good. Like sick, like sick. Covered with mucus areas, covered boils that you wouldn't touch it. So ultimately, what Meir says, that type of animal, by definition, is not talking about shooting. Sucha meikira, no sucha meita, after the almond. But again, the shooting says an animal like that, sucha meikira, that's covered with boils, ready for boils a lot, you wouldn't touch it. Ultimately, there's not need to be excluded. Why? Because that's considered to be just like dirt. That's considered to be like dust. And it does not need the exclusionary hustle. Say that what's expected for today, but just understand what we end up with. It's really dramatic. So again, we have to see what is out passing, but now we end up saying we exactly tremendous amount of this time. So ultimately, again, we have Rabbi Meir saying that even no sin down is going to be answered. He bases it on the biblical source of ultimately what the Midah, that the kasher of the utensils, even of the absorptions themselves, were detrimental. But say no sin come with gum is going to be.
But not balls to the walls. Because if you're balls to the walls, you're focused on one. So you're in three different ways. But I get that. The mural aspect. Do you know there's a guy who has an NFT project? He's going for 7 Guinness World Records. So here's a breakdown. It's like 5,000 square feet. It's the largest NFT mural. So basically, what he does is he goes into different Twitter spaces and promotes himself. And he says, "Look, if you want to get on our wall, we have a warehouse that we're painting, and if you want to be on this wall, this mural, it's a 5,000 square foot canvas. You can get on it for X amount of money." Have you heard about this guy's project?
One sponsor is Dr. Edward Wolf, information of the art site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Bennett.
Oh, I mentioned it already. Okay, apologies. I do know, though, that he's got some pretty big influencers who are Oh, he's following me. So let me see if I can find it.
Our hope is to be successful. The whole, I'm not saying you did. We'll see the best. Let us begin with a really, really incredible Gemara
I
ahead of
bet
us
I could
today.
just find it in
We
NFT.
are up to today's daf. Today's daf is Sanchei 65, and we are picking up in Yetzer Hashem right at the bottom of Sanchei on this 64b, literally the last line of the Gemara, 5 words from the end of
5,000
the
square
Yehuda.
I know where it is. It's going to be.
Top of Sanchei, La'aviderna v'yom Yehuda. It's an interesting case. Yehuda sent a gift.
He says
He sent a
it's in
gift
Madison,
to this
Wisconsin.
guy, Avidarna. It actually turns out
But he doesn't want to give the actual location.
He sent him a
He just
gift
gave the city.
on the day of
Okay,
the
let's see
idolatrous
here.
Yom.
NFT
Okay, so
warehouse.
Gemara says now, obviously, we'll say this is a whole Zara 101, right? This is literally again right back to the beginning of the Sefta, that you're not really supposed to do anything, not give a gift, not transact business, not really do anything with an akum on their Yom Tiv, and a fear that this will cause them to go ahead and give thanks to their idol. Yet here, Yehuda is sending a gift to this guy, Avidarna, this akum, on his holiday. Omar, so he said it's not a problem. I know that he's not an idol worshiper. In other words, he's not Jewish. He's Gentile, but I have to recognize
You
that
know what?
because he's not an akum, therefore there's no problem.
There's this.
Sent
Okay,
him
her name
a
is
gift
Barbie.
on
I'll
his
be able to find it in
this
her shop.
idolatrous site. Omer Yosef, Tanya, Izudir, Toshav, Kosha, Kiva, Love, Bifnei, Gimov, David, Shalav, hearkening back to yesterday's daf, you saw, what's with a three focus about what the definition of the Ger Toshav is. And ultimately, again, Rabbi Meir
Okay, I
said
found it.
that in order for a person to be a Ger Toshav, they have to kind of repudiate idolatry in front of a Beis Din. So again, what the real Sefer is releasing is this guy Avidarna is the new. He didn't do this.
And it has a video of the warehouse. And it's really nice. Like a really nice canvas. Okay, so if you want to find it,
what does it need to be an official Ger?
the guy, okay, he is at Drake, DRAKE underscore Coco, KOKO 62874.
That the community is obligated to look out for him, that the community is obligated to, keep him stuck, take care of him in his time of need. That's someone who ultimately, again, repudiated idolatry in front.
I understand if you need me to repeat it. DRAKE, yeah, Drake underscore Coco, KOKO
So therefore, again,
62874. Drake underscore Coco 62874. Did you find him? All right.
Now, if you want to know, like, what his, I would go to his videos, and he has videos of him doing the mural.
It's considered to be like a card. So essentially, it's considered as if he's relapsed his idolatry. So this is very interesting, right? Because what does that mean? The trajectory of a Ger Toshav is automatically to conversion. Like, that's not what we saw before. A Ger Toshav is a Gentile, right? It's righteous Gentile. Like, who says the trajectory of conversion? Hold up.
I mean, that's not a question for me. That's a question for me. But I would say that it's like a world record, the largest mural, NFT mural in history. So that's valuable.
Within a year, he's not doomed. And if he's not doomed, if the chances are that he relapsed to his previous idolatrous. So really, first of all, just I really found this that if you commit to do something and you don't do it, this happens to us all the time, right?
I mean, you're someone who likes murals and is a muralist. Is this something that you could do? No. I'm asking you. I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. I'm asking, is this something that you could do? Basically, you just hang up a big cart and then sell NFTs to be on it, and then you could travel with that in your van.
He doesn't conclude from 12 months. Again, really on circumstances beyond his control. Chances are he's not committed. If he's not committed, chances are he's relapsing to his previous incredible. So therefore, what's like, for the mindset, what you see here is that the was able to
Okay, I mean,
okay, next one. Lava until they put one of the Shisha. So this one, Lava gave a gift to this guy Barshisha. Barshisha is also an again, you may say, Yomi does. You get it, he sent this to everyone young. How can you send a gift to you gotta be able to know other Bible. So I was like, I know Barshisha, he doesn't worship idolatry. So he doesn't worship idolatry. It's not a problem to me to go and give him gifts. What's incredible? So that seems to be the same as a previous one. Listen to that story. Also,
Okay, I mean that's what they are. They're just digital artwork.
Rabban then went to pay a visit to the fountain covered up to his neck in rose petals with unclothed harlots standing at the door. So Rabban walks in, he sees all of this going on. Shishak says to Amalei, Isli Huki Agavna. The Alma Dawson, Shishak says, he says to God, I know you just have a lot to come. Do you have anything like this? Again, covered up to his neck in rose petals, surrounded by unclothed garments. All the physical pleasure that one can possibly experience. Do you have anything like this? He says to Rabba. And really, you don't have to what we have is even better than what is it? Come away. Same Ivy Hava. So Barshisha said, come on.
All right, have we talked about this? There was a website, I think it's still a website, called the $1 Million website with advertising. Let me look it up.
As much as you're enjoying all this pleasure, you still live with fear of
so I want you to imagine, it's called the $1 Million homepage. Go to $1,000,000homepage.com.
Do not have fear of the king. I will say, now this is very interesting. So, what does this mean? So, it could very well be that what Rabbi is saying about Shisha is like this. In this world, every person is in fear of something. I say, in Barshisha, you're powerful, you're rich, you have all this stuff, you live in fear of the king. You just need to, in the world to come, we don't have to fear him.
$1,000,000homepage.com.
But I think on a deeper level, I think the Rabbi is also highlighting is that in Olam Haba, maybe there's not Yiras Hashem, there's only Adas Hashem. In this world,
so this guy made $1 million by just selling ad space on a website way back in the day. And I imagine if you made, imagine this. You basically, that guy has tarps. You spray paint on tarps, and you make it so that they could all be put together if you wanted to in one location, and it would look like this. I mean, some people call it an eyesore, other people would call it art. This guy made $1 million doing this.
There's love between the Shabbos and there's love between us and you as a function of this. But Ava, ultimately, again, so he says to the Shabbos, all these pleasures that you have, there are things that you fear. In our words, in our own Haba,
well, it
would
integrate your idea of being able to make,
I'm not afraid of the king. But what do I have to fear from the king?
Like basically monetizing your murals. Exactly. That's exactly right. Well, I wouldn't call it that, but yeah, exactly. Just connect them all together. I think it's beautiful.
Literally, again, the eye which wants to see evil.
Like I'm looking at it and I'm like, this is art. Like I like to look at it. It's almost like Where's Waldo? And I'm looking and I'm trying to see like what businesses are still in business. And like if you did the same thing with just NFTs or just any kind of company, but you did it on canvas. I think that you could make money being a muralist.
Shisha represented a paradigmatic example of human mysticism, a life that is just all about the consumption all about the experience of touch, right? The most words, the hugs, represent, digest all the vices and all the desires and all the lusts that one could simply indulge in this world. See, he says to love, look, come on, nothing gets better than this. And Rubber says, there is something that's better than this. And he goes on to explain it. And I think deep down, Shisha is I hate you. I hate you.
I agree.
Why do I hate you, Rubber? Because if you're right, then I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, and so much of my life has been an exercise of futility. And I've been spending so much time trying to find fulfillment in all the wrong ways. And Krishna Barshisha covers this resentment towards you. We can't both be right. We can't both be right. So if you're right, then I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, what does that say about me?
Some of the best guys are this tremendous sense of GTV
So he was the eye who looked disparagingly, not even realizing it. Right? Sometimes there's so many things that swirl around our subconscious. But at the end of the day,
Okay.
fully recognized.
Well, it's something that I wanted you to see because I think it's related to the girls, and I wanted you to see that other guy, and I want you to be successful in all your endeavors, including beat. And I think that beat has potential. It's just you have other ideas that I think have more potential. But really, with enough time, Riser, and you watch, if I go viral, like I know that's a big if, but somebody's going to run with that idea, and it's going to be a huge competition in influencers, and it'll be like, oh, why didn't you think that was a good idea then? And I'm just saying, I don't think it's the right idea right now. You need to have some backing, some financial backing to make that project work. But maybe in the future, how are people gonna find out about this token?
And people don't fall in line with them. Like, hey, do what you want to do. I'm absolutely assured.
Okay, how do you get influencers to talk about it? You have to pay them.
Right. It's often people who are insecure with who they are, what they are, how they are living.
Yeah, but they're gonna say, I need some money up front. I'm not just gonna do this out of the goodness of my own heart.
Insecure people get along with insecure people ultimately get along with almost
okay.
Deep down Barshisha had this
Let's say
tremendous they might not even consciously aware. And ultimately, again, they leveled this curse. They didn't even realize that they were in that curse. I'm not talking. The puppy said, the story's not over. The puppy says,
like the old adage, it takes money to make money. So you got this idea right now. What's stopping you from getting it to work? That's what's stopping you from getting it to work.
So this is also a reference ultimately again to right? But at the end of the we're surrounded by land.
I would say it's investment. You need people to buy into this, whether it's the influencers or individual investors. In the way that you get people to do that is through telling people about it, marketing it. And
so literally again, so the eye has not seen what the winter comes except for you and Aisha. No one has seen ultimately what he will do in the for those who wait for for those who are willing to wait, ultimately again they will see the
okay, another question that arises: what stops somebody else from just doing what you're doing just better?
You think we have a great over here with Russ and others? Oh, all of them
they market it better. So you start with Bitcoin Obama and More Light, and they start with Aiden Ross and Mr. Beast. Yeah, basically, they see that your idea it has a way to be successful. They just do it really big.
Because some of these other versions of it goes ahead and pushes, right? It stirs me to I'm not content with what I'm doing. It's good to be patient, but you have to be patient.
That you are. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I can. So,
Right, every single one of their posts, like, hey, these guys are just massive copycats trying to do
something else. To just
that ain't cool.
Real H's garage. And of course, exactly what I do, yes, it's a range to transport someone else. Ultimately, the range is multiplied. So I'm going to call it. I'm going to be innovation. From the mission, I'm saying it can't happen, and it happens all the time. Giant companies completely just rip off other people. I think so in other words, I understand the following case. If you were to tell me, let's say, Apple hired me for $100 a day.
What you have though is not anything that isn't pretty easily replicated and done much better by a larger organization.
But from the Mishnah makes it sound like even if you ask me to do
can we agree on that?
I mean,
there's nothing for pride.
I still guess all the hires a bunch and after work is over, so say it's towards the evening, and after work is over, he asks them to go ahead and leave some INS the wage is more time. Like sure, my wages from the permitted days, so it's just like an hour time of the uses an error in fully overload. Now the reason this works is because on the other is after my work days, actually affecting the wage. But some factors, yes, that it was during my work day, that it was the usher, and the buying the umbrella is so if I says you're right, you're correct.
Yeah, it is a risk. I mean, that's why I said like it's important to have capital behind this.
From the regular sleeper. And then at the end of the day, now he's asking
if you could show that it works, somebody's just going to do it and exactly squash you like the cockroach that you are.
So
I mean, if they're doing that,
right? But why would they look at Obama? Bitcoin Obama more light when they could look at Eden Ross and Mr. Beast.
I cannot keep that. If on the other hand, it tells you ultimately again, how do you publish dark? I'm sorry, because how do you make a and ultimately It, one case is where it tells me move 100 barrels for 100 kudos. And one is where it tells me move each barrel for a
less
kudo.
than 100,000.
So where again I'm getting pink purple barriers. Then I'm also messing again each barrel is individualized. Again I'm getting a
Less than
2,000 barrels.
100,000.
Then I'm also messing can't keep the wages ultimately again from the IUS.
The
So
second
again, there's a
you
general
start
range
getting
for a general
traction
job.
enough
And
to
I'm up for
attract
myself,
six-figure
those wages
followers,
ultimately again.
then you have enough momentum to keep snowballing it. And sure, maybe people will knock you off, but at that point, people, like I said, know
so
I
again,
mean, there are people who created soda drinks before Coca-Cola, but nobody knows about any of them.
If he says to me,
it's
$100 for
it's possible to get ripped off. I mean, I know that, but like I guess like network effects are harder to rip off. One harder to rip off is just
and then the scar ultimately again is going to be awesome. Very interesting. Okay, so
All right, well, I wish you the best with it. And if you need anybody else to talk to about it, let me know.
Right? Again, if it's a lot of fires, and he says to me, move 100 barrels for
You want to know what's going to happen with this bad boy?
and ultimately, again, it turns out that 100 barrels is the INSF, Stano Oscar. The wages are since to get a miscase, and then you get it with 100 kilos after I move 100 barrels.
Yeah,
it
will be, but not for you in the next, maybe 3 years or so. You're going to sit on it like you sit on all the other ideas. You're going to lose your momentum for it. But then once this blows up, then people will see that hey, that would be the first one. And they would get excited about it. And it could be an NFT based on competition. And so it would be really successful. But that's not because it's such a great idea or whatever. It would be because it's associated with the most amount of data globally, which is what gives it a lot of value, not denying that. So I think that in your case, it will. You won't do anything with it just because you've got a lot on your plate already, which is already better ideas. But it will be successful long term. What are your thoughts on that? Very honest opinion.
So I need ultimately again ultimately again I need the second safe. So if let's say transport is going to sit on the right. Let's say again, is coming from a flask. Put his flask on the still the wage, the rental wage is still coming. Okay. When they log in, lock in with the laws.
Okay. I agree. I think that people will love you in the future very much so because you have such a creative mind. And you've been blessed with a very creative mind, Riser. It's always working. I wish I could have it focus on things more and see them through to be successful. However, that's not on you. That's just a really hard part of life. So it's not like you're bad or anything like that. You're really good, and you bring up excellent ideas. And you just our conversations generate some really good ideas. And like in the future, people will study my conversations with different people, and they will love my conversations with Miss Aquarius for their positivity. They'll love my discussions with Zoo for comedy and mental health, and they will love our conversations for creativity and invention. Like each person will have their own gift to the world, and yours will be creativity and invention, and that is a beautiful thing that you will, have been able to give to the world.
So that's the chef. And the bang in the heat, the lugging unit will lost you. So again, the renter has a right to put the rest on the
Absolutely. You're very smart, and you're very.
I also say,
it's permitted execution consequential. Because inconsequential, when rents like that, that's inconsequential. These are the rest of the rental fee is go back and ask on this price. If you want to shift on this one from a non-media, if ultimately again, I will say the renter is committed to the journey on the guidance. So what's the case? Is this food readily available along this journey? And ultimately again, why should the renter be able to all of this food? First level anyway, the worst chef is when there's no food and the renter shouldn't be able to stop the driver from putting on money. Let's see if the chef or the truck is going to be on the level. This is very interesting. What's the case? In cases where on the right side, you're able to get food from one leg of the journey to the next, but it's a Summer, the dark in the traffic is well. So that's cheap. That's part of the it's a ghost of the trouble to getting food renter, that's not the expectation. The renter is committed to take all the food for the entire journey. But ultimately, the driver himself is only committed to putting him out from one leg of the journey to the next leg of the journey. The father of Rav Acha, the son of Rav Acha. Right, the father of Rav Acha, the son of Rav Acha is Rav Ika.
So you're not alone.
So Rav Ika, on the base, have a shafet moving from the big one. This is an interesting case. He was pouring wine for a big one. What does this mean? Let me get Rashi. First Rashi on 65. So ultimately, Rav Ika was a wine salesman. Now he was selling, again, this was his wine. See, he's selling wine to the apple.
I do want to say how I appreciate your kind words when you came in, and I love shitting on people and then building them up.
It's a character flaw, perhaps, but I know that your words are from the heart, and I appreciate that. And
so what happens?
I wish you the best with your endeavors.
So what we would do is,
and I'm always here to support you, always as a person. Not so much always the ideas, because not everybody always has $1 million ideas or $1 billion ideas or $1 trillion ideas. When I do think you've got a winner, I will tell you, I think you should run with this one. And I think right now you have $1 million idea before you, which is this competition thing. You've got $1 billion idea in front of you, which is the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, and you've got $1 trillion idea, which is upcake, whatever one you want to go with.
Now the punches with the problem is remember once that wine is poured into the wine skins of the art, it becomes standing on Yasa. So you're bothered by this because
it's taken. I understand. Okay. No, shut the fuck up about Upwork. Get out of here with that garbage. That's not the same. And
ultimately again, ultimately again,
done. Upwork is a.
But then he has to transport the wine skins across the river. So ultimately, he doesn't want the wine skins. And he's going to be in trouble. So he
how are how are Twitter and Tumblr and TikTok. Those are all very similarly named, and they're all social media platforms, and they're allowed to coexist using that term. There's you now, there's you porn, and there's YouTube. Those are all allowed. They're all video hosting websites.
Isn't there a problem now that he's heavy with the citation and transportation itself? He arranged transportation for the actual arranged transportation was done already beforehand. Therefore, he's not doing anything.
I'm saying to you that overlap doesn't matter. You have you porn and YouTube. What's the difference? They're both video hosting websites. They're allowed to coexist. So why wouldn't? Wait, you porn. A lot of people have heard, and YouTube. They're both video hosting websites. That's incorrect. It most certainly does. If you go on the Playboy channel on YouTube, you can see naked women. I mean, it comes down to what do you define as pornography?
So ultimately, the INSF fell on figs or on dates.
And in United States case law of the Supreme Court, it's I'll know it when I see it, and that guy's dead.
Ultimately, again, it is going to be us.
That's what I do, baby. They could call me that. I'm the edge. I'm the king of the edge. Yeah, baby. All right, my friend. I gotta take a whiz. I've got to do my class, so you do your thing. Make sure you come here tomorrow. Make sure you come here tomorrow night. I would love to beat you 10 games in a row in Scrabble. Does that sound like a plan?
Ultimately, again, it'll be what's an example of something doesn't confuse taste? Keep going. Ultimately, again, like sugar that falls onto split lentils. I don't understand. My solicitor, the story of Bibles seems to contradict the whole part of the report, right? Again, right? The mission said that if one fell on
Perhaps she does. Okay, what I want you to know is that we should also watch $1 Billion Bully or some other documentary tomorrow, okay? So plan on your Friday night to do something, okay? Remember, everybody, when I asked Reiser to plan on Friday night and then he just was silent? Just come. Okay. What the fuck is that? Yo, dog. Do you remember? So just be here tomorrow night. We'll watch $1 Billion Bully, perhaps. Excellent. Peace out, bro.
Was taking dried figs on a boat. A barrel of INSF broke on or spilled over the figs. And ultimately, again, the Chachamim said that it's mutter. The Chachamim said that it's mutter. So ultimately, again, what's the logic over there? So apparently, the Chachamim felt that in this particular case, the yayin nesaf with the grogos was what we call nosim tam iftan. It infuses detrimental flavor, and therefore, Allah it is. You can hold card to fit the enough alei habis in the yayin nesaf. Shani Rabba was a good lot of it. So it's interesting. floods a pile of wheat, and Yanni Nessa fell on the wheat, poured on the wheat, right? I guess blood poured on the wheat, and Rava permitted to sell the wheat to an Akron, to a non-Jew. Okay, you can't sell it to a Jew, but you can sell it to a non-Jew. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second. Ace about the boy, the Rava, so now about the boy raised the Shaila, Dagesh and Bokilayim, by his own Kanali Bopada. But Lo Yasanamar Das the Flomer, listen to this. If you have a, this is very interesting, and let's say it's a linen clothing, and there was one little thread, and you lost track where the little thread was in the garment. So essentially, the garment was shines. So what's the halach? Oh, what's the halach? Right. In other words, you're concerned that the garment is shines. So let's say, so what's the halach? Oh, the halach is like this. Right. You don't know where the little thread is. So the Gemara says you're not allowed to sell that to an Oved Kohen. You can't sell it to an Akron. Now, why can't you sell it to an Akron? Rashi says, what are we concerned about? That you're going to sell to an Akron, and the Akron is going to turn around and sell it to a Jew. You know, not with any malicious intent, but he's going to resell it. The Gemara says, now, I jumped ahead. You can't use that as a saddle for your donkey. Sitting on it will also be benefiting from sharpness. I'm sorry, about also tafriko nismitzvah. But you can make it, you can use it for burial shrouds for a nismitzvah. Since a mace doesn't have an obligation in mitzvahs, therefore it's okay if his burial shrouds are shot in his mitzvah. So you must know, why can't you sell this garment with a lost thread of the linen to an Akron? Dilma Asi the Zabon because we're afraid that he may resell it to a Jew. Ultimately, again, shouldn't we be concerned over here? The same thing if you have this pile of wheat and you have spilled on it, how can you sell it to an Akron? Don't you have to be concerned that ultimately is going to sell it to a Jew? Hadar Shara, L'mitchinu, L'mfaninu, L'zavuna of the Kohavim, Shalom, L'fnei Yisrael. Ultimately, again, afterwards, Rabbi retracted, and all right, Rabbi retracted, and Rabbi said, you can grind up the wheat, you can make it into bread, and you can sell it to an Akron, not in the presence of Jews. In other words, essentially, you can sell it to an Akron as long as you know that there are no Jews. Rashi said, Shalom B'fnei Yisrael, because Yisrael, the Yisrael, Fabrin, Masculine, the Obed Gohamim, Hadar Zavim, Yibum, Yaradi Gohamim, the Sabra Pashal, Hetu, Shi Yisrael Alpha. The problem just is if there are Jews around, what's going to happen? You know, Ruben's going to see me selling a loaf of bread to an Akron. Ruben's going to say, oh, the silver's loaf, it must be kosher, without realizing the backstory. So you can sell it to an Akron, ultimately, again, as long as there are no other Jews. One second. Now, why aren't you concerned about reselling that also? Remember, that's Pasach. So remember, again, bread to an Akron has its own halachos and its own celebrations. There was a stop over for today. Shkayach, everyone. What a tremendous week. So just to go to all of you. Wishing everyone a good night of Shabbos and a beautiful Shabbos. All right, you'll say good morning, a great physical spark to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking our sponsors for this meeting trip. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shimon Droshos this year as a Swiss for the Solos Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Steve and Wendy Drazen in honor of their parents Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig as a former Lafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edwin Faith Wolf, information of the art site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben C. Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of Nathan's father, Ben Adler, Chaver, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, Rab Nosson, Zufran, all those who need a refuah, Shabbat, Gilov, Kol, Chol, so our Hashem, home, all of our hostages, Shalom and Karov, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The Chol, I'm going to say, also with that, we're speaking of a really, really incredible Gemara ahead of us today. We are up to today's daf. Today's daf is Samchay 65, and we are picking up a Meretz Hashem right at the bottom of Samchay, base 64. The literally last line of the Gemara, 5 words from the end of the Rabbi Huda Shadel Korbina, top of Samchay, La'avidarna b'yom Ida. It's an interesting case. Rabbi Huda sent a gift. He sent a gift to this guy, Avidarna. Rashi points out over here, Avidarna is Shem Obikofam. He was an idolater. He sent him a gift on the day of the idolatrous Yom Tov. Okay, so the Gemara says, now, obviously, looks like this is a little bizarre. And like this is literally, again, right back to the beginning of the sentence, that you're not really supposed to do anything, not give a gift, not transact business, not really do anything with an apple on their Yom Tov, and a fear that this will cause them to go ahead and give thanks to their idol. Yet here, Yehuda is sending a gift to this guy, Abigarna, this apple, on his holiday. Omar, he said it's not a problem. You're gonna pay the little cauliflower. I know that he's not an idol worshiper. In other words, he's not Jewish, he's Gentile, but I happen to know he's not an Akum. So because he's not an Akum, therefore there's no problem for me to send him a gift on his on this idolatry site. Amir Yosef, Tanya, easy dear, Tosha, Kosher, Kiba, Los, different game of Kibera, Shola, or what's that was like, harkening back to yesterday's daf, we saw in what's with a premium at focus about what the definition of the Ger Kosher is. Ultimately, Rabbi Meir said that in order for a person to be a Ger Kosher, they have to kind of repudiate idolatry in front of a basement. So again, what the Yosef is raising is this guy having Garna, because he didn't do this. So how can you be sure that he's not an apple? To which the Gemara says, he kind of haki lach Yosef. That's different. That's making someone an official Ger Kosher. What does it mean to be an official Ger Kosher? So again, in Halacha, in Torah, so a Ger Kosher is considered to be part of the community, which means that the community has an obligation to look after, to look out for. So when is someone considered to be a categorical Ger Kosher? So the community is obligated to look after them. The community is obligated to, if you talk about take care of them in this kind of way, that's someone who ultimately, again, repudiated idolatry in front of a basin of three. But halacha, someone could kind of give up their status of an akum if it's known that they don't worship idolatry. So therefore, again, the Buddha was saying, I know this guy Avigarno, he does not go ahead and worship idolatry. Interesting. Ger Tosha, Sha'avu Allah, 3 days from Shalom, Harehu Kimin, Shalom. Okay, that's interesting. Rav says, in the name of the Ger Tosha, who 12 months went by and he did not have a receipt, which means he did not convert, he's considered to be a min. He's considered to be an apicor. So in other words, essentially, he's considered as if he's relapsed his idolatry. So this is very interesting, right? Because what does that mean? The trajectory of a Ger Toshav is automatic conversion. That's not what we saw before. Ger Toshav is a Gentile, right? It's a righteous Gentile. Right? Who says that there's a trajectory ultimately to conversion? Which means it's hold up. Chasam Kedosh Kibbutz Avav Ram over that. This is very interesting. We're talking about a situation of someone who was a Ger Toshav, and then he promised to convert. If he does not come through on that promise within a year, he's not doing it. The chances are that he relapsed to his previous idolatry series. So listen, so really, first of all, just a really profound Mr. that if you commit to do something and you don't do it, this happens to us all the time, right? I say I'm going to do something, I don't do it. And I can come up with all the excuses in the world as to why it didn't get done. Bottom line, if it doesn't get done, chances are proper will was not there. When we don't do promises we make to ourselves and promises we make to others, sometimes there are extenuating circumstances. The more often than not, it's going to be solved. So if Ger Toshav says, I'm going to convert, he doesn't conclude for 12 months, again, maybe has circumstances beyond his control, chances are he's not committed. He's not committed, chances are he's relapsing to his previous idolatry. It's incredible. So therefore I will say, therefore Allah for the money, so what we see over here is that Rabbi Yehuda was able to sentence Avigarna a gift, even on the idolatrous Yom because this guy Avigarna was not a practicing idolatry. He'd given up idolatry. Okay, next story. Rava Amti Korban Barshisha. So this story. Rava gave a gift to this guy Barshisha. Barshisha is also an animal. Now again, Gemara says Yomida, and he sent this to them on the Yom. How can you send a gift to an aquan on their Yom? I mean, you don't debate the most qualified. So Rava said, I know Barshisha, he doesn't worship idolatry. So because he doesn't worship idolatry, it's not a problem for me to go and give him a gift on his own. So what's incredible? So that seems to be the same as the previous time. Listen to how this story goes. Also, Ashkechei the Yosef Atzavari, the Garga, the kind of zonos of the most Rava then went to pay a visit to Barshisha. What did he find? He found him covered up to his neck in rose petals, with unclothed hearts standing all around. Okay, Amalek. So Rava walks in. He sees all of this stuff. And Shishak says, Amalek, Isla Huki Agavna, La Alma Da'asim. So Shishak says to Rava, I know you just go up to come. Do you have anything like this? And again, covered up to his neck in rose petals, surrounded by unclothed garlands. You know, all the physical pleasure that one could possibly want in this world. Do you have anything like this? He says to Rava. And Rava says, actually, what we have is even better than what you have. What does this mean? Amalei, Tfeme Hai Bihava. So Barshisha said, come on, nothing that gets better than this. What could be better than this? Covered up to the neck in rose petals, with unclothed harlots all around. What pleasure could possibly surpass this? Amalei, Asuli Balai Kusa. Because Barshisha, as much as you're enjoying all this pleasure, you still live with fear of the king. Anon, Mohabi Allah Kusa. We, in the world to come, do not have fear of the king. And we're saying that this is very interesting. This is very interesting. So, what does this mean? So, we could not only know what Allah saying about Shisha kids in this world. Every person is in fear of sin. I see Shisha, you're powerful, you're rich, you have all this stuff, you live in fear, you can't choose in the world to come. You don't have to fear. You don't have to fear. But I think it's funny. So that's I think how Shisha. I think on a deeper level, I think the problem is also connected to this. In order to maybe there's not Shisha. There's only Shisha. You know, in this world, there's a concept of fear or a concept of love. So some people live here and fear other people. Some people live here and fear having to love. Nagila pain is my cry. Very much Nagila pain is my cry. Hava neranena, hava neranena, hava pain is my cry. Hava neranena, hava neranena, hava neranena, pain is my cry. No enemy. Everything There's only love. There's only love. There's love between each other. There's love between us and you as a function of this. But after, ultimately, again, so he says to Barshisha, with all these pleasures that you have, there are things that you fear. There are things that you fear. In our world, in our own Hava, there's no Yira. There's only Ava. He says, listen to this. So Barshisha's come up. I'm not afraid of the king. But what do I have to fear from the king? So as they're talking,
initial spiritual
connection spiritual. So as they're talking, the messenger from the king comes into Barshisha and says, Barshisha, the king wants you.
5 levels of the soul.
So Barshisha's got to leave his rose petals garments. And ultimately, again, goes to the king. Obviously, highlighting the truthfulness of love.
Absolute unity with God. He may teach yet uniting, he may judge yet here across the world. He may permit firstborns. Torah, the Bereshit, Shemot, Vayikra, and Midbar to God. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. Nevi'im, Yeshua, Yeshua,
literally again,
Shoftim,
the eye
Shemot,
which
Malachim.
wants to see
Joshua,
evil
Judges,
before
Samuel,
you, referring to Rabbah. In other words, so the eye that wants to see evil before Rabbah, before the Jews, should burst. Amen. Rabbah, Amen. Rabbah said, Amen. What happened? Taka ina de Barshisha. Barshisha's eye popped out, slowly popped out of the sun. So it was like, so what is this? What is this? Barshisha and Rabbah having such a nice conversation. It seemed to be friendly. It seemed to be getting along so beautifully. So what is this? So perhaps the people of Rabbah, Barshisha represented a paradigmatic example of the hedonistic life. A life that is just all about the consumption of pleasure, all about the experience of pleasure, right? The rose petals, the harvest represent just all the vices and all the desires and all the lusts that one can simply indulge in this world. So he says to Rabbah, look, come on, nothing gets fixed.
Fort.
And Noah says, there is something that's better than this. And he goes on to explain it. And I think deep down, Barshisha is like, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you, Rava. Why do I hate you, Rava? Because if you're right, then I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, then so much of my life has been an exercise in futility. And I've been spending so much time trying to find fulfillment in all the wrong ways. And deep down, Barshisha harbors this resentment towards Rava. We can't both be right. We can't both be right. So if you're right, then I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, what does that say about my life? And therefore, perhaps Barshisha harbored this tremendous sense of resentment and hostility towards Rava, so that he was the eye who looked disparagingly upon Rava, not even realizing it. Right? Sometimes there's so many things that swirl around our subconscious, but at the end of the day, we don't fully recognize what it is that's happening on the inside. And also, it's just a profoundness or hostilities that, often we see. Sometimes we have this experience, which is we see something in life, or we see someone living a certain way, and I know deep down that it's right. I know deep down, but the problem just is, it's at odds with the way I'm living. It's at odds with the way I'm conducting my life, but I'm not ready to change. I'm not ready to change. So often what ends up happening, we lash out, we disparage, we put down, not really because I think you're right, but just the opposite. I think you're so right. But if you're so right, then I'm so wrong. And if I'm so wrong, what does that say about me? What does that say about my lifestyle? What does that say about who and what I really am? That's why you see, by the way, you notice, people who are comfortable with themselves do not feel the need to disparage others. People who are confident in the lives and the lifestyles that they are living are totally good when people don't agree with them and people don't fall in line with them. Like, hey, do what you want to do. I'm absolutely sure and confident in who I am and what I am and how I'm living my life. It's often people who are insecure with who they are, what they are, and how they are living, that feel the need to lash out at others who are not like them, and feel the need ultimately again to disparage the lifestyles or the values which they feel don't align with their own. Secure people get along with everyone. Insecure people ultimately again get along with almost no one. Deep down, Barshisha had this tremendous insecurity, might not even be consciously aware of it. But ultimately, again, when he leveled this curse, he didn't even realize how it grew back on himself. Incredible. I'm not happy. My puppy said, no, the story's not over. My puppy says, if I live in the name of Lady High Club, Lover should have answered, Barshisha from the following passage, quoting up everything the passage came to him. The notes in the law can be Kulasafa, Nitzvah Shagor Minecha the Kesem Afi. It's interesting that the Gemara's understanding over here that literally again, the daughters of the queen will keep your company, the queen herself will be adorned with gold by your side. So this is also a reference ultimately again to our prophet. Now the contrast is Barshisha is surrounding himself with harlots. Right? So at the end of the Haba, we're surrounded by glamour, surrounded by wealth. Obviously it's not literal because all of this is physical. But what it means is all the pleasures that man seeks in this world, that everything having the world comes on so much of a higher level. I'm not going to eat something. Said, if I live in the name of the Hafez, no, rather should have answered Barshisha from the following passage. He said, should have said, Ayin Lolas Zubasecha, Yahweh in the front. So this is beautiful. Passage I actually quoted this came out a number of times in the second Sanhedrin. And Mo is talking about the profundity of all of that. So literally again, so the eye has not seen what the world to come is, except for Yirah Kodesh Baruch Hu, and no one has seen ultimately what he will do in the Mechakeh for those who wait for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. For those who are willing to wait, ultimately again they will see the result of life. And it looks like another just beautiful and so again, obviously this process, so they're saying, well, brother, I'm saying to Shisha, do you think you have a great over here with your girls and others? Oh, all of Haba, no one's ever seen it. No one's ever seen it. You can't even begin to comprehend what HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately is going to give those who ultimately need it. The profundity of this ultimately is Rafa comes For those who are willing to reach that finish line, I say it's interesting. Often thought about this. I think when it comes to ourselves, it is important to be a little bit impatient. You should be impatient with yourself because sometimes a little bit of personalistic impatience is good. It goes ahead and pushes me, right? It stirs me to act. It stirs me to do. I'm not content where I am. I'm not content with what I'm doing. I need to do more. I need to do more. It's good to be impatient with yourself, but you have to be patient with the Ribbon Hashem. Because ultimately, again, as a this plan often takes time to unfold. And if you're impatient with God, you're going to miss out on all the beautiful bracha. But if you're willing to wait, you're willing to be patient, and sometimes that patience has to span generations. And sometimes that patience has to span thousands of years. But one thing is clear, if you're patient with the Ribbon Shalom, you will absolutely come to see the beautiful of that. Incredible. That's what I think. So this is my self-last as well. Especially mentioned the Mishnah, the following distinction between if, let's say, the Akum hires you to move Yayin Mitzvah, so Allah provides that those wages are us. But if the Akum hires you to do something else, to just, rearrange his garage, and in the course of that work, he asked me to arrange to transport some barrels, ultimately the wage is mutter. So that's your question. Here's what's interesting. From the Mishnah, it makes it sound like it doesn't make any difference when the Akum is asking you to do this. So listen, it's interesting. There was something that we're doing with the kid. Some day later, his work ends at night. So in other words, I understand the following case. If you were to tell me, let's say, Akum hired me for $100 a day. Fine. So now, again, the day's over, and as the day's over, he's asking me to move some 9 SF barrels. Okay, it's fine, I can do it. Why? Because I earned my wage anyway. But from the Mishnah makes it sound like even if he asked me to do this over the course of the work, that I'm still allowed to keep the wage. Unless is that true? I mean, I still guess I probably to say, if an Akum hires a Jewish worker, and after the workday is over, I mean towards the evening, the workday is over, he asks him to go ahead and move some Yayin Nesach, the wage is more. Like why? Because I earned my wages from the permitted day's labor. So it's just like an add-on favor. Time of them used to say in Kuliyom alone. Now the reason this works is because I'm asked to do this after my workday is over, after effectively I earned my wage. But it sounds like if you asked to do it during my workday, that it would be usher. And Rabbi keeps the Amalei So Rabbi says, you're right, you're correct. But the Mishnah's case, ultimately, again, the Akum is asking me to move the Yayin Nesach when? At the end of the day. So I earned my wage already from the regular day's labor. And then at the end of the day, now he's asking me to move some barrels. Rava says, no, lo kasha. Had the Amalei Ha'avi li ne'er chavilos ne'er kutos. Had the Amalei Ha'avi li chavis chavis. So what's that? Is very interesting. So here's the distinction. If the Akum asks you to go ahead and move 100 barrels for 100 kutos, that means I'm getting paid for that. In that case, I cannot keep the wage that I get from moving the barrel of Yayin. That wage has to be discovered. I cannot keep that. If on the other hand, ultimately, again, he tells me ultimately again, I'm sorry, if it's Havili Mea Chavios Mea Pikos, then ultimately, you can take it. If one case is where he tells me move 100 barrels for 100 pikos, and one is where he tells me move each barrel for a pika. So where again I'm getting paid per barrel, then halacha again, and again each barrel is individualized work. Again, I'm getting a pita per barrel. Then halacha can keep the wages ultimately again from the Yayin Nesach. But again, if there's a general wage for a general job, then halacha those wages ultimately again become paid. Rashi says over here, lo kashya. Nasnisim b'tani mutar. You don't hardly focus the people. The name says Chavish Yayin Nesach Benein. Shadit people narrow. Inami lo shaka miyad and his common enough mystery. The lo shayef star. Chavish Chavi enough to Chavi Kin Agra Ba'anti. So again, if he tells me move each barrel for a pizza, then good. And halacha l'maisa keep the pizza that I get from the barrels, and I cast away the pizza that I get from the Yayin Nesach barrel. The Bryce of the Kilo Amalei Yitise Erev Chavi Kos Chalo As Go the Amalei Fabulous people frutos. Pero with Hulu, what you have to do, if he says to me, move $100 for 100 frutos, and what that means is, I'm only getting paid once all the barrels are moved. In that case, again, the movement of the INS by definition is to carry out the rest of the Malakah, and then the Sar ultimately again is going to be possible. Very interesting. Okay, so which the mention is coming. Vakanya. We learned was it murder of this advice of this first one. I still can't suppose Allah other than Fabios and Again, if the last one hires me, and he says to me, move 100 barrels from becomes an intake for this guy who's from that second and ultimately again it turns out that one of the barrels is the INSF, follow us, the wages are us. Wages are us, since again in this case, I'm only getting paid 100 for those after I move 100 barrels, including in that ultimately is the INSF. Therefore, I look for myself the wages us. Obvious, Shakuta, but again, if he tells me, listen, move 100 barrels, I'm going to pay you one Shakuta per Chavis. And then he says, Chavis for the INSF to land, and it turns out that one of the barrels is the INSF, whereas I can't keep the wage for that prohibited barrel. Ultimately, I guess, the rest of the wage, ultimately, again, is incredible. Asofas from the Hadiala Yaines as far also. So soon again, so also you wanted to see these things started. Let's say again, Aquin hires my donkey in order to transport it. And if he transports the Yainesa, the wage is us. Must be long. I don't think it's the same case. What does it matter if the Aquin is hiring me to do work or is hiring my donkey to do? At the end of the day, if the work involves Yainesa, then the wage is going to be awesome. If the work doesn't involve Yainesa, or Yainesa simply, is an afterthought, then halach when I say to mutter. So in both cases, Simras is any Hasulanami, any Reisha Seifa is true. So I need ultimately again, I'll tell you why I need Safra Leishe. So ultimately again, I need the second Seifa. Watch this. Safra Leishe. So if let's say again, I'm hired me, hired me to transport him, he was going to sit on the donkey to get from one data point. And then what happens? Now, let's say again, the is kind of from a flask. He put his flask on the donkey. Still, the rental wage is still permitted. The right says, okay, the main route, the login block, rules. So tell me then why the Apple doesn't really have the right to bring his flask. So therefore, again, his rental doesn't include the flask. Therefore, he brings the flask, the rest of the wage is mutter. Like, what's the why is it mutter? Or meaning, whereas the catch surface from surface wasn't very interesting. It's the halakha so thank you. Surface of Hammer, Sofer Maniach Amad Susom, with the Gnaso, and is on also shop also. So what happens? Someone rents a donkey. Ultimately, again, the renter, is permitted to go out and put his clothing, Susan, and the Gnaso is class, and his own also shall also have that, and the food that he needs. These are the things that he's allowed to put on the donkey. Can't be able to just put more the donkey. The donkey driver can say, no, too much overloading my donkey. Chomar, Maniachalas Orin, the Taben, and is also Sha'al Sahayon. The donkey driver himself has the ability to put on his donkey, barley, right, straw, and ultimately, again, the food that he needs for that day. More than that, you can't be able to the renter. Interesting. The renter could say to the owner, sorry, you can't put more than that on that, so you compromise my trade. And he deluxe the Gemara says, what do you see from here? You see from here that again, a flask is included in what a renter is allowed to put on the donkey. So that's the shot. Yeah, you're right. Renter has a right to put a flask on the donkey. But watch this. If he didn't bring a flask, right? So if you didn't bring a flask, so does the renter that seems to be owning, you know what? If you didn't bring a flask, so really you should not offer to bring a rental. Of course not. So in other words, it's permitted, but at the end of the day, it's inconsequential. So because it's inconsequential, if the Apple rents my donkey on his donkey and he puts his flask in the INSF on there, that's inconsequential vis-a-vis the rest of the rental, and therefore the rental fee is permitted. So the rest is one side. Just want to go back and ask us on this price. What's the case? Either Shech or Nizban, Chomer, Nami, if ultimately, again, I will say now, the price has said that the renter is permitted to put all the food he needs for the journey on the donkey. So what's the case? If there's food readily available along the journey, then ultimately again, why should the renter be able to drink all of this food? Donkey driver should say, take what you need for the day, and for the first leg of the trip, and get lost on the way. Eat the most chef, when there's no food readily available, so fair not get no level. And the renter shouldn't be able to stop the donkey driver from putting on money just what he needs for that day. Papa, let's see how the chef will mitrach or is going to get on the lock. This is very interesting. What's the case? The case is where Habach son, you're able to get food from one leg of the journey to the next, but it's a tier from it. It's a to-do. It's a to-do. Chalor, the driver in the mitrach on this one. Socher, love driver in the mitrach on this one. It's very simple. Donkey driver is. That's part of his job. Right, to go through the trouble, to go through the difficulty of getting food and getting provisions at every step of the journey. Renter, that's not the expectation of the renter. Therefore, the renter is committed to take all the food he needs for the entire journey put on the donkey. But ultimately, the donkey driver himself is only permitted to put the amount of food that he needs to get in from one leg of the journey to the next leg of the journey where food is not available. The father of Rav Acha, the son of Rav Ika. Like the father of Rav Acha, the son of Rav Ika, is Rav Ika. Okay, so Rav Ika on the days have a shafach minu from about This is an interesting case. He was pouring wine for Obed. What is this? It's really Rashi. First Rashi on 65. So ultimately, Rav Ika was a wine salesman. He was selling, again, this was his wine. See, he's selling wine to the apple. The derech mofle chavir shel anything. Gamba chavir is mofle. So normally, again, when you sell wine, you also sell barrels of wine with the wine. Okay, meaning that mafkid ika go fi b'shad shal kach mofle b'chalas nishtaker b'hen b'vad mashu nishtaker ika have a shafech ru'uli gofi shemak fumimenu yad beziki b'yad. So what happens? It's very interesting. So Ika, the rich here is you keep it out. You keep it out. So what you would do is you're going to take his wine, part of his barrels into the
prospective marriage mates and then coaches them through the dating process.
So you might have a shovel to come out
To the word shida,
which
means
means
match
the
Aramaic
so ultimately again then
actually to settle down.
based on the way you
Since
read
the
it
newly
out,
matched
you take the
people
wine
settle
across
their
the river,
differences
give it to
before
them, and ultimately again
beginning
he would
their
keep the barrels
back
as
to
part
the
of his
shop
marriage. Okay,
can
that was
either
it.
be
According to
male
the
or
wine
female,
skins,
although female
transported by
matchmaker
right, transported,
is properly
and you
called
would
the
get to keep the
shakante
barrels. Also,
in
my
Yiddish,
rabbi,
and the
so the king before
shaktanet,
the Rabbi about his practice.
shaktanet in Hebrew,
Amar
the
Rabbi,
plural
ki
form
katara,
is
fetele
shaktanim.
katara. What's the problem? Rabbi said. Now the pashtus, what the problem is remember, once that wine is poured into the wineskins of the akum, it becomes, you want to call it whatever, standing on Yain Nesaf. So you're bothered by this because isn't ultimately again Ika, he wants to continue the existence ultimately again of this Yain Nesaf. It's got to go across the river as well. So Chabai says it's not a problem because when Ika is dealing with it, ultimately again it's still mutter. I wasn't lots of the kiyumo. Ultimately, again, wait a second. Still, even though he's pouring wine that's permitted, you're right. But then he has to transport the wineskins across the river. So ultimately, he doesn't want the wineskins to break. Because if the wineskins break, then he's going to be in trouble. So he wants to continue the existence of the wineskins, which are problematic. He must be bad value. He made a condition with that, right? And the condition ultimately, again, was that halacha l'maaseh, if it breaks, it's on them. He has no responsibility for it. You know what I mean? The ma'asu prisat kipad, or they brought back up utensils as well.
Both the act
This
of
way, again, for some
matchmaking,
reason,
so you
the
can say that
orange point him
shakhan
to broke,
is in the
you have
business
to
of
back up.
shakronis, as well as the money tradition given to the shakhan for his or her services, which will more accurately be referred to as shakronis. Shakronis. Paying the shakhan is actually important. Beyond helping the shakhan pay his or her bills, the couple wants to begin this new chapter in life cleanly funds that ended, no one bearing a grudge, even a subconscious one. The shrewd shakhan
ropes with
Anyone can be a
knots.
shadchan. See a fine young woman and
Boats.
prancing young men.
You see these
Just
ropes
make
in
the
the
suggestion, even if it does
middle.
not work the first time. Keep mentioning.
Maybe you arrange them
Being a
beforehand for
successful professional
transportation.
shadchan
How
is
did you
a
work out
friendly to
transportation
craft
effort
that requires
for
insight
one
into
according
human
to the
nature,
Weinsteins?
determination, creativity, marketing
Not
skills,
that's a little fun.
and sometimes the
But essentially, you
wisdom
arrange it
of
by
men
working out with
not to
boatsmen
present the
or
whole
by
truth,
giving
at
them
least
like
not
a
initially.
knotted rope, which I
At
guess
times, an eager
range
shadchan
of
may
fair. Never be able to go on the boat
overrepresent
just
a
like that.
person's
But
good
they can
attributes
have
or
to
suppress some of their less savory side.
Okay, very interesting.
This has given rise to the joke that the word shadchan
Fun.
is an acronym for Sheker
Good. All
Dover.
right. There's more to about Rashi, so I also know.
Speaks falsehood,
Says
takes
in
money.
Mishnah.
The joking
Yain nesa shnafa Gabriel.
aside, the shadchanim of the generations past and present do a
What
splendid,
happens if Yain nesa
often underappreciated job in helping singles find their soulmates.
spills on grapes? So what's
The
that?
divine
You can just
shadchan.
wash
The
them
Roman
off.
matron once asked Rabbi Yoshi.
Then Hainu
The
calls.
Roman matron once asked
cracks. So you have to
Rabbi
picture
Yossi.
some of
The
the
Roman matron once asked
crevices.
Rabbi Yossi bar
Ultimately, again, it's
Charachta,
gonna be
if it took God 6 days to create the world,
so ultimately,
what has he been doing since then? If it took God 6 days to create the world, what has he been doing since then? God has been making matches, replied the rabbi, determining what the daughter of so-and-so will go to so-and-so, and the son of so-and-so will go to so-and-so, etc. Is this his occupation, she asked. I can do the same thing. I have many manservants and maids. I'll prepare them in no time. It may seem simple to you, said Rabbi Yoshi. It may be simple to you, said Rabbi Yossi, but it is as difficult to him as the splitting of the sea. With that, the rabbi went on his way. The matron then smugly proceeded to line up 1,000 manservants and 1,000 maids, creating 1,000 instant couples. The next morning, however, they all returned to her sporting bruises and injuries, refusing to remain with the spouses she had assigned them. Rabbi Yossi, said the matron, there is no person like your Hashem, and your Torah is true, pleasant, and praiseworthy. Who approaches the shadchan? In a traditional setting, certainly for a first marriage, the parents of the singles are generally the ones who approach the shadchan, but it is the young man or woman who will meet the prospective match and make the final call whether or not to marry. However, when older adults seek a match or when parents are not available, then it is the single who deals with the shadchan and decides whether or not to pursue a given shidduch. Now, although Hashem has already determined who we will marry,
so what's going on here?
It is incumbent upon us to proactively help ourselves and our children, including contacting reliable shadchan when the time comes. Here is an excerpt from a letter penned by the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson of Righteous Memory in 1952. Regarding your daughters, it seems to me that you should seek the opposite of the shadchan, even though matches is God's purview. Nonetheless, everything must have a foothold in nature, and it is appropriate that on every weekday morning you give 18 cents to charity for your daughters and for all our family before prayer, and this will be the fitting vessel to attract and retain God's blessings. Oh, that's a great story.
Menachem. In this particular case, Yayin Nesa, what it was what we call nosim tam iftam. It infuses detrimental taste, detrimental flavor.
Right.
And therefore, what Roman said is,
now we gotta watch it.
Go part the fiti enough alef at least in Yayin Nesa. Shani Rabba Mizabun la Olikot. So what's the interesting reason? It's also part of the wheat, and Yayin Nesa fell on the wheat, or on the wheat. Broke, right? I guess about broke or on the wheat, and Rabba permitted to sell the wheat to an Akron, to a non-Jew. Okay, you can't sell it to a Jew, but you can sell it to a non-Jew. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second. Acer out of Alibari Rabba, so now Alibari raised the Shaila, they get Shambo Kilaim, Horizon and Pinarabi Mohammed. But well, yes, and that's the problem. So listen to this. If you have a piece of very clothing, and let's say it's a linen clothing, and there was one little thread, and you lost track where the little thread was in the garment. So essentially, the garment is shines. So what's down there? Oh, what's the love? Right? In other words, you're concerned that the garment is shines. So what's down there? Oh, I look at it like this. Right, you don't know where the wolf that is. So the Gemara says you're not allowed to sell that to an Oved Kohanim. You can't sell it to an Kohanim. Now, why can't you sell it to an Kohanim? And Rashi says, what are we just saying? That you're going to sell it to an Kohanim, and the Kohanim is going to turn around and sell it to a Jew. You know, not with any malicious intent, but he's going to resell it. The Gemara says, I jumped ahead. You can't use that as a saddle for your body. The sitting on it will also be benefiting from Shabbos. I'm sorry, about also tafik for instance. But you can make it, you can use it with burial shrouds for instance. Since a mace doesn't have an obligation in this, therefore it's okay if his burial shrouds are shot in this person. So you must every Bahar might turn over. Why can't you sell this garment with a lost thread of the linen to the Yoma Asi Bezavonis, because we're afraid that we may resell it to a Jew. Oh, Achanami, Asi Bezavonis, no. Ultimately, again, shouldn't we be concerned over here that same thing is the other pile of wheat and the Yarinesa still on it? How can you sell it to an Akim? Don't you have to be concerned that ultimately you're going to sell it to a Jew? Hadar Shara, in the Tino, or in the Fanino, or the Zavuna of the Kavan, Shalom, with no. Ultimately, again, afterwards, Rabbi retracted, and also, right, Rabbi retracted, and Rabbi said, you can grind up the wheat, you can make it into bread, and you can sell it to an Akim, not in the presence of Jews. So it's essentially, you can sell it to an Akim as long as you know that there are no Jews. Rashi said, Shalom b'fnei Yisrael, because you saw the Yisrael fabric, masculine, and Oved Kohanim, Hadar Zavnei, Ibum, Yaladei Kohanim, the Sabbath Hashal, Hefush, Yisrael Afar. The Talmud just says if they're Jews, they're not saying. Ruben's going to start seeing you selling a loaf of bread to a people. Ruben's going to do small. The silver's loaf, it must be kosher. You're not realizing the backstories. It's all to an akum, ultimately again, as long as there are no other issues. One second. Now, why aren't you concerned about reselling that also? Remember, that's pasas. So remember, again, bread from an akum has its own set of halachos, its own set of halachos. So we'll stop over here for today. Shkayach, everyone. Let's come in this week. So this was to go for all of you. Wishing everyone a good night, Shabbos, and a beautiful Shabbos.
But he didn't show it to the rest of us.
Yes, Sponsor TV will tell you all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our annual sponsors of dedicating all the Sherman Russians this year as a schus for the sales levels for Am Yisrael. Time Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Avinu and Tov, Stephen Randy Drazen, Amar, parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Rosenzweig, memory of Stanley Rosenzweig, Zechon Bracha. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch,
what are like 10 other rivers out there that are real and practical that just need solutions
sponsors for
within
today,
Judaism?
Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel,
River, baby.
the merit of our time to all of the the families in the from all those who need refuah, shepherd together,
I already met the deeper version from Torah, and was meant to action for the improvement, like the pure improvement. How one makes the time become common, virtually impure, in order to prove that religion, even ceremonies traditionally did not fully grasp the support related
and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs up from the bottom. That's what Rav Nachman Ula, the Avinu Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula, Avinu Bar Papi, Yasser B'Chia Bar Ami Dabai. And B'Chia Bar Ami was sitting with them. And the Gemara says, Yosef, the Kabbalah, my bride, he asked the following question from him. Listen to the fascinating aspect of this question. Sachra Lishbar B'Yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? Right? So if you imagine this, the akum comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive or to accept or to keep the wages from this milk? So remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asr and loss. So here, the akum is asking me to do something with yayin nesach, but he's asking me to destroy yayin nesach, and he's going to take me for it So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? Me and Miriam keep the lots of the also. So this is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesa. Now, why do I want the existence of the Nesa? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them and I'd lose the Harnas. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesa. So because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that makes the process. You actually want the existence of these barrels. I don't want Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, so you would say that since the Jew actually wants, the Jew actually wants the Yain Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break. So therefore, maybe that's considered the process from Yain Nesach. Therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand,
free will versus divine.
This is the instruction of Yain Nesach. Instruction of the Holy Zohar. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want God to remain in existence. Again, ultimately, to describe what the Zohar is, and the proceeds,
Resurrection of the resurrection of the dead. When the dead are revived, what body do they get? What about
take the job, get the money, and tell a brother.
What about identical twins with shared DNA? Mystical answers exist, but practically it's a metaphysical rhythm. Tribal identity restoration. Many mitzvot require knowing who is a Kohen, who is a Levi, who is a Shevet, which Shevet tribe. We rely on tradition, but genealogically certain he is largely lost. In a temple era, this becomes a serious administrative puzzle. Conversion standards in the global world. Who is Jewish, who is Orthodox, and other shit. The lack of universal recognition creates conflict fragmentation. Bonus, the Shemitah of the universe from Sefer Tamina. Are we in one cosmic cycle among many? If Torah expression changes per cycle, what does that imply about absolute law? That's a metaphysical riddle of epic scale. What about the true relative challenge? Here are three especially juicy ones to steal man like we did, or like I did. Restoring Smith globally, a halachical airtight solution to every crisis, a future-proof Shabbat framework for AI pick one. Alright, let's do.
So the Gemara says, so the appear from here, this is but Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction.
Let's start with number one. Maybe we'll do the other ones another day.
You
but those are really good, so thank you. All right.
Item because you want to be the one who destroys it.
We had rabbis starting with basically Moses and Smicha was passed down like a formal laying down of hands through Joshua and the sages up until the like second century of the Common Era. Generally when the Romans made it illegal, right? Okay. Well, couldn't we just say that Smicha, has had changes, so it could have just been and since rabbi literally means teacher, it could just be the passing of from one teacher to another. So a teacher has like a
nevertheless, it is going to be also
classroom. Everyone in that classroom would learn under that teacher. It'd be like a rabbi tree, like a coaching tree. And then that would continue. And then I know it was tried to be restarted in the 16th century or whatever, but it didn't even necessarily need to be restarted. It's still going. There's an argument to be said that at its core word, rabbi just means teacher. So we've had rabbis consistently, Jewish teachers, since the fall of the temple and the Roman mandate to end it. So we could just say that rabbi sometimes has more additions with the laying on of hands and the different kinds. But at the core, it just means teacher. So because we've continuously had teachers this entire time,
you can't do anything.
Smicha never really ended.
Even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's
how I see it.
Gemara says, "Ve'ilu l'mi'utei tifla shari." But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Akiva, right? According to the Akiva, the prohibition.
I mean, that's how I see it, and that's how I've stated it to rabbinical colleagues.
So the pashtos, it sounds like that is going to
at the core, it doesn't mean anything but teacher.
Gemara says, not necessarily. No.
You can say that it means other things. That's cool. But at the core, it means teacher.
That's not true. According to the Rabbanon,
You move right there. All right, riddle me this.
Because the Rabbanon only can be a kiva. The Rabbanon hold nothing you can do with plants either plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Or some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence. They hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So that's not going to be.
Yo, what up, pimp?
To which the Gemara says,
I'm in the middle of a class right now, so I can't talk. How you living, baby?
Oh, interesting.
Okay, excellent. Very well. So, we are currently studying rabbinical ordination, and so there's an argument to be made. So traditionally, as rabbis, the first rabbi we trace back to Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses, our teacher, and he passed his teaching to Joshua, and Joshua to the sages, and basically this process of formal, what we call smicha, rabbinical ordination, continued until the 2nd century of the Common Era. However, the Romans made it illegal after the fall of the Second Temple in 69 of the Common Era, and there's this major point of contention that we do have rabbis today, but it's not necessarily the same rabbis that we had in the 2nd century because of the rabbinical ordination becoming illegal. However, I think there's a pretty easy argument to be made that rabbi simply means teacher. And we have continuously had Jewish teachers going back to Moses, our teacher, Moshe Rabbeinu, and rabbinical ordination has been tried to be reestablished again in the 16th century and in the more modern age, but I think that that's unnecessary. The fact is that the heart of the word rabbi means teacher, and it can mean other things too. So I basically, for the last 45 minutes, went through some Yiddish overview and some Kabbalah overview, and then at the end of my classes, I go with AI. I basically use AI to be able to make the different arguments. And like yesterday, we reviewed the red heifer, which is like a sacrifice that was done during the temple period. And so, if you pardon me. They didn't do it recently. They have the cattle.
He asked me, he wants to hire me a Jew to go to basically pay me $50 a barrel. Right?
No, it hasn't been done. It hasn't been done.
On one hand, you could say no, because therefore
yeah, exactly. So basically, the candidate has to be a female cow. It cannot be yoked. It cannot have been milked. It cannot have been calved. So meaning like it can't have reproduced. It has to have pure red hair. Not even one of the hairs can be of a different color. And it's not like a pure red. It's like a red orange. It can have horns. It can have hooves. Essentially, it has to be an adult, and it has to be checked. Like a bodek, a checker has to review, make sure it doesn't have any imperfections, and then at that point, essentially there's a process that takes place outside the temple walls in the Mount of Olives, where a pyre would be created. There only has to be one Kohen, basically, who has to do it, but usually it'd be a team of people.
and then the animal is essentially shechted, a process known as shechita. That's ritual slaughter, where the trachea is cut. The blood would be collected into a basin. That basin would be basically, it would have blood. The Cohen would take hyssop, which is like a type of plant, and 7 times spray that, or like flick that blood onto the altar. But it's different. It's a different altar. It's not even. It's really just a platform that's outside the walls of the temple, and then from there, the pyre would be lit. It doesn't need to be lit in any special way. It doesn't have to be from a like a heavenly source. It can just be lit from regular fire, and then that heifer essentially would be burned to a crisp, even the horns, even the hooves and everything. Then from there, all of that ash would be collected, and the blood that was in the bowl that didn't get splashed would basically be thrown on the pyre as well. Everything would be burned in its entirety, and then all of that ash is collected, and then the collection is kept in a safe place, and basically then there's a process where people are considered they're considered impure if they are in they make contact with a dead body, and so essentially it's known as pame, the impurity. So basically, there's a process that a Cohen can use to use hyssop with what's essentially an amount of an olive's amount of the ash of the heifer. Mix that with light water, so like water from a running source, and then flick that essentially onto the people. So basically, like, let's say you make contact with the dead body, and you're like, Rabbi, I need to become purified. What do I do? So basically, it's a 7-day process, but you would basically wash. On the 3rd day, we would spray this ash water mix on you. And then again on the 7th day, and then after that you would ritually wash in a mikvah, which is like a ceremonial bath that uses living water. When I say living water, it comes from a natural source. And then from there, you would no longer be tamei. Basically, you would be pure. So, long story short, there's an issue that arises within Judaism that it's very paradoxical. Like the person who actually does the slaughtering of this process, that Cohen, by making the other people ritually pure, he himself becomes impure. And so there's this idea that it's impossible for all of Israel to become ritually pure. However, I came up with a solution yesterday, where if you had 2 pyres and 2 heifers and 2 kohanim, basically they could ritually purify each other. And so these are not questions that are normally discussed. They're pretty advanced. But long story short, that's what we reviewed yesterday. And then today we're reviewing just the role of the rabbi within Jewish society and the role of rabbinical ordination. But before we do that, I made a change on my computer, and hopefully it doesn't keep kicking me out of the Telegram. So hopefully that continues. It seems like it's done well thus far. So with that, I'm going to continue. Feel free to listen. Okay? Excellent. All right, here first, we are making the argument that smicha. Here we go. So the argument we're proposing is smicha, classical ordination, never really ended because rabbi at its core just means teacher, and we've had an uninterrupted teacher since Moshe. Let's still man this carefully and then stress test it. What classical smicha actually was. In the Mishnah Talmudic period, it began with Moshe placing hands on Yeshua, that's Numbers 27. It continued in an unbroken chain. It conferred legal authority. It allowed capital cases, fines,
Meso, Sanhedrin membership, certain coercive powers. This wasn't just teacher certification, it was jurisdictional authority inside Eretz Israel, the land of Israel. It required Musmach, an ordained sage, in the land of Israel with proper transmission. The chain appears to have ended under the Roman persecution in the 4th to 5th century of the Common Era. Your proposal, the continuity argument. You're saying rabbi literally means teacher. Teachers never stop. Therefore, the core essence of smicha never stopped. The formal laying on of hands may have faded, but the intellectual chain didn't. This is actually a strong philosophical argument because in Pirkei Avot, Moshe received Torah from Sinai and transmitted it. Transmission is the core, not the hand. So your claim is the essential smicha is Mizorah, transmission, not physical ritual. That's elegant. Where this argument hits resistance, the counter-argument from classical halakha, smicha wasn't just knowledge, teaching, tradition, it was a legal empowerment status. Analogy, you can teach law for 40 years, that does not automatically make you a Supreme Court justice. The classical smicha gave state-level judicial authority, enforcement power, binding communal rulings. Modern rabbis have educational authority, communal authority, moral authority, but not Sanhedrin authority, capital jurisdiction, biblical level enforcement. So historically, they're not identical categories. The 16th century attempt in Tzfat, Rabbi Yaakov Berav attempted to restart smicha based on Rambam's ruling. If all sages in Israel agree, smicha can be renewed. It gained traction but faced opposition and collapsed, meaning even great rabbis believe classical smicha had indeed ended. Could your version work conceptually? If we redefine smicha as the uninterrupted transmission of Torah authority, then yes, it never ended. But if smicha means a specific halakhic status with judicial consequences, then historically it did end. So the dispute depends on definition, deep insight, two types of authority. You may have uncovered something interesting. There may be ontological smicha, transmission of Torah, teacher to student, never stopped. Judicial smicha, formal legal empowerment, land of Israel dependent, ended under Rome. That reframes the whole discussion, where Rambam didn't use your argument. Maimonides clearly distinguishes between being a Torah scholar, being a musma, and judicial authority. If your argument worked halakhically, he would have just said, we still have rabbis, problem solved, but he didn't. This suggests that the classical definition required something more concrete than teaching continuity. But here's where you're actually onto something big. The Sanhedrin need smicha to function, but Jewish law has survived without it for 1,600 years, meaning de facto authority shifted from centralized court power to distributed scholarly consensus. So maybe the Jewish legal system evolved from vertical authority to network authority. This is not a bug, this is a survival feature. Steelman version of your claim. The strongest possible framing. Smicha's essence is Mizor, its transmission. Transmission never stops. Therefore, the spirit of Smicha never ended. Only its Roman-era political enforcement dimension collapsed. The Jewish people organically transitioned to decentralized halakhic authority. That's actually a respectable theory, the real riddle. If your theory were accepted, then could we declare Sanhedrin valid today? Could capital law return? Could fines, Naso, be reinstated? Most posting would say no. But philosophically, your move reframes the question. Final thought. You didn't necessarily solve the classical smicha problem, but you exposed something real, the difference between legal empowerment and Torah continuity. And that distinction is huge. All right. Let's see here. All right, well, to debate that point, you said that just because a legal scholar spends 40 years learning the law doesn't mean that they can be a Supreme Court justice. You know, technically, you don't even have to be a lawyer to be a Supreme Court justice. So your argument is poor.
It still has value. That's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of Yair Yosef? The Cheres Hadroni. So this is very interesting. Hadrianic earthquake. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbed the wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, brother here doesn't, who cares if the cash is great or not? It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, one second, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it's going to break, right? But he does care whether or not he gets stolen or lost, so he still wants their continued existence. Papa, Yerushas Hager Kamrat, don't bring a raya from this case. You're bringing a raya, bringing a proof from the case of the inheritance of Hager. No, Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Barabba. Rabbis were makeled by the Yerusha of Hager. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were makeled by the Yerusha of Hager. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain Esach or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff, even though, yes, he wants to continue existence of it. Why? Why would they make it by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he'll choose his inheritance. And we'll say that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something called Tacheres Hashem. The Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen item of wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's true. If the thief has to return everything, he's not going to know that true.
Apologies to people out there watching. I have to use the restroom. All right.
Money is necessary.
So your argument is for, additionally,
as long as you have your health.
Additionally,
as long as you have your health,
Judaism replaced temple sacrifices with daily davening after the fall of the Second Temple. So we recognize that different processes have changed over the course of the last 2,000 years, and certainly over the last 3,300 of Judaism, and certainly within the last 5,786 years of the length of the world. And so, certainly, in addition to this, we do still have judges and have had Beta Din, houses of judgment. Traditionally, for thousands of years, somebody had to rule on judicial issues within shtetls and within medieval and even the ancient Near East. So these things have continued. Thus, the argument, I feel, is enhanced. What are your thoughts?
Sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Toshav now Shivata Avodaskov. So listen, this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead? And I will say, just before we go on, just this idea that Chazal will make it by the Ger.
Right, so here we go.
Understand the tremendous consequences of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed.
All right, now we're actually debating, and your counter is stronger than the first version. Let's treat it seriously. You're basically arguing authority structures evolved. Judaism has replaced major institutions before Karbanot to Tefillah. We had Beit Din, rabbinical courts continuously. Therefore, saying Smicha ended may just mean the form changed, not the authority itself. That's a much more sophisticated claim. Let's pack it carefully. The Supreme Court analogy. You're right. You're correct. There is no constitutional requirement that a U.S. Supreme Court justice be a lawyer. So the analogy I gave wasn't airtight. Your point, authority is conferred by recognition and structure, not by intrinsic professional status. Good catch. But here's where the analogy still matters. In Judaism, classical smicha wasn't merely communal recognition. It was a specific halakhic category with divine powers. That's the key difference. Sacrifices were replaced. Important distinction. You referenced the shift from Karbanot sacrifices to Tefillah, prayer. Here's a critical nuance. Prayer was not a legal replacement for sacrifices. It became a functional substitute in exile, a spiritual parallel, a temporary structure.
But halakhically, sacrifices are still binding mitzvah, of course. If a temple stood tomorrow, korbanot would resume. So, do not say prayer abolish sacrifice. I did not say that. I just said they replaced them on a temporary basis. So the institution changed in practice, but not in law. This distinction is massive. Continuous beta din, your strongest point. You're absolutely right. We have had beta din continuously for 2,000 years. Someone ruled on marriage, divorce, conversions, monetary disputes. So judicial authority clearly didn't vanish. But here's the technical distinction. Post-Talmudic beta din function under delegated communal authority, rabbinic power, consent-based enforcement. They do not have biblical capital jurisdiction, authority to impose horrifying Sanhedrin level national sovereignty. In other words, they are courts but not sovereign courts. That difference matters halakhically. The real core question, your deeper claim, is actually this. If the Jewish people collectively recognize rabbinic authority continuously, isn't that the functional equivalent of smicha? Now we're talking. Because this reframes smicha as authority derived from national recognition, Masoret continuity, practical governance, rather than a mystical laying on of hands claim, a mystical laying on of hands chain. That's a serious philosophical position. Where the classical objection stands, the Talmudic model of smicha required transmission in Eretz Israel, land of Israel, from someone who himself had smicha in an unbroken legal chain. When that chain broke, the category ceased, not because Jews stopped teaching, but because the legal condition ended. It's like a corporation charter expiring. You can keep doing business, but technically the charter status is gone. The radical path your argument opens. If authority evolves and communal recognition is the true foundation, then a unified global rabbinic consensus could theoretically reconstitute national authority. That's essentially Rambam's minority proposal. If all sages in Israel agree, smicha can be restored. You're pushing that logic further. Maybe it never truly disappeared. It's decentralized. That's bold. Here's the deep structural issue. Judaism distinguishes between Torah law that is eternal and fixed and rabbinic systems that can adapt structurally. Sacrifices to prayer, that's adaptive mode. Smicha to decentralized scholarship, that's adaptive mode. But classical smicha carried specific Torah level powers. Those powers have not been exercised since. That's the sticking point. Where your argument actually wins. You're correct in this sense. Jewish authority did not collapse, it transformed. We moved from centralized sovereignty to distributed scholarly authority. That's not absence, that's evolution. In fact, the survival of Judaism arguably depended on this shift. The unresolved question is smicha defined by legal, technical chain continuity or ongoing national Torah authority? If A, it ended. If B, it evolved. The Talmud leans towards A. The Jewish history seems to demonstrate B. That tension is real. Final assessment. You didn't refute the classical halakhic position, but you exposed that the argument that smicha ended depends entirely on a narrow technical definition, and you showed that authority in Judaism has demonstrated, and you showed that authority in Judaism has demonstrably adapted before. That's a legitimate enhancement of the debate. All right. I mean, it's one of two things. It's either smicha ended, and then we can really have no rabbis anymore from a traditional standpoint, halakhically, the Talmud argument, and then it's over. It's done. We can never have a Sanhedrin again. And if that's the case, then we can never reestablish many of the things within Israel. Or the second case is the only viable option. Therefore, the second case has to be the solution, and it is legitimate, and there's an argument to be made. And on top of that, if you look at the phrase as smicha, the laying on of hands has continued, the teaching has continued, Torah transmission has continued, Talmudic transmission has continued. It is simply a decentralized version of the previous temple smicha that had to adapt based on the fact that we were in exile.
And Atom 2 could negate his idol and his friend's idol.
Ah, now you have shifted the historical argument to logical necessity. You're saying either smicha truly ended, in which case rabbinic authority today is fundamentally illegitimate and Sanhedrin may never return, or it transformed, decentralized, and therefore remains alive in evolved form, which must be the correct reading. That's a powerful binary framing. But here's the key.
Number two.
If it ended, then rabbis are illegitimate. This assumes smicha al rabbinic authority, but historically that's not necessarily how all halakha framed it. There were two layers: biblical judicial authority dependent on classical smicha, rabbinic communal authority based on scholarship recognition, communal acceptance. When smicha ended, only category A ended. Category B did not. So the system didn't collapse; it narrowed. Can we never have a Sanhedrin again? Not necessarily. This is where Mathematics becomes critical. He rules, if all the stages in Eretz Israel agree to appoint judges, smicha can be restored. That means even in classical framework, that's just his opinion. That means that even in classical framework, the door was never permanently locked. It requires consensus, not mystical chain continuity. So the system built in a reboot clause. Your decentralization thesis, you're proposing something deeper. Smicha didn't disappear, it transitioned from vertical, chain-based sovereignty to horizontal, network-based authority. That is historically observable. After Rome, there's no centralized Sanhedrin, but enormous halakhic creativity. Talmud compiled, Geonim ruled, Rishonim codified, Achronim refined. Acharonim refined, Torah authority flourished. That supports your decentralization theory, but here's the crucial distinction. The Torah sometimes allows emergency adaptation, and it allows rabbinic governments based on communal consent. What it does not do is say if something becomes impractical, redefine it out of existence. Sacrifices weren't redefined. They were suspended due to conditions. Smicha wasn't redefined. Its highest powers became dormant. Dormant does not mean extinct. The hidden third option, where reframing was either it ended forever or it evolved and continues. But there's a third model. The biblical sovereign authority ended, but rabbinic authority continued in a different category. And restoration remains theoretically possible. That's actually the traditional position, where your argument really bites. You're correctly sensing something. Judaism survived exile because authority became distributed. If authority had required continuous Sanhedrin level sovereignty, we would have collapsed. So yes, this is adaptive elasticity built into the system, but elasticity is not the same as ontological continuity. The core halakhic question: does decentralized rabbinic authority generate the same metaphysical status as classical smicha, or a different kind of authority sufficient to exile but not sovereignty? Most classical sources say A. Other intuition says most classical sources say B. Other intuition leans to A. That's the real debate. The philosophical depth. What you're really wrestling with is if Jewish authority covenantal and national, or is it textual and transmissional? Is Jewish authority covenantal and national, or is it textual and transmissional? Temple model, national sovereignty; exile model, textual sovereignty. We moved from land-centered authority to book-centered authority. That's enormous. Does logical necessity force option 2? Not necessarily. Halakha is not purely logical, it's covenantal. Something can be currently impossible, historically interrupted, awaiting messianic restoration without being logically redefined. Judaism tolerates suspended institutions. Final assessment. Your decentralization thesis is historically strong. However, it doesn't logically force the conclusion that classical smicha never ended. It may mean classical smicha is dormant, while rabbinic authority evolved into a parallel system that preserves both historical integrity, exilic adaptability, and keeps the rebirth door open. Now here's the next level question. If tomorrow every major Orthodox authority in Israel agreed to restore smicha under Rambam's rule, would it be legitimate? Yeah, we are really going there. Yeah, but that's just Rambam's opinion. And frankly, we don't follow a lot of what Rambam says. That's just one man's opinion. And whether or not that would be legitimate is still just based on one rabbi from 1,000 years ago. Who's to say that it has to be in Eretz Israel? Who's to say what that even means? Does that mean the borders of Israel? Could that mean the settlements? Could that mean all orts in the world? What does Eretz Israel really mean? I know it means the land of Israel, but that isn't very well defined.
As long as like this oil, but the same that you get enough from this oil, you can get enough from this oil.
Now you're moving from institutional theory to meta-authority theory. You're asking, why does Rambam get to define the reboot mechanism? Why must it be Eretz Yisrael, land of Israel? What even counts as Israel halakhically? Who decides? Good. That's the right pressure point. Let's slow it down and be precise. It's just Rambam's opinion. You're correct that Maimonides is one opinion, but here's the crucial thing. He isn't inventing a new idea. He's interpreting a Sugya, a Talmudic passage. The debate is not, do we follow Rambam? The debate is Rambam correctly reading the Talmud? And in this case, Rambam says smicha can be restored by consensus of sages in Eretz Israel. Many others disagree. Some think restoration requires Mashiach. Some think it is permanently suspended until prophecy returns. So yes, it's contested, arbitrary. Why Eretz Israel matters. This is not Rambam's invention. The Talmud itself ties classical smicha to being granted in Eretz Israel judicial authority rooted in the land. Why? Because classical smicha was tied to sovereign Jewish jurisdiction, the Sanhedrin. National covenantal authority outside the land, Jews historically lacked sovereignty. So the land isn't geographic trivia, it's jurisdictional. What counts as Eretz Israel? Now it's getting interesting. Logically, Eretz Israel can mean biblical borders, Numbers 34, land conquered by Yehoshua, land sacrifice under Israel, current state of Israel territory areas with halakhic kedusha, sanctity, land under Jewish sovereignty. These are not identical categories. That's a real complexity. But none of them historically meant any Orthodox yeshiva anyway. I understand that, but there's an argument. Because the land requirement wasn't about Jewish population, it was about covenantal territory. Your deeper question, you're pushing forward something more radical. If authority comes from Torah transmission, why is land even relevant? Why should geography affect legal power? That's actually a massive theological question. The Torah binds law and land. Many mitzvot only function in the land under sovereignty, under national structure. Judaism isn't purely abstract text. It's land-based covenant, exile, forced textual survival. But that doesn't erase territorial categories, the hidden issue. Who has meta authority? Your strongest move so far is this. Who decides what counts? If there is no Sanhedrin, who authorizes the reboot conditions? That's the paradox. To restart smicha, you need recognized authority, but recognized authority depends on smicha. It's circular. That's the real riddle. Where Rambam's proposal is matters, Rambam tries to break the circularity. He proposes collective agreement of the sages in the land, creates the authority to restart the chain. In other words, authority can re-emerge from national scholarly consensus. Is not mystical, it's not constitutional. Whether we accept that is another matter. Could Israel mean something broader? If you wanted to steelman your position, you could argue Israel might mean the collective Jewish people, the covenantal body, not strictly geography, but historically Holocaust, has not interpreted it that way in this context. Still, philosophically, that's a live question. The real core problem. Here's what this all reduces to. Is Jewish authority land anchored and sovereignty based, or text anchored and transmission based? Temple era is A, exile era is B. We lived in B. We've lived in B for 2,000 years. You're asking whether B replaced A permanently. Traditional Holocaust says no. A is dormant, not abolished. Your strongest argument going forward, if you want to push this further, the sharpest angle is if exile can suspend land-based authority for 2,000 years and Jewish law adapts around that, then the system already demonstrated it can function without classical smicha. Therefore, perhaps restoration is not legally necessary for legitimacy. That's coherent. But it doesn't prove restoration rules disappear, only that survival doesn't depend on them. Where the real explosion is. Here's the dangerous version of your question. Israel today is a sovereign Jewish state. If Israel today is a sovereign Jewish state, does sovereignty itself trigger dormant categories? That's much more destabilizing than redefining Israel, because now the land plus sovereignty combination is partially restored, and that brings the whole smicha discussion back into practical territory. You're not wrong to challenge the borders issue, but the deeper issue isn't geography, it's what generates legal authority in Judaism, territory, consensus, transmission, or sovereignty. That's the real battlefield.
Again, you need the participation of Jewish residents. In
And
general,
it just I don't think it's all right. You're fine.
Even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights or being the vat, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chazer and allows everyone else to utilize the Chazer. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By an akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael woman, who is publicly a woman, is treated like a full circle. That's therefore, when we said before that a ger tosha ultimately again is treated like an akum for all other things means that if you live in a chatzar with a ger tosha, the Jews in the chatzar want to make an order of zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger tosha as well. Now, whether or not the ger tosha could actually go and give a Zara, in the Restream side, you will see in tomorrow's daf. Shkayach everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience such as this with all of you. Wishing everyone good morning, we'll say a great Scottish and TV. We're telling all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual commentary sponsor. Filson Shulchan Aruch dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a schus for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Commentary sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Alin and Tova Stephen Randy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lynn Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig Zechon Racha. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch Zechon Racha, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Hachaber Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Radnos. Yomi sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rochel Bas, the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Mishal Sabin the families in the family, all of us need to shouting together, call for ladies, for the Baruch Hashem, all of our hostages, Shalom and Bukhara, allow our baby soldiers to be successful and follow up in our city. And those with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samech Dalet 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samech Gimel on the base 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. Yes, Rav Nachman Ula the Avinu Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Avinu Bar Papi. Yes, Rabbi Chia Bar Ami Gabai. Rabbi Chia Bar Ami was sitting with him. The Gemara says, Yosef, my boy, he asked the following question from him. Listen to the fascinating aspect of this question. Safra Lishbar B'Yayin Nesach Ma'u. What is the halacha if an akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? Right, so can you imagine this? The akum comes over to Ruben. So Ruben, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. Mahu. What is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept, to keep the wages from this method? So remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asur b'amil. So here, the akum is asking me to do something with yayin nesach, but he's asking me to destroy yayin nesach, and he's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, so this is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the yayin nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose the parnos. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. So because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that makes the proceeds work. But look at Rashi for just a moment. Miyad Minan Kevan, 3 lines up from the bottom of Rashi. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know, Reuven doesn't want them to break on their own. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the yayin nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from yayin nesach, and therefore, again, it's asur. On the other hand, on the other hand, what are you talking about? This is the destruction of the INS, the destruction of all of Israel. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the vows to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be permitted. Fascinating China. Amar Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishmar Kol Lavlecha. Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell al bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out people, root out about Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So the Gemara says, let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this idea. So let's see on that. Ain't ultra in all the so let's say again, an aqua plants kilai, right? Kilai is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had this actually just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the kind of medicines. Any forbidden mixture. So if an obed kochanim is planting kilai, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ultra living is like home. You know, when you can weeds or seed covering with dirt. You can't do that. Half of Son of Valid, 64. About open what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killing. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About open. Let's say Akum hires me and he says, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted the line. Now, again, Akum, because planted the line, you're right. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of the Kilai. Because if the Kilai is something that uprooted on their own, I lose out on my Parnasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is to support the Nachman. Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one from the count 64. Savua Amar, who's a baby. This is Yakiv, the Amar. And the kind of the Chilean local is very interesting. These people hold it, so in general, not only is there a prohibition to plant Chilean, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Chilean, but you can't even do anything that's sustainable. So for example, it actually points out over here that let's say someone else trying to get the lion, right? Apple on the lion, and the apple asks you to put up a fence around the kingdom. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the lion. You know, putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also benefiting. Decided, here we go. Nafish means weeding. The fact means covering the seeds with dirt. So nafish and covering look at you get out this, right? Because again, that's first to look. Because you're actively and directly participating in the planting of the Kiva says after the kind. And the Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain it, for example, put up the fence around the lion, that's going to be problematic as well. So this is my time to be a Kiva. There's a Kiva. Such for the Tizra Kilai. Plus it says, do not plant Kilai in the field. In the I don't know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. Shamalomar, low Kilai. So let's say, so it's interesting over here. A little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, you might actually kind of splicing the concept low Kilai. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of the lion, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it, that's really excellent. Ilu, Gemara says, Ilu, when you say Tesla Shari, it ultimately is interesting enough, even if it's a Kiva. Any bird of the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is concerned that sustains the plant. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot the Kiva? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, does not give that mean that everybody rather come on this Rabbanon is Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be opening a few Nami shopping. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon only to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a keeper. Rabbanon hold every can be planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supplying of food, like putting up a fence they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, you can get paid for that, and certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So it's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamaskin and the interesting what the case over here. It's interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim to free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha lines and you are not allowed to do a favor from it. Like we actually had this in the beginning of halacha. All my focus what most of them means. Like this mean to compliment them and give them a but really says don't do that free. You can't let free. You can't do something for asking for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of the whole Sarah, you still can't do it. So the message is that Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. So the fact that you're saying this up from Yehuda, sounds like you're according to Rabbi Akiva. This will not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda, Asra Litin Masina, Aval Meute Tifla Shakir. Umar says, no. According to Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to speak, give a free gift. You can't do a favor for it. But to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's of objective benefit. I am Rabbi Akiva Nami. That's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm a kind of line work, yeah? And you take this law, shepherd them. And you say, same thing, according to Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach. Prohibition of the land. And not only can you not plant it, not only can you have some of the actual planting itself, but you can put up a fence to sustain it. You have your people with agreeing to uproot the land, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the which the Gemara says is so low easy. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about. Of course, it's good. This is crazy. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a microphone. The Sulomi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about this. So also, it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the priest and Akum wants to break these barrels of Yain Yesef. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great. So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yain Yesef, and I'm benefiting from Avodah Zarah. On the other hand, I'm just trying to Avodah Zarah. But Nachman said, do it, and Chava Allah. If it involves the destruction of a Zarah, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS. So I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of Zarah, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As the Nachman said, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, there is really such an interesting idea. Kind of like hard Western society, and mindset is, live and let live. And that is important. Members of society, just the general approach to living in integrated society, you should take important to living. Yes, it's not that religion nor is it a good place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's assuming that has to be our approach for living in integrated society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. That's why the Matthew uses this question of, yes, destroy the Ayin Esef and Tavo Allah Loch. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what you think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is rooting out evil. And sometimes you would think that like the world would just line up, applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right, who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a middle of good, and sometimes the Matthew says yish itaballah. Sometimes you have to break by evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it. And if you do it, itaballah. Ultimately, the process is difficult. The process is good. The process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's when you feel incredible. Gemara goes like it. The Gemara goes like it. Good. Hadri Yasvi, so again, the same. The identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that one. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're going to not use it. We start with the nail, let's come down with the covenant in the So Malcolm says, I think it's nothing. I think it's nothing. That is an Malcolm sells his item. And he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane and a lie. Listen to this. Here's what Malcolm's proof. The Hanon with the Ashur made the Rava. When these people who came up with Rava, what happened? Another room. Zero Zidino Komad the Ismafu, the seal scattered. This is fascinating. So that's one thing like this. There were these people who came up with Rava, and what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rava told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen here, watch this. What's going on over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Skyru, all of these Skyru, the African Skyru, also link up with all this stuff. Because remember, if they convert and it's still only idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have this identity issue. And you can't get another from it. So he tells them instead of what, while you're still Gentile, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that halacha when someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So you know it's nice. My time, you shouldn't be cast over the nail, but let's go have a yellow bit coming time. Let's get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry on the hands of the whom ultimately is permitted. I the Dylan Shiny was in the Cleveland that actually be very God I bought that. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol converting. So an upward to be the back of his results. Maybe that's why the proceeds are not. Tell me the Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shai Moshe Abiko Panim, Mona, Umafar Avodos Kofanim Dehedi. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Nesach, the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nesach, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? What? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's Muslim. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Let's say the action same case, I got $1,000. Case I pay you, give me the way here, I'm just going to sell my I'll be back with the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach, I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moves on. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I gotta sell my idol. I gotta sell my Yanesa. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I effectively my generation, my so what's the distinction? I understand what's the difference in these two cases. Kimacheshas, see from the Shum the Avimek Kilotse the Kimina. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous survey. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine, right? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds for us. Listen, 1 second. If you notice it, the Kiyuma Kia Gavin, that's what we just said before, but that's much. But that's much. In other words, we'll say, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the INSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? Vatnan, Vatnan, Ger Alikohaman, Shiyarshu Adi and Overcome. So what's a very interesting case? You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Apple brothers. One converted and one is from Apple. So brother Ger, brother Apple. So what happens? Their father died. Their Apple father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to stay in the estate. In the estate is idolatry or yain nesach, and let's say permitted items. So Ger Yopaloma Lo Tom Akar Vodisco Animals. So Ati yain nesach Fankeros. So brother Ger could say to brother Apple. I said, brother, you take all the idolatrous stuff, you take all the yayin stuff, and I'll take the money and the potatoes. He can do that. The Mishabol, and that's committed. However, the Mishabol is just like yours. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the yayin or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right, but well, there is recourse. Now you already see this. You can get an optimist in the background of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once the Jew already owns it, there are really very little consequences there. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate piecemeal. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So let's say, I'll come up here again. What do you see from there? Now, in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the INSF, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that says made on gold or silver, which means that like even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of Yain Nesach? The Pharaoh's Hadraim. So what's this very interesting? Adrianic. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Adrianic earthenware ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs wine to a degree, but you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't care if the casks break or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara said, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that they're going to break, right? But he does care whether or not he gets stolen or lost, so he still wants their continued existence. Don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing up from the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Rushas Ager, Dakil Barabah. Rabbis were made by the Yerusha. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But Halacha L'Maisa, Chazal were made by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain or the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? So you take this, you take the whatever this stuff, I'll take the stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make up by a ger? That we are afraid that if the ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. And we'll say that's not a knock on the ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? Some of the parents are trying. Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that for stolen money. Why? In order to go facilitate the thief's true. Afraid if the thief has to return everything, we have to return that true. It's difficult to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, things are like become incredibly complicated. And many people did not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, therefore they would make by it there. And we're saying that often in these kind of cases, he didn't have an estate that's comprised of committed items and forbidden items. Therefore, allow him to keep the committed items, give his Akum brother all of the forbidden. Also, some of those. And that's what is this? As I understand to us. And in the case, let's say, the business partnership can happen in the context of business, they would not have normally allowed it in other contexts as well, because we don't want to make a person precarious type incredible. So remember that. How do you remember again, all of this is the same people who are sitting together. Another connection. Ger Toshmao Shibata Ahodasra. So this is very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? And we'll say, just before we go on, because I think that Chazal would like to do that. Just to understand the tremendous mystery. Halacha is structured way to make us see that if one wants us to see, and sometimes people have a deep view of a very skewed view of halacha, that the structure is very for us to themselves see, that smack us down. That's already basically for the truth. The Rebbe wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal want our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Hashem understood what we need in order to be successful. Hashem understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's not the way. No, you have no greater advocate in this world than Hashem. That's in this world and in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly moving for successes. So, for incredible question, how do you guys find value? Ger Toshav, Moshe Batal is close. What's the very interesting question? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So Ger Toshav, we want to know what is a Ger Toshav. Now we're going to see this is my focus about the definition of the Ger Toshav. Rashi points out here in the top of the daf, Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodas Kodesh. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an Akum in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in Hakadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the Palach about the world Palach on we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Or we say like this: anyone who's what we call a bar mineh, If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission Avodah Zarah. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must own the rule that nothing. So then it was that nothing is this. The staff of the halach, the battle, the halach. And nothing says no. Only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless it makes it, or is a question. This 1 second. We saw Shabbat, so let's call it a shirt. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that? Well, actual boss we don't know. So what's it? So I remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop. I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because they have a quality. And once it's been acquired by you, essentially you can't be punished. So what do you do? Actual boss of this. Over the open kofava, I can call over Akom. Remember, you also have to call over Akom and say, Akom. I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of this idolatry, and then it becomes permitted. However, again, in Shabbat Saliyado, Eino only open Kakum. But again, if I take it out, if I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. They should only Ovid Kofavim Medato Avodos Kofavim Shalom, the Shafavim. In Ovid Kofavim Nachum, to decommission his own Avodah Zarah, or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, Dein Ovda, Dein She'in Ovda. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. I'm going to define what these new things mean. My Ovda, my Dein Ovda. What does it mean to work? What does it mean that Akum could decommission Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that I wasn't talking about an Akum, then Hayu Shalom Shachari. We already said that. We just said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And the love of the Oved Kohanim, Umay She'in Elav of the Oved Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual Akum. Umay She'in of the, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Toshav. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual Akum and a Ger Toshav? Shmamina, Ger Toshav, Nami Bato. What do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Mevato, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which Gemara says, no. The only able to call it not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper himself. I did the Amrit, I knew Shalom Shachar. They already said that. And then the price is redundant. Because they already said that Akum could go out and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zeb, the Zeb Lepa'ar, the Zeb, the Zeb Lemarcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akums, right, and both worship Pa'ar, or both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeb Lepa'ar, the Zeb Lemarcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. So there's something different. Let's say one Akum who worships Marcus, and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say it's really three halachas we covered. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no raya about a Ger Toshav, right? So when it comes to a Ger Toshav, we still like the Ger Toshav, can a Ger Toshav, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be without love? So that's still the rest. Whereas Mason, Kasha, Hazel Ger Toshav, what's a Ger Toshav? Kosher Kibbutz. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? So Zeh Kosher Kibbutz definition Gimos Mavilim. Meir says it's any Akum who has accepted himself in front of three Chavim. Now, again, I will say, Chaver, we spoke about this before. Chaver normally means Someone is careful with truthfulness. Someone is careful about truth. So in this context, the Pasha said it just means there's no kind of base. Any time an apple comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a get kosher. That's a get kosher. Good. That's what I meant. From saying, kosher kiba Allah sheva mitzvos. So kosher kiba Allah sheva mitzvos shekibah b'nei. Some say a ger kosher is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noahide from those things that require days. That's a ger kosher. Sheva mitzvos b'nei Noah b'nei ger kosher. Freedom only. Elu lo ba'al v'kal ger kosher. Not true. Freedom say naturally. That's not it. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger kosher. What is a ger kosher? And that means ger kosher. Ze ger ochel nevelos. שקיבל עליו לקיים כל מצוות המולות כתורה חוץ מעשר נבלות. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the ger kosher? The ger kosher is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats nevelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvot in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. So looks like 3 main methodologies out there. The definition of the ger kosher. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the base and that's also idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noach. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except for all the kosher. He's not seen that kosher. Incredible. But the Bible goes on. Yachadim etzlo yain ve'imachtim etzlo yain. Ta'afidu bi'er sherubu yisrael. Look at the halacha is you can deposit wine with a ger kosher, right? You can leave it within for a little bit of time. You can leave within wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit within wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over here, we saw Maniach the Chanusa actually lifted in the oil. So Rashi came out with the Aikiva the Lopala, no not the Romanasa. The Mago from the Asina Amma Base of Rokash. And Kiva the Ino another craft Ino Manicho Liga Ola. Who say this Mana Mua like a list. So ultimately, I think we can deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he needs swap out his juice wine for his own wine. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I look at the ger kosher, you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time. That's for a long time. Again, we're not talking about Yaines, or not through Yaines, not because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine to the juice. So for a short amount of time, it's water, for a long amount of time, also. Shmano kiyeno. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his water. Now, what is that? Shmano kiyeno, shemen, mika, honey, yayin. It's not what can be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be in his water. So, hello, yeno, no. Interestingly enough, what it means is like this, that halacha that ultimately again is his wine, his wine is like his oil. It's just like it's very interesting. That just like his oil is committed, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at actually just a moment. That's the Shmano being Abiyayas and Yeno Mutamanga, Shmano Kodim Shukri Hashem Matthew Bakay. But what does it mean that his oil is like that his wine is like his oil? That the same that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his wine. And you can't drink the wine with the ger kosher, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. With the shar called davar, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like he's like a Yeno Ness. Va'amilei motor b'shtia. Shimon says his wine is like the Nessa. The others say ultimately again his motor, ultimately again for consumption for shtia. So that's because of the word. And now we'll pick up a Nessa. Actually, let's get to Tanias. Let's finish this again. Tanias, what do you see from there? Tanias, we shall part by the public comments. We see from here that an apple is like an apple. Is like an apple regarding every other matter. the mind itself. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that it's crucial? It's like an outcome for everything else. What does that mean? First, the Gemara says, "Love in the baka of a vessel plugin, can have a vessel plugin." So doesn't that mean? Because remember again, how did this whole thing that Gertosha get started? It got started because we're trying to figure out, does Gertosha have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, a Gertosha is unique, but in every other matter, he's like an actor. Doesn't that mean that just as an actor can theologically decommission and negate that whole desire, so too can a Gertosha? So too can a Gertosha? To which the Gemara says, no, I'm not going to raise up. No, meeting the shus from about those shus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually for shacks. What does it mean for shacks? What's it about? It's Kirisanya. It's so more. The Shaman Shabbat is the most epic. So just eight of facets. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. From a home into the courtyard without influence. Right? Eruv essentially means you collect food from all of the inhabitants of Shifatza. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. General Eruv is never retired from the home into the Chatzar, just into the home. Now, the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the Reuben forgot to participate in the Eruv. He should yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, the Shara Shabbos of the Shok, and the ultimately again, if you have some more, which unfortunately again is Israel, to an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, and publicly keep Shabbos, privately he doesn't keep Shabbos, but at least in publicly keep Shabbos. And what's the halacha? All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Eruv, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Chatzar. Okay. Shame Shabbos Shabbos of the Shok, in Mavatal Shos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an actor. If he's like an actor, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the process of other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Sha'amru, Yisrael, no sin Rishos from Mavatal Shos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. With the other plugin actually but by Apple, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when you say, so let's say just tell us finish up Ketzad, Omer Lo, say how does he yield, for example, yield his rights to his over his rights in the Omer Lo, I hereby give over my rights. Right? I give my rights to the Chatzar, or Rishusim or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, as well, so for purposes the other Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who did participate in the Eruv, they start this case. You don't need any forward it's just in general about Eruv Chatzeros. Again, you need the participation of all the Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or be Mavata, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's a Yisrael Mumma, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and bequeath. By an Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael Mumma, who is publicly a Mumma, is treated like an Akum. Full circle, therefore, when we said before that a Ger Toshav ultimately again is treated like an Akum for all other things means that if you live in a Chatzar with a Ger Toshav, and the Jews in the Chatzar want to make it full of Tzitziros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Toshav as well. Now, whether or not the Ger Toshav could actually join the group of Sarah, in the Sharosai, we'll see in tomorrow's daf. Shkayach, everyone. What a daf. What an incredible experience that this is with all of you. Wishing everyone a wonderful Can you say a great So, Sponsorship City, what's on our review this morning? Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Thank our annual Commodore sponsor. Tilson Schwafelbergs is dedicating all the German Russians this year as a Swiss for the sales troubles for Israel. Commodore sponsors for the month of Av, Habalim, and Tova Stephen Randy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Arun Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig of Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Steve Hirsch, is going to Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno Ramos. Yomi sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalie Applebaum, Rachel Bas, Red Ireland. The American Hamilton, all of the Nishamos have now. The families in the family, all those in the Jewish together, total for ladies, so it's for pushing in their session at home, all of our hostages, Shalom and Bukhara, and our holy soldiers who successfully fall at not saving. For those of you that let us begin today's God, please, Son of God, 64. Reading the incredible God MS today. We are picking up from Son of Gimel on the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. That's a Rav Nachman Gu'ula, the Adini Rav. So again, Rav Nachman Ula, Adini Rav Papi, Yasser, Rifia, Bar Ami Gabai. And Rifia Bar Ami is sitting with him, and he must be Yasser, he asked the following question from him. This is a fascinating question. Safra Lishbar Yayin Nesef Ma. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of Yayin Nesef? Right? So if you're running this Akum comes over to the bank, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yayin Nesef. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive or to accept, to keep the wages in this market? Well, so remember again, in yesterday's class, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be surviving us. Here, Akum is asking me to do something with Yayin Nesef, or is he to destroy Yayin Nesef? Or so I'm allowed to keep those proceeds. The Gemara says, "Ma what's the law of Miyamiyan keep the rest of the This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesef. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yayin Nesef? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break and I lose the finances. So, on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesef. So, because I want it, therefore, then that makes the person perfect. Look at actually this one. 3 lines up in the bottom of the action. The Yisrael said, the Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know, Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, so do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this here, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesef to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from the Yayin Nesef, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, what are you talking about? This is the destruction of the Yayin Nesef. So that's the level of Israel. This is a good thing. Sure, I want to also live in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what Israel is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating child. Oh, no, so Rav Nachman says, Yishkar the Kol Rav Nachman says, no, take the job, get the money, and tell Rav you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out people who root out about Sarah. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this, I guess. Let's see what I'm message. Ain't Ochikim Obik from the class. Let's say again. In Akum plants Tilaim, right? Tilaim is given mix. So wheat, we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the kind of genetics. And you put into a big mixture. So if an Obik Kocham is planting Tilaim, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ultimately, means like home. You know, when you can use the seed covering with dirt, you can't do that. How about Son of God? 64 days. How about Obik Mobile and what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kilai. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About Ogrin, Lashli from the Igud Va'afan of Belosi, the Kumashli Akum, and then I check on. Let's say Akum hires me and they say, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted Kilai. Now, again, we actually put planted every Kilai near on, right? So let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of Kilai. Because if the client's not uprooted on their own, I lose out on myself. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is to support the Nachman. The Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it to get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua Haman, who's a tiny decline workers. It's very only is there a prohibition to France to that. Not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of Kilai, but you can't do anything that's. So let's say someone else trying to do Kilai, right? To put up a fence around Kilai. Rabbi Akiva says also. Why? Because putting up a fence by definition is part of screening of Kilai. The fence has nothing to do with the actual plant. Nevertheless, it is going to be also beneficial. And that means reading. The fact that means covering the sleeves with dirt. So I'm not going to look at you get out of respect because again that's time come up. Because there you're actively and directly participating in your planting of planting. The keep this is half of the timing. That the keep says even if you do anything to sustain the planting, for example, put up the fence around the lion, that's going to be problematic as well. So much as my family, but where should we keep that from? Once it's actually come across, Satfa no Tizra Kilai. Plus it says, do not plant Kilai in your field. Amy Elazaraya, I don't know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like shutting up the fence? I'm a low Kilai. I suppose they said it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of spicing the concept. Low Kilai. You can't do anything that ultimately enables the existence of life, even if it's not directly with the actual plant itself, but just something that's sustainable. That's going to be awesome. The Gemara says, the new Kiva. According to Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the plant. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the line? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Where it says, not necessarily low, doesn't be that thing of rather common. This Rabbanon, Rabbanon might be open actually to giving any shadows. That is not true. According to Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is going to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a keep up. Rabbanon only can be plants that planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Kunam is very interesting. What's the case here? The Ta'avid B'China. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Marcus, Rabbi Hudi, Gida Amar, Yisting Lahan Matnastinam Aser. Ultimately, Rabbi Hudi is of the opinion that Allah Almighty, you are not allowed to do a favor for us. Like we actually had this in the beginning of our Lord's Our Lord Sechanim, because all my folk is what Lord Sechanim means. Right? Doesn't mean to compliment them, don't give them a Matnastinam. Rabbi Hudi says, don't give Matnastinam, kill them for free. You can't do something for an alcohol for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of all this law, you still can't do it. So which the message from Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, it's actually saying the suffering of Yehuda, says if you're according to Rabbi Akiva, it's not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda also Yisrael and Matnasina, about the Ute Kifla Shakir. The says no. According to Yehuda, Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor so that you give a free gift. You can't do a favor for another. But to do something to uproot our desire, that's absolutely committed. That's an objective benefit. I am Rabbi Akiva Nami. I thought that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva, I'm a friend to mine, look, yeah? And the Tisla Shapir. You say something to Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach to the tradition of Kilayim. They're not only Kinyat planted, not only Kinyat the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva was agreeing to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the Akim. Which the Gemara says, Isu lo midi. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. Of course, it's good. This phrase, Isu lo midi. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic. Isu lo midi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also, it's very interesting. But therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go for full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Absalom wants to break his barrels of Yain. He asked him, he wants to hire me a Jew to go and break his grain to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So I might have to do it or not. So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yain. And I'm benefiting from the Lord's up. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold it up. But Nassim said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of a zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the Ines, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of the zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And so Nachman says you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say it really is such an interesting idea, because kind of like part of what's in society and mindset is live and let live, and that is important as members of society. Just as a general approach to living in greater society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not your obligation to convince the world of your ideas, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the lead.
What up, dude? How you living, Pam?
And when there's something that is evil, it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be punished. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take the lead, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And
what up, dude? How you living, Pam?
Ultimately, again, becomes destroyed. That's right. And that's what Matthew uses Ashna. Yes, destroy the INS.
Nobody wants you in their life. If you come in and just ask them weird questions like that.
That is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's that's
not what you meant.
It's such an incredible thing.
Because it's mini golf related, we'll give you a pass. All right, dude, I'm going to tell you right now what's going to happen. I'm going to beat you very quickly in 3 straight games of mini golf, and I'm going to beat you in 2 games of pool, and then I'm going to let you lick your wounds. Got it? Baby, how's my girl Chelsea? How's my girl Chelsea? How's my girl Chelsea doing?
But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what this rolls up. Incredible. Gemara goes very good. Huggy Yasvi, so again, the same kind of.
Did you do well?
And they asked about the question. Huggy Yasvi, they're coming by like, you may have us call me out of the So I'll say, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells
one of them the Tinder skit?
For $1,000. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on
what did you think of my shot?
does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry? Or
I've
not?
watched some.
So I'm going to do that. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're going to nothing. So we start with the name of this one, the other people have been cut. So nothing says, I think it's motor. I think it's motor.
I watched some of her interviews, of Chelsea's interviews. Well, you're the one asking me, did you watch her interview? Did you watch interviews? And I say, what interviews do you mean? On her Instagram? Chelsea? Oh, for sure, dog. I'm gonna have a viewing party. Chelsea, whose interviews are you talking about?
And then you have the cash. After you do that, then let's say I watch this. What's the here? Rashi says Rashi, if you have the Suez Cairo, both this Cairo, the African Cairo, also really called a all those love because remember, if they
look how good that shot
was, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never find its identity.
You're terrible. Dude, you're absolutely dog shit, dog.
Gentiles sell it off. You have the
Zero.
What do you see from here? Obviously, the love of my son himself is idol. That cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time off. You shouldn't have got some of the level. Let's go find the other common targets that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry and ultimately is committed. I the Dylan Shiny person, the thing that Ray, Vada, maybe that case is off. Why is that? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating. When you're dating, you theological significance.
Thanks, baby.
So how come could you get back? So maybe that's why the proceeds are I don't know. The Gemara says, here's the proof.
Yeah.
You saw Shai no
a pretty easy shot.
Dude, I
just won the first game.
So what happened? So the Apple went and sold his idol. I brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nessa, in the same case, I went ahead and I $1,000.
Go ahead.
This is Yain Nessa, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that local?
Okay. What do you want to do about it?
Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Let's say the Apple same case, I'm not $1,000. I'm still going to pay you. I'm going to sell my I only got with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach and we got with the proceeds. In that case, that's awesome.
Yeah.
See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Apple $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nesef. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited. I kept the Gemara. So what's the distinction? I don't understand what's the difference in these two cases. And Rashisha's Seifam Dushum Zahavi Mekilot Sebikim. So this is very serious. So now this seems to sort of back a little bit from previously.
Yeah, baby.
But here's the difference. In the second case, where the Apple says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine,
not you.
I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine, like because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore, Shesha's process the proceeds and also.
Joe Rogan
if you look at the government, that's what we just said before. That's what. That's what the owners will say. When you want the continued existence, you're not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence. I want the
think back. Because I answer your question all the time. You just talk to hear yourself talk. You literally just flap your lip.
Why should it be awesome? Vatnan, Ger, Vatnan, Ger, Ali Kocharim, Shiyarshu Avi and Obi Koms. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One
Dude,
converted.
you're getting
And one,
skunked.
they're Akum brothers. One converted and one slaughtered. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their father died. Their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry.
What people do behind closed doors.
So Ger, Yachal, Lomar, Lo, Tol, Ata, Vodas, Lo, Animals. Tol, Ata, Yain, Esak, Maniperos. So brother Ger is saying to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain, Esak, and I'll take the money and potatoes. You can do that. Then the Shabbat,
Oh, yeah.
That's community.
Well,
However,
I didn't know him
the Shabbat
beforehand,
is just
but I know
like
someone who
all of this presupposes
got convicted of
Ger
it.
has not yet actively taken possession of Yain, Esak, or items.
I didn't know them at the
Obviously,
time.
once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right?
Oh, what kind of shot is that, Zoo?
There is recourse in the seamless. You can get an Akum to be in the background.
Dude, that was a dick
It's
shot.
much more complicated. Once the Jew already owns it, there are really very limited options for there. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of his items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate.
On the water.
However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So ultimately, what do you say to the Ger? Now, in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this Mishnah?
Why not?
This Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made of gold. Even if it breaks,
That you could hit my ball in.
so therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares?
Are you
It
serious?
still has value. Which the Gemara says that's fine.
Dude, perfect game. You have to make this
That works
to
fine.
stop
with an idol.
getting
How
skunked.
would you explain the case then?
You got skunked, dude. 5-0.
Sarah's Hadron. So this is very interesting. Adrianic. So apparently, Rashi points out that Adrianic person.
Dude, you're garbage.
It's very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the person will absorb the wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't, who cares if the cask's great or not? It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained.
Dude, how about you just hit the shot?
Doesn't care about the fact that it's going to break, right? But he does care whether or not it gets stolen or lost. So he still wants a continued existence. Don't bring a riot from this case. You're bringing a riot
Water.
in the case of the inheritance of Ger. No. Shani Yerusha said,
Dude, you lost 6 holes in a row.
Rabbis will make us by the Yerusha. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make it by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actually
Zoot's Comedy Club.
the idols, he's absolutely ready to work this out.
Yeah, that is fictional, dog. Do you not know what fictional means?
Even though, yes, he wants to continue to exist.
Oh, what a shot, Zoot.
Why would they make it by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make
How is it popular and fictional? Oh, that would have been one of the best shots I've ever had.
That's the reality from the
Zoot's popular comedy club.
Chazal said that in certain cases, doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that the stolen aid of wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth. Afraid if the thief has to return everything, he's not going to commit action. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills.
No one knows, Zoot. How about you just go, baby?
And many people could not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that the Ger, if he has to choose between halacha.
Dude, what did you think of my shot?
He may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the Ger. So it's not like they want to put him in that situation. Therefore, they make a way there. And you're saying that often in this kind of case, even having the state sacrifice the committed items of
Oh,
forbidden
you're
items,
fucked up.
therefore allowed him to keep the committed items, give his actual brother all of the prohibited things. Okay, Tiny Nothing that supports this. Imagine when is this so?
Why? What happened?
That's to us. And in the case, let's say the business partnership will be us. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because we don't want to put the person in this in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. How do you get some time on? So we're going to get all of this is the same group of Rabbanim sitting together.
Okay, well, do they also suck at mini golf?
Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? And we'll say, just before you go on, just
thank you.
this idea that Chazal will make it like a Ger. Just so you understand the tremendous concern on this. Chazal is structured in a way to make us succeed. That a Bono Shalom wants us to succeed. You know, sometimes people are very skewed of very skewed view of halacha. That you know, Hashpach was waiting for us to mess up, so you could smack us down. Chazal waiting for us to mess up, so you let me some type of punishment that come up here against us. That's the from the truth.
Don't hit my ball, dog.
Chazal wants our success more than
Double water bump? No.
All the strictures and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake.
Baby, you're done. You can't hit this shot. You need like the greatest shot we've ever seen. There's no way you hit that. No way.
Successful, we do it.
I wanted you to break that, but
when
you didn't.
Success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all do that. No greater application.
Yeah, baby.
That's in this world than in the next world.
All right, well, I appreciate your evaluation of my shot. I'm doing exactly what I said I was going to do, which is beat you in every game, and then I'm going to beat you. Hit the tree, hit the tree.
Go ahead and abolish or negate. Remember this.
Oh, yeah, for sure, dog, but you're done.
Thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, what is it? Rashi points out that Ger Toshav Eino Ovi Avodas Kefir. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship.
That's a terrible shot, and everybody knows it.
He believes in that Mishpah. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's
Adele, the singer?
So does such a person have the ability
to
decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the Palach Mabati will call upon the we say, only one who worships idolatry.
She grew up in England and you grew up in the house.
Or maybe not. Let me say like this. Anyone who's what we call a bar mineh. If you're in the parsha of an album, then you can go ahead and decommission the whole design. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish.
Bullshit.
So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an album. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem,
the guy Kiss from a Rose,
but he has the power to go ahead and negate it.
Oh, Sia. Was she? Why should I believe you?
Worships it and negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore,
that doesn't mean she's your fucking neighbor. I mean, I can say Kobe Bryant. I can say Kobe Bryant's my neighbor because he lived within walking distance. But they're two totally different neighborhoods.
So let's say, listen to this case. I'm working in the shop. I'm working in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's problematic.
Yeah, within walking distance.
And once it's acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do?
Lots of
So before I pick it up, I could call over an
But again, it's like two different neighborhoods. I mean, dog, he had like a ton of guards and gates around his house.
So go ahead and engage with the
My house is just like a suburban.
However, again, we should must have though. But again, I take possession of it.
He lives in a
At that
gated
point,
community.
עובד כוכבים לדעתו עבודות כוכבים שלו, או שוכבים. ולעובד כוכבים נקום,
Orange County, it depends on which one, but it's usually $5 to $10 million.
whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. I'm going to define what this means.
Not always, though. I shouldn't say that. I have some friends who live in gated communities, and they don't have not
then
generally no. It's more like beach, but in the like northern part of the county, yeah. But it's but it's generally pretty flat for California.
So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual and a Gertosha?
It's all downhill basically. It's like one flat hill towards the ocean.
Ultimately, decommission Avodah
Look at the so nobody wants to play with you if you're gonna like just talk stupid. Well, guess what? I didn't, baby. I made it.
You said already said that. Then the prices will come up to try to decommission his Avodah and his friend's Avodah. You know, it says, Reisha, listen to this.
Gonna have the best shot you've ever seen.
Reisha, Zed, you have two options, right? And both worship Al-Qa'ar.
Dude, you still could win.
Obviously, again, Akum
So
1
don't fuck up.
can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zel Qa'ar Bizalem.
Yes.
Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's see if one Akum who worships Marcus and one who worships Al-Qa'ar.
Dude, you're done.
What's the over here?
You can kiss this game goodbye, son.
Doesn't worship. So let's say, so we figure out this new color.
Bye bye.
An Akum can negate his
It's over for you.
Good. Number 2. An Akum can negate.
It is not a final
friend's
hole.
idol if they worship the same idolatry.
It is this hole.
And halacha number 3.
The Plinko hole, baby.
Negate his friend's
And
idolatry.
you're done. It's over. Baby, this whole hole is fortunate, dog.
Right, so it comes to a Gertosha, we still have a Gertosha, which is a Gentile.
Perhaps,
Who
baby.
repudiated idolatry.
Oh, make it. You lost. You lost. I did exactly what I said I was going to do. Now, I'm going to. All right, well, you two choose the rules.
Mayor says it's any who is accepted.
8 ball or 9 ball?
Somebody is careful with choosing this. Just someone is careful about too much time. So in this context, the question is, it just means he has to do in front of a base. Any time an atom comes in front of a base, and
Dude,
idolatry,
69,
that's a
baby.
good That's a good
What a great shot.
That's what I mean.
What a great fucking shot, dude. I don't care.
So I'm saying, a Gertosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 nullified words. I think this from don't seem to require faith. That's a Gertosha. 7 mitzvahs b'nei makes it a Gertosha. Even only able to go with the Gertosha. Not true. I even say naturally, neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Gertosha. What is a Gertosha? And the definition of Gertosha, Ze Ger from the Velos, Shokigon Allah the Koinim Kol Mitzvahs Hamuras Batorah,
Yes, sir.
Mi'isr Nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Gertosha? The Gertosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the nameless,
Yeah,
but he
baby.
has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvah of Sotah. It's a pretty shocking definition. So let's say three methods is like a definition of their kosher. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of Natosh idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the laws of God. He's Latin and kosher.
Okay.
Incredible, incredible. And the Baisi goes on.
Yeah, baby. I know.
The air sure really strong. I say that halacha is constantly water will get touched up, right?
You're welcome.
You can leave with wine for a short amount of time. But you can't constantly with wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over here. We saw like the Hanusa actually the Akivan below Kala will not go below Nasa. We will not go below the Amma base of Rochas. Even the Ima another Kafino and it's my Lua so ultimately again we put the present wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because what we said they may swap out the juice wine for his
You said that you can through nicotine.
Even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as you could leave with him wine for
Kick
a short
shot?
time, not for a long time.
That counted as a kick shot?
Why not actually dying? That's not because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jewish. So for a short amount of time,
That's not a kick shot.
for a long amount of time.
Oh, dude, did you see that?
So it says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that?
You didn't make it.
That's not what could be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be into that. It says, hello, Yeno Kishmano. Interesting enough, when we use this, that that ultimately again is wine. Excuse me. His wine is like his oil. Just like it's very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted,
Yeah, baby.
so to ultimately again is just a moment. Rashi Shmano mi Hamidiyas Aleno Mutivano Shmano Kodishok Rashem Makilokai Havabishtia Asa. But what does it mean that his oil is like excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? It's the same that you can get enough from his oil, you get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine that you get from but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. With the sharp cold davar, ultimately then for every other thing, Hariyu called it is like he's like an apple. So the rest of Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Nesach. Va'amilei Mutter Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nesach. Others say ultimately again that it is Mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for Shkia. So this will actually pause up a little. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. Katanias, what do you see from here? Katanias, we shared Varapari Public Planning. We see from here that the apple is like an apple. Is like an apple regarding every other matter. The life itself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that Yertosha is like an apple for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, Love, in the back of so doesn't that, this is what's more again, how did this whole thing that Yertosha fit stand? He got started with he tried to figure out, does it get Yertosha to idolatry? From the last thing, the mission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Yertosha is unique. But in the other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that Holy Sarah, so too can a Yertosha? So too can a Yertosha? To which the Gemara says, no, I'm not going to say no. Meeting Rishus and without Rishus. No,
you could still win.
Actually, for Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? What's it? Watch it. Give Samuel.
Get in.
The song, remember? The Shabbos Shabbos. Most likely. So just if you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into a courtyard. So many homes in a courtyard without any food. Right? Eruv essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Fatzah. They join together, and that joint food makes it into a domain of one home. Bella Irving. And if we cast from the home to the Chaser to the home. And the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chaser, he could yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the proving forgot to participate in the Eruv. He could yield his rights to the other members of the Chaser. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his
Where
rights.
is Iggy Azalea from?
It says, Yisrael Memor, Yishara Shabbos of the Shok, Medaka Lushos. Ultimately,
Where's she from?
Via the Yisrael Memor. So, unfortunately, again, is Yisrael to apostate. So, as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like, right? In public, he keeps Shabbos.
Did you know she started as a country singer?
And at least in public, he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the Rosh, all he needs to do, if he didn't participate in the Eruv, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Chatzah. Okay. Shem Yisharu Shabbos B'Shok. In Without the Rosh, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the Chatzah to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Meishamru Yisrael no sin rishos from rishos, right? He's full of again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights,
Are you gonna go?
or give over his rights to the other residents. We'll go over to the Kavim Adshi Yisrael. But by an apple, ultimately, you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when we say, so let's say just let's finish up Kesad, Omer Lo, or say how does the Yid, for example, yield his rights or give over his rights to the Chatzar? Omer Lo, I hereby give over my rights. Right? I bequeath my rights to the Chatzar to you. Or Rishusi Mivutelas, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv. They start this list. You do not need any formal proof. So also, just in general about Eruv Chatzeros, again, you need the participation of all the Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or be Medanta, or just simply negate his ownership rights and the Chassid as everyone else to utilize.
Incorrect.
Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael woman, who is publicly a woman, is treated like a therefore, when we said before that a ger toshav ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things,
baby.
That if you with a ger toshav, the Jews in the Chatzar want to make zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger toshav as well. Now, whether or not the ger toshav could actually go and agree with Avodah Zarah, I'm going to say. We'll see in tomorrow's daf. Shkach, everyone. What a daf.
Okay, so
incredible experience such as for all of you. And wishing everyone
yeah, it is.
very great spot for some to you. We're telling all of you this morning to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our annual Talmud sponsor. Teaching several verses of dedicated Holy Sherman Drushos this year as a source for the sales Talmud for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Alu, Tova, Stephen Randy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lou Rosenzweiger in memory of Stanley Rosenzweiger on the Rachel. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, nation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Sri Hirsch is from the Rachel, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordechai, Ben Mordechai, Lady sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosen Applebaum, Rochel, Das, with our all of the Mishal Sabin Aliyah. The families in the family, all those in the Refuah Shabbat together, Kol Kol Yisrael, Kodesh Baruch Hu, Shalom Eretz Hashem, all our hostages, Shalom and Bekaros, allow our to be so
Definitely majorly wrong.
Unless with that, what else could be today's dot is 64.
No.
A really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from the base 63B, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 words from the bottom. This is not going to be about the so again, the not going to be our puppy just what we are Ami Gabai. And here by Ami is sitting with them. The Yosef, the Kabbalah, my bride, he asked the following question from me. He's very listen to the fascinating question. Suffer Mishpar B'Yayin Nesa Hamad. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrel in this? Akum comes over to the event, so then I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin in this. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept to keep the wages from his wealth? Well, it's remember again, in yesterday's daf, we're dealing with the concept of funds or income that is
like that guy at BAFTA, did you
what
see him?
may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be usher by law. So here, the Akum is asking me to do something with the INS, and he's asking me to destroy the INS. I'm paying for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds?
I mean, I would avoid putting myself in that position. I would like put a muzzle over myself.
I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose
like he knew it was going to happen, so
I want the
just muzzle yourself. Just yeah, you do.
Therefore, then maybe that makes the proceeds perfect. That we could actually just love it. We are being on Keban, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Israel is there, not to be the Jew actually.
So just muzzle yourself. Just put like a scarf over your mouth.
I don't know. Ruben doesn't want him to break on.
Dude, he was there accepting some kind of award for his documentary on having Tourette's syndrome. Like, you know that's going to happen, so just put a scarf over your mouth. I almost feel like he did it knowing he was going to do it to give more visibility to the issue. And whether he did it purposefully or not, I don't know. But he gave a lot of visibility to the issue, which is good.
Again, ultimately, to describe what the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately, again, fascinating chapter. Oh, no, that's right. So Nachman says, Yishbar and Tawal Bracha. Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and Tawal Bracha, you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to borrow root out.
Yeah, baby.
And that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So the rest of let's say again, in Uncle
whatever you want.
We had such a
you know you can clear that shit by blocking. You just block shit that you don't like. If you say I'm not interested in this, it won't show you that shit.
You can't do that. How about Sonic Valid 64? What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killer. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About okay, let's say Akum hires me and he says, listen, sir.
Yeah, baby.
But let's say again, he asks me,
there are tons of Jewish jokes saying, look,
even though you get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence.
Oh.
Because if the client's in
like appropriate Jewish jokes.
So it appears from here this is to support the nothing.
There's one, I mean, you kind of have to understand Judaism to get them, but there's some from the Talmud that I really like. There are some just in general, like even your rabbi, a priest, and a pastor walk into a bar kind of jokes. Those can be funny. Dude, what I want to know is that are you going to get 50 points on this shot?
Dude,
You didn't and I'm about to do what I said I was going to do. I came out. I told everybody. I said, look, I'm going to beat Suit in 3 games.
For example, actually points out over here that let's say someone else comes with the lion, right?
3 games of
to put up a fence around the canal. Rabbi Akiva says,
mini golf
also. Why?
and 2 games of pool. And I've beat you 3 games in mini golf and 1 game in pool. And I have a 50-point lead on you in pool right now. Dude, are you going to go? Okay, let's see it then. Let's see it.
Because there you're actively directly participating in the planting of planting. Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi Akiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence with Kilayim, that's going to be automatic as well. So my time, Rabbi Akiva, where does Rabbi Akiva get from? What's his logic? On the Kra, Sat from the Tizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazareh, I don't know the prohibition.
I did what I said I was going to do.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, Zoot. It was fun. Take care, big dog.
Low Kilayim. I so let's say so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the concept. Low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be asur as well. Ilu, Gemara says, V'ilu, the Me'ute Tifla Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Akiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the Kilayim. And what about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be that thing of Rabbi Akiva. Rather, Haman, whose opinion is this? Rabbanani. It's the Rabbanan. Rabbanan might be a open, I think if you mean Nami Shakir. No, but it's not true. According to the Rabbanan, if it's the Rabbanan wanted to put up a fence, right? Because the Rabbanan, only Rabbi Akiva, Rabbanan hold nothing you can with plants to get planted, or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. There's some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. Certainly that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, this is very interesting. What's the case over here? Teka'avid b'china. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha and ma'aseh, you are not allowed to do a favor for an akim. Right? We actually had this in the beginning of Halacha. Our lo sechanim is all my focus. What lo sechanim means, right? Doesn't mean don't compliment them, don't give them a matnas. Rabbi Yehuda says, don't do nothing. You can't work for free. You can't do something for an akim for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of Avodah Zarah, you still can't do it. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. Now, the fact that you're saying this up according to Rabbi Yehuda sounds like according to Rabbi Akiva, so not be permitted. And Rabbi Yehuda, Asra Litin Maknasina, Aval Ute Tifla Shakid. Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor because we give a free gift. You can't do a favor. But to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afagav Rabbi Akiva. Am Rabbi Akiva Mekaim Kilayim Lokeh. When you ute tifla shaperdami, you say same according to Rabbi Akiva. Even according to Rabbi Akiva has a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not do the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of something prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the Akim. To which the Gemara says, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about this. What's it? It's great. This phrase, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about this. So it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately, let's go full circle. How did we start with purpose. This all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yayin Nesef. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break. He's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yayin Nesef, and I'm benefiting from all these up. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. Rav Nachman said, do it and tava Allah. If it involves the destruction of a zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the Ines until I get to it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. Nevertheless, I am permitted to do these activities, get paid and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And as Rav Nachman says, you get paid and Tava Allah. Incredible. And I will say there is it really is such an interesting idea because, kind of like part of Western society, our mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important, by the way, as members of society, just as a general approach to living in a greater society, we should take an approach of living it. Yes, you know what? It's not your obligation to convince the world that you're using your ideas, nor is it the place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in a greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. And that's why the message is flushing up. Yes, destroy the Yayin Nesef and Tava Allah bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. But you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing. It's rooting out evil. And somehow you would think that like the world would just line up, applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Nachman tells us sometimes there is a live and let live, and sometimes the Nachman says Yishbar v'Tava. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, ultimately the process is difficult, the process is brutal, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's worth. Incredible. Gemara goes like that. The Gemara goes like that. Good. Hadri Yasvi, so again, the same federal is sitting. And they ask the following question. Hadri Yasvi, if you're coming by, like, you may have others from the other people. So what's it? This is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold it for $1,000. He's got $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hands of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Mahu, mitofes as dameh bi'adovi kochadim. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to Nachman. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, Nachman says, "We start with the name of the Avodah Kochadim." So Nachman says, "I think it's mutter. That if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. Here's our Nachman's proof. There were these people who came over Rabbi. What happened? Another one. Zivinu Kama de Isnefu, the suicide. This is fascinating. So Nachman says like this. There were these people who came before Rabbi. And what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, now watch this. What's the over here? Now Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, Rashi, Yesua Skyru, Bove Skyru, the Afrishan Skyru, Australian Kalakhan, because remember, if they convert and it's still only idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated, and you can't get hanoah from it. So he tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from here that Allah for money selling from sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, we shouldn't have covered the now, let's go have and gather the common time and see that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I the Gil and Shiny lesson, even that that's the Blu-ray, Vadai Bata. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol and converting. So an atom giving the vata is avodah zarah. So maybe that's why the proceeds are given. Eloni Hafer. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. Yisrael Shay Moshe Rabbi Kochavim Kumaya Umachar Avodos Kochavim Dehevi. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right, and brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Esek, of same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Esek, and then he brought me the proceeds of this sale. What's that? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. And let's say the Akum same case. Let the Akum $1,000. I pay you to me in the way here. I'm just going to sell my exactly the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Nesach and the proceeds. In that case, it's possible. So here, it's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, Muslim. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nesach. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I check the Gemara. My generation, my so what's the distinction? I'm not sure what's the distinction. And the Chase says, see from the Shum the Hamilek Gilotse Bikini. So this is very serious. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous signal. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't want the continued existence of the wine, because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds of us. Listen, what's happening? If he wrote to the Kiyuma Kiyagavim, that's what we just said before, but that's what. But that's what. In other words, we'll say, when you want to continue existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want the money. I want to continue existence of the Nesach because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be us? But none, you're using this but you're always coming. So your shoe are doing everything. So it's very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're Akum brothers. One converted and one's one Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died. You're not going to inherit their father. So let us take the estate. In the estate is idolatry in Nesach, and let's say pyramid items. So Ger, Yochel, Lomar, Lod, Kom, Aka, Lomar, I mean, that mouse. So Aka Yain Nesach, Panteros. So brother Ger is saying to brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain stuff, and I'll take the money and the meals. If you do that, then the Shabbat, and that's committed. However, the Shabbat is just like your us. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of Yain Nesach or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more weakness. Right? But well, technically there is weakness. No really seamless. You could get happen to be the back of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very little options. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate this year. However, if brother Ger already took possession, what is possible? So this is ultimately again, what do you see from there? But Halach L'maisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yain, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore again, it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? Because Rava what's the case over here?
With coffee creamer and
This is just on that.
boiling water. This is made like a cheese soup that I'm going to put on ramen.
So brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Bruce Lee said, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of Yain? The Pharaohs had Yain. So what's his very Adrianic so apparently, it's out that here. Adrianic person was ultimately very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in the water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, bloody hair doesn't, who cares if the casks break or not? It doesn't make a difference, because either way, the value is still retained. Which the Gemara but one second, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that they're going to break, right? But he does care whether or not they get stolen or lost, so he still wants their continued existence. Don't bring a riot from this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing up from the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Rushas Hager, Dakilu Baraba. Rabbis will make it by the Yerusha. Normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But Halacha L'maisa, Chazal will make it by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actually taken possession of the Yainesa or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make it by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his inheritance. And listen, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? If somebody comes to us with Shabbat, Chazal said that in certain cases, theft. The thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that the stolen item wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's treatment. Right? If the thief has to return everything, he's not going to know. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, you just and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There is a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that the Ger, he has to choose between halacha. And ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the Ger, because it's human nature. So it's a Chazal who want to put in that situation where they're going to make it by a Ger. And you're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that is comprised of permitted items, therefore allows him to keep permitted items, which is Akum brought all of the permitted. Incredible. Also, 100 days. How do you know? You're not the advice that supports this. When is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. In the case, let's say the business partnership will be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allows certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. You don't put the person in this, you don't put the Ger in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. Remember that. How do you lesson time about this? Remember again, all this is the same people who are running, sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha now Shivata Avalaska. So listen, this is very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? Let's say, just before you go on, this idea that Chazal will make with like a Ger. Just so you understand the tremendousness of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. But if Ono Shalom wants us to Sometimes people are very skewed. You are very skewed. You are halacha. That the part is ready for us to mess up, so you can smack us down. It's all ready for us to mess up, so you can levy some type of punishment that cannot be used. That's a key for the future. The Evangelion wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all the scriptures, and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Israel understood what we really want to be successful. Chazal understood what we really want to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. You got it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's what you do. Know that you have no greater advocate in this world than God. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly committing for success. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys talk about Ger Tosha? Man Shei Batal. So that's a very interesting question. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akul has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So a Ger Tosha, let's know what is a Ger Tosha. Now we're going to see, we're not going to about the definition of Ger Tosha. Rashi points out that in the top of the dash, Ger Tosha, Eino Ovid Avodos Kofa. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. In other respect, he's imaginary. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the Kavach Mavati will call we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. So maybe not, maybe say like this. Anyone who's what we call a Bainines, if you're in the pressure of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission all the time. And this guy is in the pressure, he's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the pressure of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the power to go ahead and negate it. You guys, I'm going to go about nothing, so I'm going to look at nothing and raise this. Instead, like the Halach and Batas will Halach. The nothing says, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot worship idolatry. Therefore, the Gerson doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless it makes it, always a fashion. The first thing, Yisrael, that's what I'm saying. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's up? Actual basically, so what's it? So remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm working in the shop, I'm working in the marketplace. I see a great item sitting there on the table. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because they never acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be used. So what do? So actual basically, so if I pick it up, I can call over an apple. Remember there was a factory. Call over an apple and say the apple. And you just negate this decommission. Like theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this. I don't think it's committed. However, again, in Shabbat Saliyago, ain't not only over the Kumba, but again, let's take it out. I take possession of it. At that point, it cannot be decommissioned. They should know, Ovid Kochavan Madato Avodos Kochavan Shalom, the Shalchaveh. In Ovid Kochavan Lakon, to decommission his own Avodizara, or the Avodizara of his son, they of God, they second God. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether he defines it as something. Might of God might be earth. What does it mean? What does it mean that actually to decommission of the Sabbath? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that Paul is talking about improperly, then Haynu Shalom Shahadi. We already said that. We just said before that an apple has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodizara and the Avodizara of his friend. And the love of the Ovekohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural apple. What does it mean? A non-worshipper? So So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual output and a gear tosha? Shmamina, gear tosha, nanodato. What do you see from here? That a gear tosha has the ability to be nadato, ultimately to theologically decommission avodah. Incredible. Jewish Gemara says no. The older in the Rafa, not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission avodah is an actual idol worship of himself. I did the Kamrit. I knew Shalom B'Shafar. He already said that. Then the price is redundant because he already said that Hakim could go and decommission his avodah and his friend's avodah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zed Rapa'ar, Zed Marcus. Reisha is teaching me like this. If you have two Akims, right, and both worship Pa'ar, or both worship Marcus, so obviously, again, Akim 1 gave his idol and his friend's idol, and Akim 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zed Rapa'ar, Zed Marcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say you have one Akim who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akim can be worshiping idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say it's really three halachos you follow. Number one, an Akim can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akim can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akim can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no lie about a ger tosha, right? So when it comes to a ger tosha, you still have to can a ger tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he do that level? That is not in this. What's a ger tosha? What's a ger tosha? Tosha kiba. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a ger tosha? So that kosher kibalan gekne dimo chavirim shalom la'avod avodas k'kom Meir says it's any akim who is accepted upon himself in front of three chavirim. Not that I've been exploded probably not me. Some of these spiritual, this is really spiritual about that to. So in this context, the context what it just means is really kind of a dazed. Any time an akim comes in front of a dazed, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ger tosha. That's a ger tosha. Good. That's what I meant. From saying, Hoshekiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos, so Hoshekiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekiba B'nei. Some say a ger tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 nullified from those things to require the base. That's a ger tosha. Sheva Mitzvos B'nei. The next type ger tosha. Even only able to go with the crowd ger tosha. Not true. Achirim say not true. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger tosha. What is a ger tosha? And the easy ger tosha, ze ger ofem levelos shekidol alav lekayim kol mitzvos hamuras b'Torah chutz me'isr levelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a ger tosha? A ger tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs. It's a pretty shocking definition. It looks like really methodologies out there. Definition of ger tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the raising not worship idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem B'nei Noach. Achirim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the laws of conscience. He's allowed to eat non-kosher. Incredible. But the Brisa goes on, Yachadin Etzlo, Yair, Nachide Etzlo Yair, Tatu the Be'er Shaludu Yisrael. Let's say the halacha is, you can deposit wine with the ger tosha, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time, it shows a deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says over here, we saw my myth, but the so actually is actually the Rashi came over the Hakiba Yulov Pala, but not the Roman asset. We will not go with the Asina Amra Besa Location. If he was the Ino Another, nobody for the dollar left. We say, it's Malamua, like a message. Ultimately, again, you can deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a long amount of time because we're concerned that he may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. אבל מיחד עם אצל יין, ואפילו באר שרובה או בית לחם. So as I said, look, once again, you could leave with the wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not talking with yain nessa. Why not to yain nessa? That's because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine from his juice. So for a short amount of time, it's water, for a long amount of time, also. Shmano, kiyeno. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his water. What is that? Shmano, kiyeno, like the shemen, mika, honey, yain. That's not what can be wrong with the oil. Oil can't be into yain. It's not hello, yeno, kishmano. Interesting enough, rather, what it means is like this, that halacha l'maisa, that ultimately again his wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like this is very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so too ultimately again is his wine. Now look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi Shmano b'ni Habigayas and Yeno Mutavano Shmano Kodin Shekel Hashem La'Akilah Chayim About B'Shkia Asa. So what does it mean that his oil is like this? Excuse me, that his wine is like his oil. But the same way that he gets enough from his oil, he gets enough from his wine. Now, you can't drink the wine that you get from yourself, but ultimately you can get enough from it.
Yeah.
Ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like he's like an apple. To which the Muslim Shimon Omer Yeno Yayin Nest. Va'amilei Motor B'Shkula. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nesach, but others say ultimately again that it is Motor, ultimately again for consumption, for Shkia. So that's what calls up here. We'll pick up in the next section. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this. What do you see from here? We see from here that an akum is like an akum to compare Toshav is like an akum regarding every other matter. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a Toshav is like an akum for everything else? What does that mean? Which the Gemara says, Lav, Dinabaka, Avodas Kofavim, Ka'avodas Kofavim. So doesn't that mean, because listen, again, how did this whole thing like get Toshav get started? It got started if you try to figure out, does it get a Toshav have the ability to date idolatry, if you eventually decommission idolatry. So now you just got finished saying that in this respect, again, Toshav is unique. But in the other matter, he's like an actor. Doesn't that mean that just as an actor can theologically decommission and negate that whole desire, so too can it get Toshav? So too can it get Toshav? To which the Gemara says, no, Litin Rishus without Rishus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually Rochel Shabbos. What does it mean Rochel Shabbos? What's it about? It's King Samuel. We saw more. The Shaman Shabbos was like, what's that? Just Erev Hasidus. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. Somebody goes into the courtyard without anything. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food mixes into the domain of one home. Remember, Erev is. So you try from the home into the Chatzar, Chatzar into the home. And the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he could yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the Erev. He should yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, we saw a woman, the Shabbos Shabbos of the Shuk, and Nevaka Rishus. Ultimately, again, you have the Yisrael woman, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael who an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, and in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? The Nevaka Rishus. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Okay. But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the process to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no sin Rishos in the Rishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights or give over his rights to the other residents. Actually start by Akum, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when you say so it wasn't just pause finish up Ketzad, Omer law also how does the yield, for example, yield his rights and give over his rights in Qatar? Omer law, Rishusi Kamina I hereby give over my rights. I bequeath my rights to the Qatar to you. Or Rishusi Mizukalas or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv. They talk this case. We do not need any formal process. So just in general, by Eruv Fatzelos, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights for being the doctor, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the country that allows everyone else to utilize the festival. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that the Tosha ultimately again is treated like an Akum for all other things means that if you live in a cluster with a Ger Tosha, and you, the Jews in the cluster want to make it through the Tzilos, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Tosha as well. Now, whether or not the Ger Tosha could actually blind the Greek of Zara, the Mercy will say, you will see in tomorrow's daf. Shkaya everywhere. What a daf. An incredible experience that just was with all of you. I wish everyone
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he would need that. That would be for a professional. He's racing with the big.
I will say a great sponsorship to you. We're telling all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor. Children Shulchan Aruch dedicating all the Sherman Rushos this year as a source for the sales levels for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Alinu, the Torah Stephen Randy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Amin Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig on the Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Agnes H. Wolf, finishing of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, on the Rafa, Nathan and Dutch Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Havaber Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Nosson. The only sponsors for today, Cherry Applebaum, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rochel Bas, Ben Arvin. The America of Talmud Torah, all of the Mishnah Savna, the families in the Chama, all those who need their food, Shavin, David, Protocol Ladies, for the Protocol, Pushkin, and all of our pastors, Shalom and Bekaros, allow all the soldiers to be successful in all of that season. For those of us who us begin today's dot is Samach Dalet 64. A really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samach Gimel on the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. That's what Rav Nachman is the Ula, the Adini, Rav Hapi. So again, Rav Nachman, Ula, Adini, Rav Hapi, Yosef, Bifia, Rav Ami, Dabai. And here by Ali is sitting with them, and he was Yosef, the Kabbalah, my boy, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating this question. Safra Lishbar B'Yayin Nesa Ma. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of Yayin Nesa? Right, so if you're imagining this Akum comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour, do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yayin Nesa. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept, to keep the wages from this halacha? Let's remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves will be asur b'amiyot. So here, the Akum is asking me to do something with the Yayin Nesa, but he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesa. And he's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's halacha? So this is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? Because the barrels, if they're on their own, I would use the opportunity to break them and I lose the time. And one that, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. So because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that makes the proceeds good. But look at Rashi just a moment. Near Minan Kevan, you learned that from the bottom in Rashi. The Yisrael Zerlotze B'Kiyuvan Shacham Yosef. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtabu Achshamei Leim. I don't know, Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Hachi Shavegu, he tells Tamasra. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yain Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from the Yain Nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, oh, Jamal, call me Utetif Lush Shepherdom. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the Yain Nesach, destruction of Avodah Zarah. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want it to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe Avodah Zarah is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating child. Oh, no, nothing. So Nachman says, Yishpar the Torah Labracha. Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell a bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and read out people, read out about the Torah, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say let's bring a proof to this, I guess. Let's see the Rav Nachman. Ain't Ochi in the Obik from the Torah. So let's say again, an ox plants July, right? July is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the kind of medical thing. It is forbidden mixture. So if an Obik Chacham is planting July, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist you in the planting. Overruling like poems. You know, we're making movies with sick covering the third. They can't do that. How about Sanach Khalid, 64, right? About opening when it gets a difference. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kira. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi about opium. Let's say Akum hires and maybe it's this in silver. Do me a favor, I planted Kalani, not again. He asked me to plant it up Kalani outside. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kalani, right? And I want the existence of the Kalani. Because if the Kalani is not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my muscle. So the Gemara says. So it appears from here, this is difficult for nothing. But nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it, it's not the destroy himself. Similar to Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua Amar, who's a baby. It's going to be a Hebrew, it's going to be a Amar, and the kind of the lion will be the whole in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant killing, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of killing, but you can't even do anything that sustains them. So, for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted the lion, right? Apple and the lion, and the apple asks you to put up a fence around the lion. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the lion. Even though putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be designed really well. Hamnafish means reading. Mechato means covering the seeds with dirt. So Hamnafish and Mechato with lion. Look at, we get malchus, right? Because again, that's 10 time. But there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of planet. The Kiva says, after the kind. And the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's really problematic as well. So much as my family is people, where should the Kiva get from? What's the concept? And the crow, such from the Tizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazoreh, I don't know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Amalomar lo kilayim. I suppose say so. It's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of a play on words. So again, Mars actually kind of slicing the puzzle like low killing. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilani, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be Ilu, Ilu, Mars says the Ilu, and the Ute Tifla Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is the same that sustains the Kilani. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilani? So the Kashkos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Umar says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be that being a rather Haman, who's the pain? Is this Rabbanon? It's the Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open, I think it's really manushackle. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon you have to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon has nothing you can do with plants either planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Or some type of like supporting of food, like putting up a fence is Muslim. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So that's not going to be to which one says, Hachamas, Hina is very interesting. What's the case here? Interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the tree. I am for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, the Yehudas of the opinion that halacha and Maisa, you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually had this in the beginning of the Zohar. All my focus what most of means. That doesn't mean don't compliment them, don't give them a yes. The Buddha says don't do like this thing, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an akron for free. Even if it's free favor, if destruction of all these you still can't do it. Which reminds me of Rabbi Yehuda, Yishma Rabbi Akiva, la. Now, the fact that you're saying it's up to Yehuda, saying you say, according to Rabbi Akiva, is not permitted. Yehuda, also, you can not Masina. About the Yehuda, it's shocking. Message no, Admitted says it's true. You can't do a favor, so you do a favor. You can't do a favor for him. But to do something to uphold Abu Bizarre, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's a objective benefit. I have do as Rabbi Akiva Nami. I thought of Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva, the kind of line book, yeah? And the Uke Sisla Shaka. So you say, Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive approach to the prohibition of Kilani. They're not only can you have planted, not only can you have some of the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even if people would agree to uproot Kilani, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of something prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the applicants. Which the Gemara says, the Su Lo Miji. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about. It's supposed to it's good. This phrase, the Su Lo Miji, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. The Su Lo Miji. That's it, we're done. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss here. So also it's very interesting. So therefore what this means is ultimately, now let's go full circle. How did you start with this? This all started by the Eastern. And Akum wants to break his barrels of Yain Nessa. He asks me, he wants to hire me a Jew to go and break, he's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great, so am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yain Nessa, and I'm benefiting from the Holy Zah. On the other hand, I'm destroying the Holy Zah. But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of the Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Nachman says, you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea because, kind of a part of Western society, the mindset is, live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just the general approach to living integrated society, we should both take an approach to living. Yes, it's not the obligation to be into the relatively accusing ideas, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. Right? That's to some degree that has to be our approach to living in great society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. And that's why the Matthew uses this question of yes, destroy the INS and tabo Allah bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out evil. And somehow you would think that like the world would just line up, false, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil and what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us that sometimes there is a middle that lives, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar to Tavallah. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, Tavallah. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the start of the process, that's what it's really about. The Gemara goes right there. The Gemara goes right there. But Hadri Yasvi, so again, the same Kabbalah is seen. And they asked about the question, Mas Hadri Yasvi, the coming by like, the may have us from the other people, not. So what's the question? What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his idol and he has now something for $1,000, $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Mahu, mitofes as damer bi'arovit. No. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that one. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, we're not so we start with the narrow just from the Arabic or probably mutar. So nothing says I think it's mutar. I think it's mutar. That if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity. But rather that money is just mundane money. Now why? Listen to this. So here's what nothing's proof. Nitahano with the Asr made the Rabbi. When these people who came before Rabbi, what happened? Another one, Zidu Zidinu Komad the Ismafu. The suicide. This is fascinating. So that comes like this. There were these people who came before Rabbi, and what happened? I see Rabbi Baratula, and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's over here? Now Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the suicide. Because remember, if they convert and still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated, and it can't get another from it. So it tells them instead, guess what? While you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert when the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that Allah for my son, when Akum sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time of Yishum the Kasava, the Nab of us will have in the Arabic Hamutar, we see that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the Akum ultimately is permitted. I did not shiny this in the Haven that I created in Ray, God I bought that. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're in the they're negating the theological significance of the idol they're converting. So an Akum could be Mevaka his Avodah Zarah. So maybe that's why the proceeds are melted. Eloni Hacha. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. Yisrael Shay Noshe B'Amigo Kavim, Mother, Umachar Avodos Kavim Beheli. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right, and brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nessa was saying, okay, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000, he sold his yayin nesach, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's the halacha? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. And let's say the Akum Sin case, went to Akum $1,000. Akum case still don't already pay you. To me, here, wait, yeah, I'm just going to sell my I'll be back with the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach, I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See, here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. In case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved him. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yayin Nesach. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. So what's the distinction? I don't understand what's yours in these two cases. So this is very serious. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous sugya. Here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I need the continued existence of the idol, continued existence of the wine. I don't want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore, if Sheshus posits, the proceeds are us. Listen 1 second. If he wrote the Kiyuma Kia Gavin, that's what we just said before, but that's mutter. In other words, we'll say, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the Akum sells because I want my money. I want the continued existence of the Yayin Nesach because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? Vatinan, he's in this Vatinan, Ger Ba'alikochavim, Shiyarshu Aviyan Ovikon. So this is a very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one, they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is still Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died, and now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permitted items. So Ger Yocholoma Lo Tom Ata Bodesko Animals. Tom Ata Yain Nesach Maniperos. So brother Ger can say to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain Nesach, and I'll take the money and potatoes. You can do that. The Mishabot, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabot is just like your Asr. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain Nesach or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But technically there is recourse. No way to see this. You could get an Akum to be the Nakwa of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very limited options that they have. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate of this way. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's also. So we'll say, so ultimately, again, what do you see from there? Hello from my side. Now, in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the Yayin Nesach, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore, again, it's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here, this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol, let's say, it's made out of gold or silver, which means that, like, even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not, because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of Yayin? The Cheres Hadrani. So this is very interesting. Hadrianic earthenware. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbing. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't compare if the cask is great or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. The rest of the one thing about one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that they're going to break, right? But he does care whether or not they get still in the lost, so he still wants that there continue existence. Papa, Yerushas Hager Kamrat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, you're bringing a proof in the case of the inheritance of Hager. No, Shani Yerushas Hager, Zakilu Barabba. Rabbis were makeled by the Yerusha. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were makeled by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nesa or the idols, he's absolutely committed to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the prohibited stuff, even though, yes, he was taking prohibited existence. Why? Why would he make it by a Ger? They are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money or choose his inheritance. And listen, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right, there's something called the Chazal said that in certain cases, theft. The thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen item. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's treatment. They're afraid if the thief has to return everything, he's not ready to know what it's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to money. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, sure. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills, right? Because if you don't have money, things are like become terribly complicated. And many people could not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and money. They're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, therefore they were makeled by a Ger, and we're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that is comprised of committed items and committed items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his affluent brother all of the committed also on the base. Tanya, Rav advice that supports this. Imagine when is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. But in the case, let's say the business partnership will be also. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because we don't want to put the person in this, we don't want to put the Ger in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. His mother's out there. How do you guys find that? So remember again, all of this is the same group of Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha now Shivata Avodah. So listen, this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? And I want to say, just before we go on, because I think that Chazal will make over the Ger, just to understand the tremendous misrepresentation of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up, so you can smack us down. He's all waiting for us to mess up, so you can levy some type of punishment or penalty against us. That's the key for the truth. The Ribono Shel Olam wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Baruch understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all people know. You have no greater advocate in this world than the That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly aiming for success. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys find out? Ger Tosha, Ma'am Shebat Balance. What's a very interesting question. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry. Remember again, an apple has the ability to negate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance and importance. So a ger toshav, what is a ger toshav? Now we're going to see this in the focus about the definition of a ger toshav. Rashi points out at the top of the daf, ger toshav eino ovid avodas chacham. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Remember, that's it. It's a pretty big thing. Right? He believes in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a manager. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? So where it says, on one hand, the Palach Levato Ro Palach Levato. When we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. So maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a barneh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission avodah. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule out Nachman, so I'm going to say Nachman is this. Established the Palach and Battle Grow Palach. Now Nachman says, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate it. Therefore, the Gerton doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So Mason, there is a question. This was second. And so, so went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that like? Actual basically, so what's it saying? I remember again. So let's say, listen to this phrase. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because another quality. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual basically, so before I pick it up, over the oven go problem in the back. I can call over an apple. Remember, there was a type of call over an apple and see if the apple. And you to negate this idolatry, decommission it. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage with theological decommission of this idolatry. I don't think it's permitted. However, again, in the Shabbat Saliyago, ain't no only open to come to the but again, if I take it out, I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. Nation Omno, Ovid Kotaven Medato Avodos Kotam Shalom, to Shachadeh. And Ovid Kotaven Medato, to decommission his own Avodah Zarah, or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, they of God, they She'in of whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether he finds his new things. My of God, my of what does it mean for what does it mean that actually to decommission Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that what we're talking about in Akum, then Hayim Shalom Shachadeh. We already said that. We said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And the love of the Obed Kochanim, a love of the Obed Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual Akum. What does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Toshav. Oh. So he was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual Akum and a Ger Toshav. Now you know, Ger Toshav not Nevato. What do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Nevato, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the verse says, no. The only in the report, not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper. For example, I did the Kamrit, I knew Shalom B'Shachar. We already said that. Then the price has been done. Because they already said that Hakan could go out and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Lepa'ar, Zeh, Lemarcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akams, right, and both worship Pa'ar, or both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, Lepa'ar, Oh. The safest teaching something different. Something different. Let's say you have one Akum who worships Marcus and one who worships Tal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? and after we can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so really three halachas we follow. Number one, an akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different thing. Incredible, incredible. So the Gemara says, next, but again, no riot about a gear tosha, right? So when it comes to a gear tosha, we still have to go to can a gear tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be the not rabbi? That is starting this. Most basic ignorance, Pasha, is a gear tosha. What's a gear tosha? Tosha kiva, so now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a gear tosha? שזה כל שכתוב עליו definition of Balaam, שלא לעבוד עבודת חברים. Meir says, it's any Achun who has accepted himself in front of three Chavim. Again, I will say, Chaver being spoken about, Chavim normally use somebody who's careful with chasteness, just means careful about team past. So in this context, it just means that you have a base. Anytime an Achun comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a get tosha. That's a get tosha. Good, that's our name. Come say, Kosher Kiva Allah Sheva Mitzvot Kibin. So Kosher Kiva Allah Sheva Mitzvot Kibin. Some say a get tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noahide years. Don't seem to apply the base. That's a get tosha. 7 Mitzvot Kibin. Finish your get tosha. Even only able to follow the crowd without the crowd get tosha. Not true. I hear them say, not true. That's not neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of get tosha. What is a get tosha? On the east of get tosha, Zeh Ger Oth on the Velos. So Tizos Allah with finding Kol Mitzvos Hamilas Katorah Chutz Mi'isr Nevelos. Yeah, so this is very interesting. What is the definition of the get tosha? The get tosha is someone ultimately again who eats natural, who eats Nevelos, is accepted upon himself. The rest of the mitzvahs is pretty striking definition. So let's say, really my goal is that the definition of the get tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the lazy half of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shemus and Noah. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the laws of mitzvos. He's Latin, unfortunately. Incredible, incredible. But the Bible goes on, Miyachadin Etzler, Yain, Ma'achidin Etzler Yain, Ta'asidi Bi'er Shalulu Yisrael. What's the halacha is, you can deposit wine with the get tosha, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over here, we saw my neck, but I saw actually live to the middle of your son. Actually, came out with the I keep on the Lord's power. Well, not the woman I said. Well, my God, we come to us in the Amma base of Rock and even the email another cast, nobody for the dollar. We say, this man on what? Like a message. So ultimately, I think we took a present wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because what they said in the swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as it's Allah to the Ger tosha, you can leave it in mind for a short amount of time. Not for a long time. Again, we're not sure if Yain Ness or not to the Yain Ness. That's because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for Jesus. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter. For a long amount of time, also. Shmano, Yema. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano things are like the Shemen, Mika, Abi, Yain. It's like what can be wrong with his oil? Oil can't be into that. It's like, hello, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting, enough, I don't know what it means is like this. That Halach Lamaisa, that ultimately, again, is wine, excuse me. His wine is like oil, just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi Shmano bin Habiyayas Yeno Mutabana Shmano Kodem Shoter Hashem La'Kilakai Rabishtia Asim. But what does it mean that his oil is like, excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? That the same way that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine if you get toshav, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. The shar called davar, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like a, he is like a he's like an apple. Here's the message of Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Nes. Va'amilei Motor Bishlu. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nesach, but others say ultimately again that it is Motor, ultimately again for consumption, for Shkia. So actually pause over here. We'll pick up in the session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. Katanias, what do you see from here? Katanias, we shard for the we see from here that the apple is like an apple to get Toshav is like an apple regarding every other matter. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that the Toshav is like an apple to everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, Lav, Gimavako, Avodas Tofavim, Ke Avodas Tofavim. So it doesn't matter because what's more again, how did this whole thing that get Toshav get started? It got started because we're trying to figure out, does it get Toshav as the equivalent to negate idolatry? If we have actually decommissioned idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, again, Toshav is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that Avodah, so too can it get Toshav? So too can it get Toshav? To which the Gemara says, no, I'm not going to raise up. No, leaking Rishus from the Vato Rishus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually local status. What does it mean local status? What's it about? It's in Samuel. The song, the Shamer Shabbat Rishus. What's that? It's Erev Hatzidus. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that court. Somebody that goes to the courtyard without anything. Like Erev essentially means we collect free from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember, Erev is. And if they carry from the home into the Chatzar, Chatzar into the home. And the halacha is if you have a Jew who do not join into the Chatzar, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in Ruben forgot to participate in the Eruv. He can yield his rights to the other members of the family. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, we saw more, the Shara Shabbos of the Shok, Medata Rishus. Ultimately, again, if you have a Yisrael woman, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael, an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, publicly keep Shabbos, privately he doesn't keep Shabbos, and at least he publicly keep Shabbos. And what's the halacha? The Vato Rishus. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Eruv, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Okay. But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the process to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no single Rishus in the Rishus, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by apple, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when you say, so it wasn't just cause to which a case does, or Merloch, or say how does the yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights to the Chatzar? Omer lo, I hereby give over my rights, right? I bequeath my rights in the Chatzar to you, or or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purpose of getting these residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv. They talk this as not any form of control. So just in general, about Eruv Katzeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or be Mevanta, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, As long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the strong woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a this like I was example. When we said before that their kosher ultimately again is treated like an after for all other things means that if you live in a chutzner with a ger tosha, you are choosing a chutzner wants to make it bigger casinos, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger tosha as well. Now whether or not the ger tosha could actually go and do the Sarah, you'll see in tomorrow's daf. Everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience such a system with all of you. Everyone. We'll say a great spot fishing today. We'll tell all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip. Thank our annual Comic Conference. First and foremost, of dedicating all the German Russians this year as a Swiss for the sales for this and this show. I'm the first sponsors for the month of Av, Abba, Tova, Stephen, Randy Drazen, in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweiger in memory of Stanley Rosenzweiger on the Raha. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, commission of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Steve Hirsch on the Raha, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, However, Baruch Mordecai Ben Moreno Rasmussen. Only sponsors for today: Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosie Applebaum, Rachel Bass, the marriage of our Tamatola, all the Shamos Maria, the families in the summer, all those who need a full shepherd together, code for the Yisrael, Coach Baruch, she and Mesa, she and all of our hostages, Shalom and Mikado, allow our soldiers to be successful, follow up, and I see. The rest of the daf, let us begin. Today's daf is Sanach Dalet 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Sanach Gimel on the base 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So Rav Nachman Ula to Adinu Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Adinu Bar Papi. Yasser B'Chia Bar Ami Gabat. And B'Chia Bar Ami was sitting with them. And he must be Yosef. My wife. He asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating expression. What is the halacha if an akum hires to smash barrels of yayin? Right? If you're going to akum comes over to the event, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from this halacha? Let's remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asur b'anos. Here, the Akum is asking me to do something with Yayin Nesef, but he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesef, and he's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, "No, what's the halacha? Me and me and keep the lots of big people also." This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I lose the INS. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. So because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the process for the wicked Rashi just a moment. We are in on Kevan, we learned that from the bottom of Rashi. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't want her, Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Shaveru, so do you say that since the Jew actually wants, and it's interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, oh dear Lord, what are you talking about? This is the destruction of the Yayin Nesach, destruction of Avodah Zarah. This is a good thing. Sure, I want to also remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy Avodah Zarah is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately again should be committed. Fascinating child. Or not. So Nachman says, Yishbar and Kol Bracha. And Nachman says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell a Bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to root out people, root out of Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this idea. So this is ain't Ochu in my let's say again. In Akku plants Kilai, right? Kilai is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had such just 2 years ago. Wheat and let's say for example wheat and grapevines. That's the kind of Americans. And it's forbidden mixture. So if an Ovid Kocham is planting Kilai, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the plant. Ovid really is like porridge. You know, when you can really to see covered with dirt. You can't do that. Half of Son of God, 64. About okay, what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot him. That I am allowed to do. Look at that sheet about Ogrin. Let's say Akum hires and it's listen, silver. To me, they are planted to line that again. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim because if the Kilayim are uprooted on their own, I lose out on my Parnasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here this is to support the Nachman. The Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. Similar to Savua, second line from the top 64. Savua Haman, who's a baby, so Yakiba, so Yakiba Amar, and the kind of the Kilayim look at, very interesting, Yakiba holds in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant killer, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of killing, but you can't even do anything that sustains them. For example, last week when I over here, that let's say someone else planted the lion, right? Apple went to lion, and the apple asks me to put up a fence around the lion. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the lion. So putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be decided very well. Nafish means reading. Nakata means covering the seeds with dirt. So nafish on the top of the line. Look at you get out right because again that's time to come up because there you're actively and directly participating in the driving that plane. The Kiva says after the plane. And the Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain the plane, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. Versus my friend Rabbi Akiva, where should the Akiva get that from? What's the logic? Makra, Sat from the Tizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in your field. Imi Elazarea, I only know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim, how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Amalomar, low Kilayim. I still say so. It's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of splicing the house like low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be also like ilu. Gemara says the ilu, the nu'ude tesla shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Akiva. Ready for the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the Kiva. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kiva? So the Kashkos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it does not be that being rather Haman, who's it? Is this Rabbanon? It's the Rabbanon. Either Rabbanon might be open to you in any Shabbat. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon holds to put up a fence. Right? Because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon holds only you can be planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. There's some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence, they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly you're going to get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So it's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, this is very interesting, what's the case over here? are interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Marcus, Amar, Liting Lahan Naskinam Asr. Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha l'maaseh you are not allowed to have a favor for a person, like he actually has in the beginning of the halacha. Lo sechanim, so all my quotes is what lo sechanim means. That doesn't mean compliment them or give them a sinam. Rabbi Yehuda says, don't do like this thing. You can't work for free. You can't do something for an for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of the halacha, you still can't do it. So Restream says, Rabbi Yehuda. Nishma Rabbi Akiva La. Now, the fact that you're setting this up according to Rabbi Yehuda, something that according to Rabbi Akiva does not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda also leaking on Makasina. About the Ute Tifla Shapir. Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor so you can give a free gift. You can't do a favor for anything. But to do something to Abu Dhabi Bizarre, that's absolutely committed. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. Half Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva, the kind of line book, yeah? And the Ute Tifla Shapir. Even Rabbi Akiva has a more extensive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not going to be planted. It's not going to be the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the applicant. To which the Gemara says, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about this. Plus, it's great. This phrase, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. The that's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about. So also, it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go for full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the Esau, and Akim wants to break his barrels of Yain Nesek. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great, so I'm not to do enough. So remember, on one hand, he could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yain Nesek, and I'm benefiting from the Holy God. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of Avodah Zarah, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of Avodah Zarah, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Nachman says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea because, kind of like part of Western society and mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in integrated society, we should approach to take an approach to living. Yes, it's not for obligation to convince the world that it is the idea, nor is it a place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in a society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. And that's why the Nachman uses this question of, destroy the INS and cover Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this because we think about it's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out Israel. And suddenly you would think that the world would just line up for us, just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil and what's good. You can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a little liquid, and sometimes the Matthew says Yishbar, it's Habalot. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, ultimately the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately when you get to the side of the process, that's when it's good. It's incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara goes like that. Good. Hadu Yasli, so again, the same federal sitting. And they ask about the question, Hadu Yasli, becoming by like, the may have others from the other problem now. So okay, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has, I sold it for $1,000. $1,000. Does that money take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Now, Mitofes as Dana Biadovis. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, in nothing, so we start with the nail that's from the other people. So nothing says, I think it's mortal. I think it's mortal. That is, Akum sells his idol, and he has that money. That money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. So here's what nothing's proof. I know the also made it out about it. So when these people came up with what happened? Another one. Zilu Zivino Koma de Islafu, the suicide. This is fascinating.
This is a
Nothing's like this. So when these people came up with Rabba, and what happened? Actually, Rabba, and they wanted to convert. Rabba told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, now watch this. What's over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Skyru, hold this Skyru to the Akash and Skyru, also in because remember, if they convert and it's still only idolatry, then that's idolatry and by Jew. Idolatry and by Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated, and you can't get enough from it. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that halacha when someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, you shouldn't look at some of the name of us, or how the other common term, so that's the proceeds of the sale of idolatry, but are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I the bill of shame has been given that you lay, God I bought that. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the item they're converting. So an akum could be mevaka is avodah zarah. So maybe that's why the proceeds are mentioned. Eloni the Gemara says, here's the proof. Yisol shay noshel amikol kavan kumara umachar avodas kol kavan dehedi. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Nesek, or same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nesek, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Well, mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. And let's say the Atom same case, $1,000, this will already pay you, give me the way there, and going to sell my I will back at the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Nessa and be back at the proceeds. In that case, it's possible. See, very interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Atom $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Nessa. I have no idea what he's doing. He gives me the proceeds, pays back the debt. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He said, "I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nessa." Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I technically know that my relation, so what's the distinction? I understand what's the issue in these two cases. And the Sheshes see from the Shumba Abimed Kilot to the Kidima. So this is very important. So now we see to circle back a little bit to the previous subject. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akim says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the warning. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshus posits the proceeds are us. And there's no second. The hero said the Kiyum Kiagamin. That's what we just said before, but that's much. But that's much. In other words, we'll say when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be us? Vatinan, Ger, this is Vatinan, Ger, Babikofarim, Shiyarshu Azian Oblicham. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one, they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is called Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permitted items. So Ger, Yokol, Loma, Lo, Kol, Akav, Odos, Kohamim, Animals. So Ata Yain Esak, Maniteros. So brother Ger can say to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain Esak, and I'll take the money and potatoes. If you do that, then Mishabot, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabot is Shusagir, obviously. All of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of Yain Esak or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right, but there is recourse. Remember, you're the seniors. You can get an option to be in the backlog of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very little options. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no point providing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So that's why. So ultimately, again, what do you see from there? The halach l'maisa. Now, in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the Yain Esek, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore, again, it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here? This Mishnah. This Mishnah is talking about an idol that says it's made out of gold or silver, which means that what even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its full state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of Yair Yosef? The Cheres Hadrayim. So what's this? Adrianic earthquake. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Adrianic earthenware ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't, who cares if the casks break or not? It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, one second, so the Kiyum Shal Yivni will show you after 1 second. Even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that they're going to break, right? But he does care whether or not they get stayed and lost. He still wants their continued existence. Don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of Ger. No. Shani Rushas Ager, Dakilu Barabba. Rabbis were naked by the Rusha. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were naked by the Rusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actually taken possession of the Yain Esek or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right, so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existing. Why? Why would they make up by a Ger? They are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his religion. So listen, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something called the Taz and Shana. Chazal said that in certain cases, theft the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen item. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's treatment. I'm afraid if the thief has to return everything, you have to return it. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. As much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, it's unlikely to make money. And many people did not stand up to religious challenges. When there was a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that the Ger, if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the Ger, because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, if they were make by a Ger, and you're saying that also in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that's comprised of committed items and committed items, therefore allowed him to keep the committed items, give his Akum brother all of the committed items. I'm sorry, also anyways. How you know, advice that supports this. When it was so, Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha, Havan Shtad Fu Asr. And in the case, let's say, a business partnership will be Asr. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. Because you don't want to put the person in this, you don't want to put the Ger in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. So remember again, all of this is the same group of Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Toshav now should batwa avodas kofar. So let's say this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and let's say just before we go on, just this idea that Chazal will make it by the Ger. Just so you understand the tremendous misunderstanding of this. Halacha is structured in a way that a Bono Shal Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh, a very skewed view of Halacha. That HaKadosh is waiting for us to mess up, so we can see this thing. He's all waiting for us to mess up, so we can levy some type of punishment of nothing against us. That's the key for the truth. So the Bono wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Mishmach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's what we do as well. Know that you have no greater advocate in this world than Mishmach. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly ending for successes. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys talk about it? Ger Toshav, Mashke Bakalaz. What's a very interesting challenge? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. Now, Ger Toshav, what is a Ger Toshav? Now, we're going to see he's not talking about the definition of Ger Toshav. Rashi points out that at the top of the daf, Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodas Kofar. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship tree. But again, he's like an Akum in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. That's a pretty big thing. Right? He believes in Mishmach. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a man. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, the Palach Mavav the Lord Palach Mavav. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a bar mineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission it all this out. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule that nothing, so then also nothing is this tablet, the power of the battle will follow. So nothing says no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Gerton Shov doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So must be made to that is a question. This one second. We saw Shabbat Sabbath on the ship. So went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that about? Actual Basri again. She wasn't saying, I remember again. So let's say, what? Listen to this case. I'm walking in the ship, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because another quality. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially you can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual Basri, so before I pick it up, I can call over an apple. Remember, there was a type of call over an apple and see if the apple I need you to negate this idolatry. Decommission. Like, theological decommission. So go ahead and engage this theological decommission of this whether it becomes committed. However, again, we should also go, ain't no only other from the backlog. But again, take possession of it, at that point, you cannot be decommissioned. They should know, Ovid Kochaven Nevato Avodos Kochaven Shalom, the Shachabim. And Ovid Kochaven Yaakov could decommission his own Avodah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, Day of Da, Day She'in of whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether he finally is meaning might of Da, might of what does it mean to worship? What does it mean that Akum should decommission Avodah Zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that all I'm talking about an Akum, then Hayu Shalom Shahadi, we already said that. We just said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual act. What does it mean? A non-worshipper? Gertosha. Oh. So he was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual act and a Gertosha. Shmanino, Gertosha, Namiobata. What do you see from here? That a Gertosha has the ability to be Mubato, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which Gemara says, no. The ultimate able of thought, not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avodah Zarah as an actual idol worshiper himself. I did the Kamrit, and we shall love the Shachar. We said already said that. Then the price is done because we already said that Akum could go ahead and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh Lepar, Zeh Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akums, right, and both worship Pa'ar, or both worship Marcus, obviously, again, Akum 1 could negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh Lepar, Zeh Marcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's have one who worships Marcus and one who worships Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so really three halachas we play. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no riot at a Gertosha. Right? So when it comes to a Gertosha, you still like the Zawad kind of Gertosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be the that level? I'm telling this. What's is a Gertosha? What's a Gertosha? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Gertosha? So Kosher Kivalah Definition Meir says it's any Akum who has accepted himself in front of three Chaverim. Chaver means polarized before. Chaver normally means someone is careful. If Trinity is careful about two. So in this context, the Pasha said it just means it's really kind of a dazed. Any time an Akum comes in front of a dazed, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Gertosha. That's a Gertosha. Good. That's right there. From saying, Moshe Kibbel Allah Sheva Mitzvos. So Moshe Kibbel Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekibel B'nei. From saying, and Ger Toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah High. From don't seem to require faith. That's a Ger Toshav. Sheva Mitzvos B'nei Noah. That makes it short. Even only able to go with the Ger Toshav. Not true. Achirim saying actually neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Toshav. What is a Ger Toshav? And the Easter Ger Toshav, Ze Ger Otom Nevelos, Shekibel Allah Mekayim Kol Mitzvos Hamuras B'Torah, Chutz Me'Isser Nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? The Ger Toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, who eats the Nevelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs from the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. It looks like really not told us out there. Definition of the Torah. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of Torah idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shemus from the Noah. Achirim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the laws of kosher. He's last in kosher. Incredible. But the Bible goes on. Miyachadin etzlo. Yain, Mafkid Etzlo Yain. Tafid the air shall really be also the halacha is to keep a constant wine with the Ger Toshav. Right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I should say you can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't constantly with him wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Yachadim Etzlo Yain. Rashi says over here, we saw Maniach Batanisha actually left the Oyos, and actually thinking about this. The Haitivan the Lord Pala, but not the Holomanase. The Mago with Fund Basin Amma Base of Lokashan. Even the Ima another fact, nobody for the Dollar. He says he's not a war, like a Lokash. So ultimately, again, you put the constant wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he may swap out his juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I look at the Ger Toshav, you could leave with the wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not talking with the Yainess or not to the Yainess, because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, for a long amount of time, it's not. Shmano Kiyeno. So the Gemara says, and this oil is like his will. What is that? Shmano Kiyeno, like that. Shemen, Mika, Honey, Yayin. It's not what we want with this oil. Oil can't be in his name. So Kiyeno, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting enough, what it means is like this, that Halacha L'maisa, that ultimately again is wine, his wine is like his oil, just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. Now look at that, just permitted. Shmano bin Abiyayas and Mino Mutabanra, Shmano according to the Hashem and Ma'akilatai, Abishira Asri. But what does it mean that his oil is like excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? That the same as you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. And you can't drink the wine that you get from shop, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. And the sharp old Zavar, ultimately, and for every other thing, a really cool. He is like an apple. This is Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin. Amilei Motor, Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Esa, but others say ultimately again that it is Motor, ultimately again Krishna. Which will actually pause over here. We'll pick up in the session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. What do you see from here? We see from here that an akum is like an akum to Ger Toshav is like an akum regarding every other matter. Remind yourself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when you say that a Ger Toshav is like an akum for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, Love in the battle of Avodas Kofadim, Ke Avodas Kofadim. So it doesn't matter, because what's more again, how did this whole thing like Ger Toshav get started? got started as we tried to figure out, does a ger Toshav have the ability to negate idolatry? And the Rashbi decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, a ger Toshav is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an akum. Doesn't that mean that just as an akum can theologically decommission and negate that all these laws, so too can a ger Toshav? So too can a ger Toshav? In which the Gemara says, no, I'm not going to say no. Likim Rishus in about Rishus. No, it actually uses something else. It uses actually Hilchos Shabbos. What does it mean Hilchos Shabbos? What's it watch? It's Kim Samuel. The song, the word. The Shammar Shabbos was like 1 second. Just quickly. Erev Hatzeros. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that court. Somebody lives in a courtyard without eating. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. That's what Erev means. And therefore, you carry from the home into the Chatzar, plus into the home. And the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he could yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in Reuben forgot to participate in the Erev. He could yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Momer, the Shammar Shabbos of the Shok, Medaka Rishitza. Ultimately, again, if you have the Yisrael Momer, which unfortunately, again, is the Yisrael an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like, right, in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? The battle is all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Chatzar. Okay. Shem Rishon Shabbos and Shot in the battle is but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an akum. If he's like an akum, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the Chatzar to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no same Rishos in the Rishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by Akum, ultimately again you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when you say, so it wasn't just pause finish up Ketzad, Omer law, of course, how does he yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights in the Chatzar? Omer law, I hereby give over my rights. I bequeath my rights in the Chatzar to you. Or Rishusi or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes the other Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who participates in the Erev. Names up his customers. You don't need any formal papers. Well, since just in general about Erev Chatzeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights or be Medaka, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's a Yisrael Mummer, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael Mummer, who is publicly a Mummer, is treated like an Akum. Therefore, where we said before that a ger Toshav ultimately again is treated like an akum for all other things. One of the things means that if you live in a chatzar with a ger Toshav, and the Jews in the chatzar want to make a bit of zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger Toshav as well. Now, whether or not the ger Toshav is actually going to give a Sarah, in the side, you'll see in tomorrow's daf. Shkaya, everyone. What a daf. What an incredible experience. Such a sister as all of you. Wishing everyone. Let's say a great spot for some to you. We're telling all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor. First in Shulchan Aruch, dedicating all the Sherman drushos this year as a Swiss for the Souls Troubles and the Snow. I'm Torah sponsors for the month of Av. Abazim and Torah Stephen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Zina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig on the Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Stace Wolf, commission of the yard site are Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch is from the Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordecai, Ben Moreno Ramos. Yomi sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rose Applebaum, Rachel Bas, Ben Aaron. The merits of our Thomas, all the English Shamas Happen, the families in the summer, all those who need to feel Shabbat together, protocol ladies, so the Coach Baruch, which the merits of Shabbat, all of our pastors, Shalom and Zakarov, and now also the soldiers to be successful in follow up and not save them. And most of you back with us begin. Today's dot is Son of Dollar 64. A really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from Son of Gimel on the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. This is Rav Nachman Ula Avinu Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Avinu Bar Papi Yasser B'Chia Bar Ami Gabai. And B'Chia Bar Ami was sitting with them, and the Gemara says, Yosef the Kabbalah my bride. And he asked the following question from him. Listen to the fascinating aspect of this question. Sachra Lishbar B'Yayin Nesef Ma. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesef? Right? So if you imagine this, Akum comes over to Ruben, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesef. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his workers? So remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves will be asur b'amra. So here, the Akum is asking me to do something with Yayin Nesef, but he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesef. And he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's halacha? So he's very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesef. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yayin Nesef? If the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I would lose the financial. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesef. So because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the proceeds perfect. Look at Rashi just a moment. Minam Keban, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know, Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, so do we say that since the Jew actually wants, or at least we just need to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesef to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesef, and therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the Yayin, destruction of our Zara. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the house to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy all Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating child. So Nachman says, Yishbar the Torah. Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell a brachim be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and do that. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this. Let's see there or not. Ain't also in the object of the correct. So let's say again, an Akum plants Kilayim, right? Kilayim is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had such as 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, and grape products. That's what I would get. It's forbidden mixture. So if the Bukhavi is planting Kilayim, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist you in the farm. Ultimately means like home. You know, when you need to assist someone in the third, they can't do that. Half of Son of Dalit, 64. About opening of the So what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kilayim. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. אבל עובדים להשליכו לאיבוד ואף על גבולות צדיקים שלו יעקב מהדין at checking. Let's say Acme hires and Yanni says, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted the line, not again, you Acme, you planted the line, you're outside. But let's say again, he asks you to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim, because if the Kilayim is not uproot on their own, I need that in my Shamasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here this is to support the Nachman. But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one from count 64. Savua Amar, who's a baby. So the Akiva, so the Akiva Amar, and the Kaim, the Kilayim Loka. It's very interesting. The Akiva holds in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains Kilayim. So for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted the Kilayim, right? Apple planted the Kilayim, and the apple asks you to put up a fence around the Kilayim. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Even though putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be also plant for the Akiva. It's not very good. And Nafish means reading. Mechata means covering the seed. So especially because again that's kind of because here you're actively and directly participating in the planting of planting. The Kiva says after the kind. And the Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up a fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So much as my come to the Kiva. Where does the Kiva get that from? What's his logic? On the cross, such trouble Tizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazaraya, I only know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Amalomar, low Kilayim. Alright, so let's say, so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of splicing the concept. Low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it, that's going to be asur. But ilu, Gemara says, the ilu, when you take Tifla Shari, but ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is something that sustains the Kilayim. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, that's not the opinion of Rabbi Kiva. Rather, Haman, his opinion is this. Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to you mean not shocking. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, if this is Rabbanon is going to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon, only Rabbi Kiva, Rabbanon hold maybe you can be planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence, the whole is mutter. So putting up a fence is mutter. If you get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, this is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avid Bechim. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha l'maaseh you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually had some meaning about these are lo sechanim. All my fault is what lo sechanim means. That doesn't mean that you compliment them, don't give them a matzah. Rabbi Yehuda says, don't do not mistake. You can't work for free. You can't do something for an akron for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of a Zara, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says that Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. Now the fact that you're saying it's not going to Yehuda sounds like they're going to be Akiva. So not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda asra litin la'matnasina, aval le'ute tifla shakin. The Gemara says no. According to Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an akron. But to do something to Abu Dhabi, that's absolutely committed. That's an objective benefit. I am Rabbi Kiva Nami. Rabbi Kiva. I'm Rabbi Kiva. I'm trying to line look, yeah? And the Ute Tifla Shepherd. And you say something according to Rabbi Kiva. Even though Rabbi Kiva has a more expansive, approach to the provision of Kilayim. They're not only Kinat planted, not only Kinat in the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Kiva would agree to uproot Kilayim to get rid of Isser, to get Isser prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from your offering. Which the Gemara says, Yisu Lo Maybe. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about. It's clear. This phrase, Yisu Lo Maybe. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a knife shop. Yisu Lo Maybe. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss about this. So it's very interesting, because therefore what this means is ultimately, now let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yayin. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So I'm not allowed to do it or not. So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yayin, and I'm benefiting from all this up. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But Nachman said, do it and cover along. If it involves the destruction of a desire, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. Because like Matthew says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea, because, kind of like part of Western society, our mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in greater society, you should take the approach of living and let live. Yes, it's not the obligation to convince the world of your accusing of. Yes, nor is it your choice to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. To assume that has to be our approach to living in greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there is something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why Matthew uses this question of destroy the INS and cover Allah's love. Because living the world is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this in what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's moving out of it. And suddenly you would think that like the world would just line up, applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a real like live, and sometimes the Matthew says Yishbar Yitaballah. Sometimes you have to learn how to evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and then if you do it, ultimately the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately when you get to the other side of the process, that's when it's going to happen. Okay, the Gemara goes back there. The Gemara goes right there. Good. Hadu Yasvi, so again, the same fellow is sitting. And they asked about the question, Ras Hadu Yasvi, they come by the may have us from the Arabic of the mouth. So what's it? This is very interesting. So what happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold it for $1,000. That $1,000 does that money in the hands of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah itself? Does it take on identity, right? Does it take on the identity the idolatry or not. So I'm doing nothing. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, nothing. So we start with this from the other people having fun. So nothing says, I think it's motor. I think it's motor. That is an Akum sells his item. When he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. So here's what nothing's proof. I know that the also made the Rabbi. So when these people who came up with Rabbi, what happened? Another one. Zivino Kamar de Islamu, the Suez Scouts. This is fascinating. So that was like this. So when these people who came up with Rabbi, so what happened? I see Rabbi, and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, watch this. What's the logic over here? Now Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Skyru, both these Skyru, the African Skyru, also in because remember, if they convert and still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry and idolatry. Idolatry and idolatry, number one, can never be negated, right? Never have this identity negated. They can't get another from it. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, see from here, the halacha that I saw when he sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time out, you shouldn't have got the name, but let's go how we got to become retarded. Let's get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry and on the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I did not shiny us in the kingdom that I could relay, God I bought. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol conversion. So what happened to be Mavaka is our result. So maybe that's why the proceeds are not there. Eloni Alpha. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shayanoshal Omiko Kalim, Timane, Umachar, although those Kofarim Dehevi. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nessa, the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yain Nessa, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Something you have to emphasize. Let's say the Akum same case, the Akum $1,000. Please I tell you, give me the way there, I'm just going to sell my idol. I only got the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Yayin Nessa, and got the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. So interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nessa. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved it. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to Yayin Nessa. Then he comes back with the proceeds. Proceeds are prohibited. I effectively know that my explanation myself. So what's the distinction? I understand what's the in these two cases. And the Sheshas see from the Shum Gafami make to your city. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to sort of back a little bit to the Sylvia. But here's the difference. In the second case, where it says wait here while I idle, or while I had and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshas posits the proceeds for us. Because what's that? If he wrote it, if you look here, that's what we just said before, but that's what in other words, it was like when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the Akum sells it, so I want my money. I want the continued existence of the Yain Nessa because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be us? But none. There is the Shaitan, there are other Kohanim. Shiyarshu Adiyan Ovikos. What's a very interesting case? You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both Akum brothers. One converted and one is still Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happened? Your father died. Your Akum father died. You're not getting married to your father. So you want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permitted items. So Ger, Yochel, Momo, Tom, Akam, animals. Talk to Yain, so brother Ger is say to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatrous stuff, you take all the Yain, and I'll take the money and the Veros. He can do that in Mishabot, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabot is just like your Asr. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But the love, there is recourse. No, you see this. You can get happen to do the Nankwa of the Shara, but it's much more complicated. Once that you already owns it, there are really very limited options that are there. So as long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if Brother Ger already took possession, then it's muscle. So ultimately, again, what do you see there? But halach now in this case, Brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yain. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore again, it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here, this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that says made on gold or silver, which means that what even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Bruce Lee says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. But how would you explain the case then of Yain? The Pharaoh's had drained. So this is very interesting. Adrianic so apparently, I think Rashi points out that here, Adrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, Brother Ger doesn't care if the casts straight or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, one second, even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that you're great, right? But he does care whether or not he gets stolen or lost, so he still wants the continued existence of Amra Papa. Yerushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of Hager. No, Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Barabba. Rabbis were makeled by the Yerusha of the day. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were makeled by the Yerusha of the day. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existence of it. Why? Why would they make a by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his inheritance. And also, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something called Takal Sashan. And Chazal said that in certain cases, the theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? The victim should not accept back the stolen wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's trip. So if the thief has to return everything, he's not going to return. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, you just lose your life, you can incredibly complicated. And many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There's a choice between religion and money. They're afraid that the Ger, he has to choose between halacha and ultimately, again, his Yerusha. He may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, they're going to make a by Ger, And you're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that is comprised of permitted items and prohibited items. Therefore, allow him to keep the permitted items, give his akum brother all of the prohibited items. Incredible. Also, any days. Tiny no, nothing advice that supports this. Imagine when is this so? Shirshu, includes the Yerusha. That's the awesome. But in case, let's say, the business partnership will be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because you don't want to put the person in this, you don't want to put the gear in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. How do you guys find that? So remember again, all of this is the same people who are running, sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha now Shivaka Avodah. So let's say this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and let's say just before we go on, just idea that Chazal will make go back again. Just so you understand the tremendousness of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That it almost shows Olam wants us to succeed. And some of these people have a very skewed view of a very skewed view of Halacha. That the Spark is waiting for us to mess up, so we can see us. It's all waiting for us to mess up, so we can levy some type of punishment that cannot be against us. Basically, refers to the truth. The Devotion wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, and not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Mishpach understood what we really wanted to be successful. Chazal understood what we really wanted to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's what we do. No greater advocate in this world than Mishpach. That's in this world than the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly improves success. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys talk about Ger Toshav? Man Shevat Balance comes. So what's a very interesting challenge? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So a Ger Toshav, I want to know what is a Ger Toshav? Now we're going to see this in the book. This is about the definition of the Ger Toshav. Rashi points out here in the top of the daf, Ger Toshav Eino Ovi Avodah Shkofi. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an Akum in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. That's a pretty big thing. Like, he believes in Mishpach, he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a barmineh. If you're in the parsha of an akum, then you can go ahead and decommission the whole design. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an akum. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. I'm going to go to nothing, so I'm going to also nothing negates this. Stop blowing the halach and battle go halach. Nothing says, every someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. He must be lazy. There is a question. This one says, and social, that's how it's called. Mushal. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that level? Actual basically, so what's he saying? I remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm working in the shop, I'm working in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because another problem is, and once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual basically, so before I pick it up, over the oven kochavim kumevak, I can call over an akum. Remember, you also type with this. Call over an akum and say, akum. I need you to engage this idolatry, decommission, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of this culture. And then it becomes permitted. However, again, in Shabbat Aliyado, ain't no only oven from the background. But again, if I take it out, I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. Nation Amro, Ovid Kochavan Nagato Avodos Kochavan Shalom, Ishakadeh. In Ovid Kochavan happened to decommission his own Avodizara or the Avodizara of his son, day of dawn, then Shekinah, whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. And we'll find what this means. My of my of what does it mean for work? What does it mean that happening to decommission of Zara? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. Ilema EDV Ovid Kochavan. If you want to say that wasn't talking about an Akum, then Hayu Shalom Shachari. We already said that, because we just said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodizara and the Avodizara of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kochavan, a lot of the Ovid Kochavan, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual Akum. Umay She'in of the, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Toshav. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual and a Gertosha? Shnani no, Gertosha Nanu Baka. What do you see from here? That a Gertosha has the ability to be Mabako, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodazara. Incredible. Restream says, no. The older in the part, not sure. Rather, Kivai will be the only person who can decommission Avodazara as an actual idol worshiper himself. I did the Kamrit. I knew Shalom B'Shafat, and he already said that. Then the price is redundant. Because he already said that Hakim could go ahead and decommission his Avodazara and his friend's Avodazara. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeb, Lepar, Zeb, Lemarcus. The Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akims, right, and both worship Baal or both worship Marcus, so obviously, again, Akim 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akim 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zela Pa'ar, Zela. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Seifa is teaching different. Let's say you have one Akim who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akim can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so there are really three halachas we follow. Number one, an Akim can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says, nice, but again, no lie about a Ger Tosha. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, we still act as our Dashan. And a Ger Tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be the back level? That's the answer. What's a Ger Tosha? What's a Ger Tosha? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? So Zed Kosher Kivala gets made Gimel Kavirim, Shalom La'avod Avodos Chum Dirim. Meir says it's any Akum who is accepted upon himself in front of Tzichavim. Navir Bosa, Chaver being Tzboga, Chaver no meaning use. Someone who's careful. There's truth in this. This means careful about Tzimah. So in this context, the question is it just means you're in front of a dazed. Any time an Akum comes in front of a dazed, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Tosha. That's a Ger Tosha. Good, that's what I mean. From saying, Kosher Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos, so Kosher Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekiba B'nei. From saying, a Ger Tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 nullified. From don't see to acquire the days. That's a Ger Tosha. Sheva Mitzvos B'nei God. That makes it tough. Even only able to follow the Ger Tosha. Not true. Achelim say not true. That's not it. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Tosha. What is a Ger Tosha? Allah is a Ger Tosha. Ze Ger Othon Levelos Shekidon Allah Mekani Kol Mitzvos Hamuras Batorah Chutz Me'isr Levelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? A Ger Tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the nameless, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs. It's a pretty shocking definition. So let's say, here in the definition of Ger Tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the raising that worship idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself strangers in Noah. Achirim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except for all the kosher. He's Latin and kosher. Incredible, incredible. And the Brisa goes on. Yachadin etzlo yain de'imachid etzlo yain. Ba'afid be'er sheru b'yisrael. Once again, I love these. You can deposit wine with a get shot, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. That's his deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says, Rashi says over here, you saw my yes, and you saw actually you left the no, so much thinking of it. The Akiva the Lokala will not go home and answer. The Mago will come to us in the Amma base of Lokachi. Even the Imo another crack in the Malik will leave out Ola. Who say this man of Mua, like a Lokachi. So ultimately, I think we put the deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned they may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I look at here, you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not controlling the Yain Nesek. Why not controlling the Yain Nesek? Because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews' wine. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, for a long amount of time, also. Shmano, Yeno. And his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano things, and I thought, Shemen, Mika, Havi, Yayin. That's not what could be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be with his oil. It's like, Ella, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting enough, that's what it means is like this. That Halach Lamaisa, that ultimately again his wine, his wine is like his oil, just like very interesting. That just like his oil is committed, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at that just a moment. Rashi the Shmano bin Haviyayas and Yeno Mutabana, Shmano putting shit to Hashem back to the pipe about Mishkia Asim. But what does it mean that his oil is like that his wine is like his oil? It's the same way that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine if you get kosher, and ultimately you can get enough from his wine. And the shark called Davar, ultimately, and for every other thing, how do you call it? He is like an he's like an apple. Here's the rest of it. Shimon Omer, Yeno, Yayin, yes. Va'amilei Mutter Bishkir. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Esa, but others say ultimately again that it is Mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for Shkia. So we'll actually pause that video. We'll pick up in the next section. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. Katanias, what do you see from here? Katanias, in Shard Var Varikovic comments. We see from here that an apple is like an apple to here Toshab is like an apple regarding every other matter. Reminds us of this. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a Toshab is like an apple to everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, Love, Imavaka, Avodas Kofadim, Ka'avodas Kofadim. So it doesn't happen, because what's the again, how did this whole thing that here Toshab get started? Got started was he trying to figure out does he get Toshab have the ability to negate idolatry? If he eventually decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Agir Toshab is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that all this so too can Agir Toshab. So too can Agir Toshab. To which the Gemara says, no, meeting the Shuskin without those says, no, actually it means something else. It means actually Hilchot Shabbos. What does it mean Hilchot Shabbos? What's the verse? Give Samuel. The Psalm number, the Shaman Shabbos, one second, so just quickly. Erev Hasidus. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. Somebody went into the courtyard without ingredients. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Erev engagement, where you carry from the home into the Chatzar into the home. Now the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chaser, he could yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the Reuben forgot to participate in the Eruv. He could yield his rights to the other members of the Chaser. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Momer, the Sharon Shabbos of the Shok, Medata Rishusha. Ultimately, again, if you have Yisrael Momer, which unfortunately again is in Israel, an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Medata Rishusha. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Eruv, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Chatzar. Okay. Shem Sharon Shabbos Rishon in Mevat Rishos. But again, if he's probably violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the Chatzar to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Meishamru Yisrael no sin Rishos in Mevat Rishos. Right, we saw ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. By Apple, ultimately, you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when we say, so let's just pause to check. Ketzad, Omer Law, or say how does the youth, for example, yield his right to give over his rights to the Chatzar? Omer Law, Rishisi Kamina. I hereby give over my rights. Right? I bequeath my rights to the Chatzar to you. Or Rishusi Nebukelas, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv. They talk with us. You do not need any formal physics. Well, since just in general about Eruv Chatzeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or be Medacha, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's an Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael woman, who is publicly a woman, is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that a ger kosher ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things, one of the things means that if you live in a chatzar with a ger kosher, and the Jews in the chatzar want to make it clear from zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger kosher himself. Now, whether or not the ger kosher is actually running the group of Orisara, and Mr. Shalom will say, we will see in tomorrow's daf. Shkach everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience such as this with all of you. Wishing everyone it was a great spot for some TV. We'll tell all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors. Rosen Shulchan Aruch dedicating all the Sherman Rushos this year is exclusive for the sales Talmud Sha'an Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Agnew, Tova, Stephen Randy Drazen, in honor of your parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lynn Rosenzweig, in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig, on the Racha. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, commission of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Steve Hirsch, is on the Racha. Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Hachaber Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Ramos. Roman sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel Bas, Red Arrow. To the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nishamos happen on the families in the family, all those who need to food stepping together to come before the Yisrael, Kodesh Baruch Hu, Shalom, and all of our hostages, Shalom, and B'Karov, and all of the soldiers to be successful in the whole of masses. And once with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Sanach Dalet 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us Today we are picking up from Summit Gimel on the base 63B, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. That's what Rav Nachman Ula Ta'adini Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Ta'adini Bar Papi, Yasa B'Chia Bar Ami Gabai. And B'Chia Bar Ami was sitting with them. And the Gemara says, Yosef, my bride, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating discussion. Safra Lishbar B'Yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of Yayin Nesach? Right? So if you imagine this, an Akum comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yayin Nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept, to keep the wages from his process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves will be asr ba'anah. So here, the Akum is asking me to do something with Yayin Nesach, but he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesach. And he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break, and I lose the Parnosa. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. So because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the process work. Look at Rashi just a moment. Three lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Yisrael Zerlotze B'Kiyuvan Shachar Yosef. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishavu Achshamei Lehem. I don't know. Reuben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Sharebu V'itos Harasu. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and it's interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of Yayin Nesach, destruction of the Zara. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the house to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy all the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating child. So Nachman says, Yishbar B'Torah Bracha. And Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell Allah Bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out people, root out about Zara, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this, I guess. You see there on the ain't ocean in the object of something. Let's say again, an apple plants the line, right? The line is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had such as 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the kind of thing. It's forbidden mixture. So if an Obed Kohanim is planting the line, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Obed is like homes. You know, when you can weeds will see covering the dirt. You can't do that. Half of Son of God, 64a, about Obed Yimot what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kira. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi about open. Let's say Akum hires me and he says, listen, silver, do me a favor, I planted the line. Okay, Akum, he planted the line, you're outside. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim because if the Kilayim is not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my Hanasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is the support of Nachman. So Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it since you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So when it says Savua, second one from the top 64a, Savua Haman, who's a baby, so they keep this and they keep the Amar and the kind of the Kilayim local. It's very interesting. They keep a hold of it in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of killing, but you can't even do anything that sustains time. So, for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone has planted the lion, right? Apple went to lion, and the apple asks me to put up a fence around the lion. Rabbi Akiva says, also. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of kilayim. So putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be. Besides, very good. Nafesh means reading. Mechata means covering the seeds with dirt. So nafesh and mechata, look at, you get off this, right? Because again, that's kind of come up. Because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of Kalim. The Kiva says, after the kind. And the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kalim, for example, put up the fence around the Kalim, that's going to be problematic as well. So much as my time, where does the Kiva get that from? What's his logic? Makral, Sasfa Lotizra Kalim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kalim in the field. In the Elazarea, I don't know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Amalomar low kilayim. As the Rosh says, it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of splicing the concept. Low kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's maybe also as well. Ilu. The Gemara says, "Ve'ilu the mi'ute tifla shari." But ultimately, interestingly enough, even for the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the Kiva. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the thing? So the Pashtus, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be that thing of Rabbi Kiva. Rather, Haman, who's it? This Rabbanon. It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open. I feel like you mean Namisha. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon, you have to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon, one thing you can do plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. There's some type of like supplying, putting up a fence they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, you can get paid for that, then certainly you're going to get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, he knows what's the case over here. The Ka'avid Bechina. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Mark says, Amar, leaking Lahan Matnas Hinam Asa. Ultimately, the Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you are not allowed to do a favor for an athlete. Like the actual guys in the beginning of the Halacha.
What up, Pimp? How are you?
All my focus is what Moses means. Right? Doesn't mean
Just chilling, baby.
Give them the Yehuda says, don't love this thing, you can't work for free. You can't something for an athlete for free. You can get the free favor as destruction of Avodah Zarah. You still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, we've got Yehuda.
How was your day?
Now, the fact that you're saying this up front to you, something that's going to be not permitted. Yehuda also leaving on Maklasina. Havalimiute Tisla Shafir. Gemara says, no. According to Yehuda, Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so if you give a free gift, you can't do a favor for it.
So do you want to lose, or you want to just jerk yourself off?
That's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I am Rabbi Akiva Nami.
Yo, dog. What's your answer?
Even Rabbi Akiva has a more expensive, approach.
Did they not use please on that fucking island?
That's when you can't see the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot kilayim to get rid of
I'm gonna dominate you.
Is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the applicant. To which the Gemara says,
like this isn't even close. This isn't. I shouldn't even give you the time. I'm dominant in every aspect of this game. You've got your whole list of cheat codes right next to you. You've already emailed the president of Plato. I get it. But look how good this shot is. Maybe one of the greatest shots in the history of humankind.
He asks me, He wants to hire
Doug,
me in June.
doubt it all you
He's
want.
willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great. So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand,
That's
it's
garbage
no,
right there. Just
because
garbage
therefore that
shot.
means I want to
Just
continue
give up
existence of
already.
the guy. Second, I'm benefiting
Oh,
from
no
it.
way. You got your ruler and protractor out of it.
Rav Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the
Just
destruction
an absolute dog shit shot.
Item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of it. So I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. Nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of
Just fucking brilliant. Brilliant. You know, not only am I good, but I'm good looking. And that's just a killer combo.
Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea.
Look how sick this shot is. Do you want me to do it again? Just amazing.
And that is important, by the way, as members of society. Just as a
Look at this ball.
Society,
Look at this ball, baby.
Yes, you know what? It's not your obligation to convince the world.
Look how sick this shot is. Just one of the best shots we've ever seen. Now here, this bitch is going to take some skill, son.
That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there is something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there is something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads. And unfortunately,
Barry, how was your day?
And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the Nachman uses this lashon of.
I like your phrase that you can't spell excuse without you. That's beautiful.
Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out evil. And sometimes you would think that like the world would just line up, applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Nachman tells us sometimes it is a living like live, and sometimes the Nachman says, Yishbar the Tavallah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, Tavallah. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is grueling, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately, you get to the side of the process.
Absolute garbage.
Incredible.
We have a giant swing in the game, folks.
But
I'm busy
and they asked about the question.
Focusing.
So we'll say this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold it for $1,000. He's got $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Mahu mitofes as dama bi'arovi pachadum. Does it take on
No way you
the
hit this.
identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not?
That was close,
So
man.
So
That was close.
So ultimately, Nachman says, "Mistab b'nei odas from the Arabic b'chavim mutar." So Nachman says, "I think it's
solid.
I think it's mental that if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane."
Look how sick and sexy. Look at that. That's just a killer combo, baby.
There were these people who came before Rabbi. What happened? Zilu Zibino Komad Islifu.
Oh, what a fucking horse shit scratch. One of the worst scratches we've ever seen, people.
Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash.
Yes, sir.
After you do that, then convert. Now listen, I watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez guy. Połowieś skali dla Afryki skali ośrodka dla Kanadowskiego Algeria.
There you go, big guy.
Because remember, if we convert, it's still only idolatry.
I like churches better. They're
That's
business
no
better.
number one can never be gated. Right? Can never have its identity negated. And it can't get enough from it. So it tells them instead before, why you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there?
There you go.
Someone
Trey's way.
his idol, that cash
Garbage.
so the Gemara says, my temple,
your shit sucks. Everybody knows it. Terrible shot. Oh, dude. Easy, giving himself the easiest shot in the history of humankind. I'm over here deep in chicken discussion. Trey's over here just plotting. This MFer is plotting. Garbage. Garbage shot. No way you hit this. No way. No way. No how. Scratch on the 8, folks. We're calling it right now. Folks, scratch on the 8. Oh, that looks beautiful. Man, your cheat codes. Your fingers must hurt because you're putting in so many cheat codes.
He sold his yayin and then he brought me the
proceeds of this. I'm gonna let you come at me one more time.
Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this.
Break this, just break this. That's all you needed to do. Now I'm gonna take over the game. Like Jordan in game 6, baby. No, I actually don't have that good of a shot anymore. Psych, baby. Greatest shot you bet. Oh, garbage. Still made it. Still fucking made it. Bank shot and a kiss shot. You know that was amazing. Everybody knows that was amazing.
Case number 2. Same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my NSF. And he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I affected the amount of my generation.
Oh, look at that shot.
So what's the distinction?
Look at that shot. This is just ridiculous. The amount of skill that the world is witnessing right now, it's unparalleled.
Here's the difference. In the second case,
look at this move. Just dirty. Straight up dirtiness. Just dirty. Look at this move. Look at this move. Folks, I don't know if you're watching this at home, if you've got it TiVo'd, if this bitch is DVR'd, you're watching it on YouTube, on Twitch, on Rumble, on Kick, on Instagram, on Twitter, but it is just an absolute pleasure to put on this show for you all right now. This is just pure. It just. You might have to take a break on this one just because it's just been so good. I don't even know what to do. I don't even know what to do here, son. Just hit it, baby. Make it. Oh, that would have been dirty as F. That would have been dirty as F.
So brother Gare, brother,
you know it. I know it.
Their father died.
Everybody knows it.
So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say prohibited items. So Gare, so brother Gare can say to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all these idolatrous stuff, you take all the yain, and I'll take the money and the geros. You can do that in Mishabot, and that's committed. However, the Mishabot is just like your Asr. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the INSF or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But, well, technically there is recourse. No one really seen this. You can get an apple to be in the back of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once that you already own it, there are really very limited options. So as long as brother Ger has not yet
baby, just for you, I'm gonna give you the shot now. because I realized that was not
brother Ger already took possession, then it's
Let's see
possible.
here. I'm gonna try to make this. I'll just put it in the. I'll just scratch it. No. I'm scratching it. Put the ball back. Put the ball back. Put the ball back. Because I don't want to hear. Hey, you only won because my ball slipped. Yeah, just put it back. That's fine. No big deal. No harm, no foul. I saw what you did. I don't want to win like that.
This is just talking about an item that's made out of gold or silver, which means that even if it breaks, it's
there you go.
So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Well, how would you explain the case then of Yair Nesef? So this is very interesting. Hadrianic earthquake. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately will start absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, Brother Ger doesn't. Who cares if that?
Just devastatingly terrible shot. And we give him the game, folks. We give him the game. It's really unfortunate.
1 second. Even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that they're going to break, right? But he does care whether or not he gets stolen or lost, so he still wants their continued existence. Don't bring a riot.
Folks, this performance is really
a riot in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No. Shani Rushas Hager.
No way.
Rabbis were makeled by
devastating miss. Absolute devastation.
Normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were makeled by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain Nesach,
give it to me, baby. Oh no! I'm so. If I could get that long shot down, it'd be over. It would absolutely be over.
Yes, he was taken to the existence. Why? Why would they make up by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his inheritance. And also, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well, for example, right?
An absolute beautiful shot.
In certain cases, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen item wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's true. We're afraid if the thief has to return everything, he's not going to come out true. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters.
It's over, folks.
Money is necessary.
It's over.
And as much as we say,
it is over. That's what I'm talking about. Scratch on the 8. Scratch on the 8.
Because if you don't have money, it just means
that's it, baby. We're leaving it at that.
Could not stand up.
You win one, I win one. We both walk away happy. So I'd be pissed if I were you.
He has to choose between halacha and ultimately, again, his Yerusha. He may be tempted to choose his
Yerusha.
Again,
that was not.
Because it's human nature.
That was not your fault. I hate to say it. You should have won that game, but you didn't, and that's the key point.
Therefore, allow him to keep the permitted items. Give his brother all of the permitted items. Also, on the base. Tanya Rachi writes that supports this. When is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. But in the case, let's say, the business partnership, so you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have.
Shout out to Traceway. Shout out to Barry. Excellent gameplay.
So no, like 100 doesn't find that. Remember, again, all of this is the same people who are running sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha now she batwa avodas Shiva said this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and we'll say just before we go on, just this idea that Chazal will make go back to Ger, just so you understand the tremendous misrepresentation of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. the Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of a very skewed view of halacha. That the stuff was waiting for us to mess up, so he could smack us down. It was all waiting for us to mess up, so we could levy some type of punishment of what against us. That's a clear from the truth. The Ribbon Shalom wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Mishpach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. Incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all people know. That you have no greater advocate in this world than Mishpach. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly thinking about success. Okay, incredible question. Other Yosef Khan about Ger Toshav, Moshe by Paul's close. So it's a very interesting shadow. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an apple has the ability to negate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So Ger Toshav, you also know what is a Ger Toshav. Now we're going to see this is about the definition of Ger Toshav. Rashi points out to the top of the daf, Ger Toshav eino ovid avodas chacham. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. That's a pretty big thing. Right? So the reason that the reason God doesn't worship idolatry, but in every other respect, he's a manager. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, the Padach Mevat and Ruach Halachah. They really say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Let me say like this. Anyone who's what we call a bar mineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission avodah. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule out Nachman, so I'm also Nachman is established the Halach and Battle Globe Halach. Now Nachman says, no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless it makes it. Basic question. This one's a social, but it's a mission. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that level? Actual boss of the so what's it saying? I remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold item sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's probably not right because they never covered it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual boss service. So before I pick it up, I can call over an apple. Let me know what the effective is. Call over an apple and see if the apple any duty to negate this idolatry. Decommission it. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of its culture. Idolatry becomes permitted. However, again, in the Shabbos of the Yodo, but again, that's if I take it out. If I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. The decommission his own avodah zarah or the avodah zarah of his friend. They of da, they she'inov. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. There's finally his new thing. My of da, my of. What does it mean to what does it mean that actually the decommission of avodah zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that we're talking about an apple, then Hayim Shalom Shafarim. We already said that because we just said before that an apple has the ability to theologically decommission his avodah zarah and the avodah zarah of his friend. And the love of the Ovid Kochanim, Umay She'in Elav of the Ovid Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual apple. Umay She'in of the, what does it mean? A non-worshipper. Ger Toshas. Oh. So he was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual output and a Ger Tosha. Shmanina, Ger Tosha, Naniavato. What do you see from here? That a Ger Tosha has the ability to be Mavato, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Jewish Gemara says, no. The Olam Emelachah Idi Olis. Not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worship of himself. I did the Hamlet, and we shall love the Shafan. We said already said that, then the price is redundant. Because he already said that Akum could go ahead and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha is doing this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Raka'ar, Zeh, Rezelemis. Reisha is teaching this. If you have two Akums, right, and both worship Ba'al or both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, Akum 1 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zealous or Zealous. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say one Akum who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so really three halachas we follow. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says, next one again, no lie about a Ger Tosha. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, you still have, because that was Hashem, kind of Ger Tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be the that level? That is not the next. Must miss against Pasha, is a Ger Tosha. What's a Ger Tosha? Tosha Kiba, so now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? So Zed Kosher Kibalam Defnei Gimel Chavirim Shalom La'avon Avodas Chavi Divrei. Meir says it's any akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three others. You know, both sides. Chaver being spoken of before. Chaver normally means somebody is careful with truthfulness. Who is careful about doing. So in this context, the Pasha, so it just means it's in front of a base. Anytime an akum comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Tosha. That's a Ger Tosha. Good. That's what I meant. From saying, Tosha Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. So Tosha Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. From saying, a Ger Tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah Chai. From don't seem to require a base. That's a Ger Tosha. Sheva Mitzvos Noah, it makes it like Ger Tosha. Even Omen. Able to go follow the Ger Tosha. Not true. Achelim say not true. That's not it. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Tosha. What is a Ger Tosha? From the easy Ger Tosha, Ze Ger Othom Levelos, Shekibel Alom Lekanyim Kol Mitzvos Hamuras Katorah, Chutz Me'isr Levelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Tosha? The Ger Tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the labels, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvot. It's a pretty shocking definition. It looks like really not kosher is out there. The definition of it is Ger Tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the base of kosher idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvot except for laws of kosher. He's not being kosher. Incredible. And the verse goes on. Yachad in Etzlo, Yain, Mafid Etzlo Yain, Mafid the Eir Shalili Yisrael. What's the halacha is, you put the constant wine with the Ger Tosha, right? You can leave it within for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say you can leave within wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit within wine for a long time. Now, what's the reason? What are we considering that over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach the Chalusa actually lifted in the oil. So Rashi came up with the Akiva the Lopala, Lonoga Romanase, Lonago with Fondas. Base of So ultimately, I think because of wine with him, for sure not just him. Not for a longer amount of time, because what they say when they may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. אבל מיחד עם אצלו יין, ואפילו באר שרובה או ככפה. So it says, Allah Ta'ala said again to Himself, you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not talking about the Ayin or not to the Ayin because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's water, for a long amount of time, also. Shmano, Kieno, which is what it says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano, Kieno, and I thought, Shemen, Mika, Havi, Yain, it's not what could be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be into Yain. It's not Ella, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting enough, that what it means is like this, that Allah from I saw, that ultimately again is wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like this is very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. Now look at that for just a moment. That's Shmano bi Habigayas and Yeno Mutamana, Kishmano Kodum Shotu Hashem Nakilokai. About the Shira Asa. But what does it mean that his oil is like, excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? That the same way that you get hana from his oil, you can get hana from his wine. And you can't drink the wine that you get from stuff, but ultimately you can get hana from his wine. Called Dabar, ultimately, and for every other thing, are really called he is like he's like an apple. So it's Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Ness. Va'amulei Motor Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nesach, and others say ultimately again that it is Motor, ultimately again for consumption, for sleep. So we'll actually pause over here. We'll pick up in the next section. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. Katanias, what do you see from here? Katanias is Shard Bar Barikov. We see from here that an apple is like an apple to here Toshav is like an apple regarding every other matter. When my hit this up, ultimately, again, what does it mean when you say that a Toshav is like an apple for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, Love in the back of a vessel loving, can't have a vessel loving. It doesn't that mean, because what's again, kind of responsible that there's a Toshav gets done. Got started as we trying to figure out does it get worship have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, again, Toshav is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that holy Sarah, so too can it get Toshav? So too can it get Toshav? To which the Gemara says, no, leaking the shus without the shus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually local shots. What do you mean local shots? What's it about? In Samuel, we saw more. The Shana Shabbat is one second. Just quickly. Erev Chatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. Somebody owns a courtyard without including. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Therefore, we carry from the home into the chatzar, chatzar into the home. And the halacha is, if you have a Jew who did not join into the chatzar, he could yield his rights. Let's say if Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in Reuben forgot to participate in the Erev. He could yield his rights to the other members of the chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. So watch this. The Gemara says, "Yisrael Miller, the Shara Shabbos of the Shok, Medata Lushus." Ultimately, again, if you have the Yisrael Miller, unfortunately, again, is the Yisrael who an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. And at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Medata Lushus. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Okay. Shemesh Shabbos of the Shot, in without all the shots, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the process to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights. Meishamru, Yisrael, no skinnishness in the boundaries, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. Was the Obed Kochadim actually but by Akum, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when we say, so it was just about finish up Ketzad, Omer Law, of course, how does the yield, for example, yield his rights or give over his rights in Ketzad? Omer Law, we should see I hereby give over my rights. Right? I bequeath my rights in the Chazal to you. Or we should see or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv. They talk this person. You don't need any formal thing. So just in general about Eruv Chatzeros, again, you need the participation of all the Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights or being the doctor, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's a Yisrael Buma, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael Buma, who is publicly a Buma, is treated like a also the Lord says therefore, when we said before that their kosher ultimately again is treated like an asset for all other things means that it's used in a chatzar with a ger kosher. The Jews in the chatzar want to make it good of tzeiros, they must lend the rights ultimately again of the ger kosher as well. Now whether or not the ger kosher is actually going to be the Zara, in Meretz Sharon said, you'll see it tomorrow's daf. Shkayach everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience such as this with all of you. Wishing everyone to It was a great sponsorship video telling all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share today. Our annual Comic Torah conference. What's in Shulchan of dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year is a Swiss for the sales levels for Am Yisrael. Comic Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Agnew, Tova, Stephen Randy Drazen, in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig, Zevon Yedacha. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, commission of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, then Steve Hirsch, Zevon Yedacha. Ethan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordecai, Ben Moreno Ramos. The only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Russell Bass, Red Ireland. The American Comic all of the Michelle Sabin Alina, the families in the family, all those in the food, Shepherds, Daily, wonderful ladies, all the Tex Rockers, and the Session, and all of our hostages, Shalom and Bukarov, and our soldiers to be successful to follow in our city. And also with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samach Dalet 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samach Gimel on the base 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. Yasser Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Adini Bar Papi Yasser B'Chia Bar Ami Dabai. And here Ali is sitting with them. The Gemara says, Yosef, my bride, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating question. What is the halacha if an Achron hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesa? Right, so here, Achron comes over to Ruben, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesa. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to keep wages from this method? Also, remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or with items that themselves will be asur b'anos. Here, the Akum is asking something with yayin nesa, he's asking you to destroy yayin nesa. And he's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I lose the finance. So when you're interesting enough, I want the existence of the INS. So because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the proceeds worth it. Look at Rashi just a moment. Near Minan Kevan, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Yisrael Zerotzi you actually want the existence of these barrels. I don't know, Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and it's interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence, right? I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach. And therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the INS, the destruction of all of the Zara. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the also in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy all the Zara is the good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be paid. Fascinating child. Amar Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishmar Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out of Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring up proofs to this idea. So this is let's say again, an apple plants the line, right? The line is forbidden mixture. So we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grape farms. That's the kind of any forbidden mixture. So if an Ovid is planting the line, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ovid means like home. When you can really to see covered with dirt, you can't do that. How about Sanach Salad, 64, about hoping you must be the what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killing. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi about open. Let's say Akum hires me and he says, listen, sober, do me a favor, I planted the line. Now, again, I would have planted the line you're on. So but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim because if the Kilayim's not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my muscle. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here this is to support the Nachman. The Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. Similar to Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua, Amar, who's a baby. So the Akiva, so this is the Amar, and the kind of the Kilayim worship. This is very interesting. We keep a hold of it in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant killing, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of killing, but you can't even do anything that sustains them. So, for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted the lion, right? Apple planted the lion, and the apple asks me to put up a fence around the lion. And the Akiva says, awesome. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Because putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be decided. Here we go. Hamnachish means weaving. Nefata means covering the seeds with dirt. So Hamnachish, I'm covering the Kilayim. Look at you get more respect because again, that's kind of because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of Kilayim. The Kiva says after the time, and the Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So what is my time that you where is the Kiva from? What's his budget? I'm going to call Satcha Notizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in your field. Amy Alazareya, I don't know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim, how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. Amalomar lo Kilayim. I said, let's say, so it's interesting that here the Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of splicing the pasuk lo Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be Asiyah as well. Ilu, Gemara says, Ilu, and you take Tesla Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the Kilayim. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Kashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Gemara says, not necessarily. No, doesn't be the opinion of Rabbi Kiva. Rather, Haman, who's the thing of this? Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to you in any shackle. No, but it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon even put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a Kiva. Rabbanon only you can with plants to get planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting up, like putting up plants that will is much. So putting up a fence is matter, you can get paid for that, and certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plants. I'm sure that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, this is very interesting, what's the case over here? The Ka'avid Bechina. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that Allah said you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually had it in the beginning of Allah. Los Stefani, Lama Folk is what Los Stefani means. Like when you compliment them, don't give them a skin on them. He says, don't give them a skin, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an apple for free. Even if the free favor is instruction of Allah, you still can't do it. So this Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, La. Now, the fact that you're saying this up according to Yehuda, sounds like according to Rabbi Akiva, it's not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda, Asya Likin Lahem Masina, Aval Neute Tifla Shakir. Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to speak, give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an but the thing to uproot about this, that's absolutely committed. That's an objective method. I have Rabbi Kiva Nami. I thought that's Rabbi Kiva. I'm Rabbi Kiva. I'm trying to line both, yeah? And then we take Tisla Shakir. You say something to Rabbi Kiva. Even though Rabbi Kiva has a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not use the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Kiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the outcome. Which the Gemara says, is so low movement, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's good. This phrase, the Sula Midi, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a microphone. The Sula Midi. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss on this. So also, it's very interesting, because therefore what this means is ultimately, now let's go for a circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an apple wants to break his barrels of Yain Nesa. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great, so am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yain Nesa, and I'm benefiting from all this up. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But Nachman said, do it and cover along. If it involves the destruction of a Zara, of that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, to get paid for them, to keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition, ultimately is a good thing. As the Nachman says, we get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea that, kind of like part of Western society, the mindset is, live or not live. And that is important. As members of society, just the general approach to living in integrated society, we should approach a certain approach to living. Yes, it's not your obligation to be used for what is nor is it the place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or activities. Live we'd like to see. That, to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to human society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. And that's why the Matthew uses this question of yes, destroy the INS and cover Allah bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. It is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about such an incredible thing. As we think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing. It's really not evil. And some of you would think that like the world would just line up, applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right, who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a middle what good, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, the Tavallah. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, Tavallah. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the start of the process, that's what it's going to be. Incredible. The Gemara goes like this. But Hadi Yasli, so again, the same federal is sitting, and they asked about the question, Mas Hadi Yasli, they tell me by the way, the may have a list from the other for them now. So they'll say, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his item, I sold it for $1,000, that's $1,000. Does that money, right, of the Akum, take on the same identity as the other seller itself? Now, Mito says, does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? Some who are not. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're not controlling. You start with the nail of the other becoming the fun. So nothing says, I think it's nothing. I think it's nothing that if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. So here's a message. Means that I know what the Asli can make it out about that. But when these people came up with about what happened, honorable, Zilu Zidino Komad the Islam, the suicide. This is fascinating. So that means of regulars. When these people came up with about and what happened, and they wanted to convert. David told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Kairu. Because remember, if they convert and still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity. They can't get enough. It tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that Allah sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says. My time, we shouldn't be over the name of us. Let's see that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the King ultimately is permitted. I the Dylan Shanks and given that the way Vadai Bustle. Maybe that case is different because since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So an Akum can be the back of his idol. So maybe that's why the proceeds are there. Elami the Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shai Moshe Babiko Kalim, Kumana, Umachar Alvodos Kofadim Be'edim. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or, Yainess in the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yain and then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's that? Lachov? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. See, interesting. The Gemara says. Now, however, watch this. And let's say the acting same case, right? After $1,000, I already pay you. To me, they're away here. I'm just going to sell my item. I'll be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my yayin nesach. I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's possible. See, here's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his yayin nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, mutter. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, "I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my yayin nesach." Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I expect the Gemara, so what's the distinction? I don't say what's the difference in these two cases. And Rashi says, "Seif on Mishum Gahavilei Kilotze B'Kirima." So this is very serious. So now this seems to sort of back a little bit to the previous sugya. Now here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, "Wait here while I sell my idol," or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't want the continued existence of wine, right? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds are us. What's that mean? If you look at the Kiyuma Kiyagatim, that's what we just said before, but that's what in other words, what's like when you want the continued existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the Akum sells it because I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the yayin nesach because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? Vatnan, Garrett using this Vatnan, Garrett Abik Lachapin, Shiyarshu Avian every time. So this is very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is not Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to seek the estate. In the estate is idolatry and yayin nesach, and let's say permitted items. So Ger Yafa Loma Lo Kol Ata Bodas Lo Kanam Animals. So Ata yayin nesach and chaos. So brother Ger can say to brother Akum, he said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the yayin nesach, and I'll take the money and the potatoes. He can do that. The Mishabot, and that's clear. However, the Mishabot is just like your husband. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the heir has not yet actively taken possession of yayin nesach or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But there is recourse. How you see this? You can get an operate in your background, etc. But it's much more complicated. Once the Jew already owns it, there are really very little recourse. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem providing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, there is possible. So ultimately, again, what do you see from there? But halach now in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the yayin nesach. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made of gold or silver, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Gemara says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of yayin nesach? The Karas Hadraim. So this is very interesting. Hadrianic earthquake. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs wine to a degree. If you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't care if the casks break on that. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it's going to break, right? But he does care whether or not he gets stolen or lost. So he still wants to continue existence. Papa, Yerushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot from this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing a proof from the case of the inheritance of Hager. No. Shan Yerushas Hager, Gatilu Barabba. Rabbis were labeled by the Yerusha. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were labeled by the Yerusha. And as long as the ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nesa or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right, so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the prohibited stuff, even though yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make a buyer here? That people are we are afraid that if the bear has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his religion. So we'll say that's not a knock on the bear. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right, there's something called Chalas Hashem. Chazal said that in certain cases, theft. The thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen item of wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's choosing. We're afraid if the thief has to return everything, he's not going to choose. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to energy. Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as you say no, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. But because if you don't have money, just things are like you can't pay your bills. And many people could not stand up to religious challenges. It was a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of it, because it's human nature. So the Chazal didn't want to put in that situation, therefore they would make a by a bear, understanding that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that is comprised of permitted items and permitted items, therefore allowed him to keep the permitted items, give his Akum brother all of the permitted items. Incredible. What's that? Anyways, China, an Alchemy writes that supports this. Imagine when is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. About Mishtag Su Asa. And in the case, let's say, the business partnership will be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. Because you don't work with the person in this, you don't work with the bear in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. How do you guys time on this? Remember again, all of this is the same group of Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that came in. Ger Kosher Maru Sheivatva Avodas Kachim. So let's say this is a very interesting case. Can a ger toshav go ahead? And we'll say, just before we go on, he said, get the chazal will make it by the ger. Just so you understand the tremendousness of our skills. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That a Bono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. And sometimes people have a very skewed view of a very skewed view of halacha. That Hashpach is waiting for us to mess up so you can smack us from because I'm waiting for us to mess up so we can levy some type of punishment of what we do to us. That's the key code from the truth. The Rebbe Shalom wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachos, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Mishmarach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's how people are. Know that you have no greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly promoting success. Incredible question. How do you also call that? Ger Toshav, Man Shevat Balance. So what's a very interesting question? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry. Remember again, an apple has the ability to negate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So Ger Toshav, what's the what is a Ger Toshav? Now we're going to see this in accordance about the definition of the Ger Toshav. Rashi points out to the top of the daf, Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodas Chosed. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. It's a pretty big thing. Right? He believes in Hakadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. We're going to say like this: anyone who's what we call a barmineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission the whole child. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must only go about nothing. So again, about nothing is this. Stab notes for all of the battle blow for nothing says no. Only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. You must miss a question. This one second. So Israel went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that about? Actual Basel. So what's it saying? I remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because I'm not a it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual Basel. So before I take it out, I can call over an apple. Remember, what we have here is call over an apple and say, the apple. And you can engage this idolatry, decommission. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage with theological decommission of this world. I know it becomes committed. However, again, in Shabbat, ain't no only oven from the back. But again, if I take it out, I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. Ovid Kochaven in the back of Avodas Kochaven Shalom, Vishalchavim. Ovid Kochaven in Akum, the decommission is own Avodah Zarah, or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, Bein Ovda, Bein She'in Ovda. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. You know, when you find what this means, my Ovda, what does it mean? What does it mean that Akum to decommission Avodah Zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that we're talking about Akum, then Hayu Shalom B'Shalchavim. We already said that. We just said before that Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual act. What does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Toshav. Oh, so who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual act and a Ger Toshav? Shmani Ger Toshav Nanu. What do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Mabako, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Jewish Gemara says, no. The Olam Imalacha, not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who can decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper himself. I did the Kamret. I knew Shalom B'Shalchavim. So we said that. Then the price is redundant. Because we already said that Akum could go ahead and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha is to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh Bakar, Zeh Marcos. The Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akums, right, and both worship Baal, or both worship Marcos, obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh Bakar, Zeh Marcos. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's get one Akum who worships Mas and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty of it? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, so really three halachas being followed. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, next, but again, no raya about a Ger Tosha. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, we still have Kizar Dashat, and a Ger Tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be the bad level? Sam started this. Whereas Mason learns Tasha, is a Ger Tosha, what's a Ger Tosha? Tosha Kibala, so it's now getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? So Zed Tosha Kibala Bethne Gimel Chavirim, Shalom La'avod Avodah Shacham Dilerim. Mir says, it's any Akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three Chavirim. Now, I will say, Chaver being spoken about before. Chaver normally use someone who's careful with truthfulness. This means careful about truth. So in this context, the practice it just means it's in front of a base. Anytime an Akum comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Tosha. That's a Ger Tosha. Good. That's our name. From say, Koshekiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. Koshekiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekibah B'nei. Some say a Ger Tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself is 7 Noah 5. I think this one from don't seem to require a base. That's a Ger Tosha. Sheva Mitzvos B'nei Noah. The next example. Freedom only. Able to go with the Ger Tosha. Not true. Chaim say not true. That's not it. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Tosha. What is a Ger Tosha? And the easy Ger Tosha. Zeh Ger Otam Levelos. Shekidon Allah Mekayim Kol Mitzvos Hamuras B'Torah. Chutz Me'Ister Neveis. Yeah. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Tosha? The Ger Tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the Velos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs. It's a pretty striking definition. It looks like really my code is like the definition of Ger Tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of unfortunate idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noah. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the laws of kosher. He's not being kosher. Incredible. But the basic is on Yachad bin Etzlo Yain, the Machid Etzlo Yain, Tafid the Air Sharubu Islam. What's it? I love these. You keep it constant wine with the Ger Tosha, right? You can leave it different for a little bit of time. This is a you can leave within wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit within wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says when Yachadin Aslan Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach the Chalusa actually left the Oyos, and actually came up with the Haitiva Lo Pala, Lo Noga Lo Manasseh, the Mago of Kondas in the Amma Besa Rochesh, and Riva the Ino Another, Ino Maniko Liga Ola, who say his Mana Mua, like a so ultimately, I think we could deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, look, once the Ger Tosha, you could leave with wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not talking the Yaines. Why not to the Yaines? Not because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine to the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, for a long amount of time, it's Shmano, Kiyena. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his water. What is that? Shmano, Kiyena, called Shemen, Mika, Honey, Yain. It's not what can be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be with yain. It's not Ella, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting, you know what it means is like this. That Halacha that ultimately again is his wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like it's very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at actually just a moment. That's the Shmona we have yes, and you know, Mutamana, the Shmona Kodin Shukla Shanna, have a Mishkila also. But what does it mean that his oil was like, excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? That the same way that you get Hana from his oil, you can get Hana from his water. And I can't drink the wine that you get from shop, but ultimately you can get Hana from his oil. The sharp called Davar, ultimately, and for every other thing, I know you call it. He is like he's like an athlete. Which is much like Shin Omer, Yeno Yaru Nesa. Va'amilei Mutter Bishku. Shin says his wine is like Yaru Nesa, but others say ultimately again, when it is Mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for Shia. So actually pause that here. We'll pick up in the next section. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. I'm telling you, what do you see from here? I'm telling you, it was shared part by the public economy. We see from here that the Apple is like an Apple to here Photoshop is like an Apple regarding every other matter. The mind of itself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that here Photoshop is like an Apple for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, Love in the back of a desktop clothing, Apple desktop clothing. So it doesn't matter. Because look, again, how did this whole thing like here Photoshop get started? It got started was we trying to figure out, does it get Photoshop have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, again, Photoshop is unique. But every other matter, like an act, doesn't that mean that just as an act can theologically decommission and negate that Bodhisattva, so too can it get Photoshop? Can it get Photoshop? In which the Gemara says, no, I'm not going to no. Litin Rishus Ulavato Rishus. No, actually, it means something else. It means actually Hilchot Shabbos. What does it mean Hilchot Shabbos? What's it was? It's Kim Samuel. You saw him, word. The Shaman Shabbos is the most epic. So just quickly. Erev Chatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. From any homes to the courtyard without instruments. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food mixes into the domain of one home. So therefore, you carry from the home into the Chatzar, cross into the home. Now, the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he could yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the moving, forgot to participate in the Erev. He could yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Momer, the Shara Shabbos of the Shop, Medata Rushusa. Ultimately, again, if you have a Yisrael Momer, which unfortunately, again, is the Yisrael who an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like, right, in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Medata Rushusa. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Chesed. Okay. Shema Shabbos Shabbos of the Shop. In Medata Rushusa. But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially like an apple. If he's like an apple, then he's not enough for him to yield his rights in the process to other residents. Rather, he has to rent his rights from him. And in Sha'amru, we slow no single Rishus from without Rishus, right? We slow ultimately again have the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. We go over to actually by apple ultimately and you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when you say, so let's say this clause is like Ketzad, or Merloch, say how does the Jew, for example, yield his rights to his over his rights to the Chatzar? Or Merloch, you should see I hereby give over my rights. I beseech my rights to the Chatzar to you. Or you should see the Tellus, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of every Jewish resident acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Erev. They talk this many forward. So it's just in general about Erev Katzeros. Again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights or being a dasher, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the country that allows everyone else to utilize the chutzpah. Even if he's an Israel woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead or defeat. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Israel woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a also, therefore, when we said before that a Ger Toshav ultimately again is treated like an Akum for all other things that you can consider with a Ger Toshav. You accuse the Chatzar want to make it through the zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Toshav as well. Now, whether or not the Ger Toshav is actually done in the group of Zara, and there's a side, we'll see in tomorrow's daf. Shkaya, everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience of the system with all of you. Wishing everyone I will say a great spot to you with all of you this morning. We bring back thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our annual Common sponsors. Wilson Self-Embarrassing of dedicating all the German Russians this year as a source for the sales levels for Israel. I'm sure sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Ali, Tova, Stephen Randy, Drazen, in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig of the Rachel. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, mention of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, on the Rachel. Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father Ben Adler, half-brother Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Nossi. Those the sponsors for today: Jerry Applebaum in memory of his beloved mother Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel Vas, the all of the Michelle Savna, the families in the Talmud, all those who need their full staffing together, home for the Yisrael, for 12 Hashem, all of our hostages, Shalom and Bekarov, allow our soldiers to be successful in all of our saving. The rest of the daf, let us begin. Today's daf is Sanach Daled 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Sanach Gimel on the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. This is Rav Nachman Ula Ta'adini Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Ta'adini Bar Papi, Yasser B'Chia Bar Ami Gabai. And B'Chia Bar Ami is sitting with him. And he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating question. What is the halacha if an Akim hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesa? Right, so if the Akim comes over to your bank and you I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesa. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept to keep the wages in his process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be usher enough. So here, the Akum is asking you to do something with Yayin Nesach, but he's asking you to destroy Yayin Nesach, and he's going to pay you for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha of Miyam Yom Kippur? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose the parnosis. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. So because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that makes the proceeds purple. Look at Rashi this amendment. Near Minar Kiva, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Yisrael Zarotze B'Kiyuvon Shachal Yosai. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtabu Achshamei Le'em. I don't know. Ruben doesn't want him to break on their own. Actually, Shadrach the Tostamasa. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the Yayin Nesach, destruction of our Zara. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the house to remain in existence, But again, ultimately, to describe what the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately again should be given. Fascinating China. Amar Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishbar and Tawal Bracha. Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and Tawal Bracha, you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to root out of Zara, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So you are going to say, let's bring it to this. Let's shoot it on nothing. Ain't ultra in the big performing class. Let's say again, in Akku plants Kalai, right? Kalai is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had such just 2 years ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the kind of medicals. And with any forbidden mixture. So if an Obid Kohanim is planting Kalai, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Obid means like home. You know, when you use the sea covering with dirt, you can't do that. How about Sanaf Dalin, 64? How about Obid Mobilim and Uges? What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot that I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About Ogin, Lashlichon, the Eagle, the Afan, the Bilotzi, the Krimosh, the Akum, the Alin, Ashrakman. Let's say Akum hires me and he says, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted the line, and that, again, Akum, just planted up the line, you're outside. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that, even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the insistence of the Kilayim. Because if the client's going to approve it on their own, I lose out on my parnasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is to support the Nachman. So Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately, again, results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited items because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on itself. So when it says Savua, second line from the top 64a, Savua, our money, who's it paying? It's Rabbi Akiva, it's Rabbi Akiva, the Amar, and the Kalim, the Kilayim local. This is very interesting. Rabbi Akiva holds so in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains them. So, for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else comes to the Kilayim, right? Akum and Kilayim, and Akum asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, I'll say. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be decided. Here we go. Hamnachesh means weeding. Mechata means covering the seeds with dirt. So hamnachesh and mechata, look at, we get malchus, right? Because again, that's kind of camera. But there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of planting. The Kiva says, and the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the planting, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's really problematic as well. So it says, my time Rabbi Akiva. Where does Rabbi Akiva get that from? What's his question? On the cross, Satfa Motizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazarea, I only know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Amalomar lo Kilayim. So let's say, so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the concept. Lo Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be Ilu. The Gemara says, Ilu. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the Kiva. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot and Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be already interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be that thing of Rabbi Kiva. Rather, Haman, his opinion is this. Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be a open afilu kiyumi nami shakel. But that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon even had to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon, only Rabbi Akiva, Rabbanon holds nothing you can do plants that are planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supplying that plant, like putting up a fence, they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avid Bechina. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Marcus Rabbi Yehuda Amar, Liting Lahem Matna Skinan Aser. Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa you are not allowed to do a favor for an athlete. Like we actually have in the beginning of halacha, lo sechanim. So all my focus what lo sechanim means. Right? Doesn't mean don't compliment them, don't give them a matna skinan. Rabbi Yehuda says don't do that the same. You can't want for free. You can't do something for an athlete for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of Avodah Zarah, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. Now, the fact that you're saying it's not according to Yehuda, sounds like they're according to Rabbi Akiva. So not be permitted. And Rabbi Yehuda also leaking on Maknasina. Aval in Ute Tifla Shapin. The Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an athlete. But to do something to Abu Dhabi Zala, that's absolutely committed. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I have, as Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afad of Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva, Mekaim Kilayim look, yeah? And you take Tifla Shepherd on it. You say same according to Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not see the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from God. Which the Gemara says is so low needy. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about. It's great. This phrase is so needy. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. Sulo meeting. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss on this. So also, it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately. Now let's go full circle. How did we start with this? We all started by the case on an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yain Nesa. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yain Nesa, and I'm benefiting from all this up. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. Rav Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of the Zara, of that matter, is prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on itself. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on itself. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, to keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Nachman says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea because, kind of like part of Western society, the mindset is, live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just the general approach to living in greater society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not the obligations against the world that we're choosing, nor is it a good place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everyone else. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in a greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. And there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads. And unfortunately, it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. That's why the Matthew uses this lesson of, yes, destroy the INS and cover Allah Rahman. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. if you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out people. And some of you would think that like the world would just line up, of course, right? Just flash. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a new way of live, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, the Tabalak. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, ultimately the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's when it's good. It's incredible. The Gemara goes back here. The Gemara goes back to good. Hadi Yasli, so again, the same Kevin was saying. And they asked about the question, Hadi Yasli, becoming very like, the may have us from the other of the mouth. So we'll say, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has, sold it for $1,000. He's got $1,000 in his. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the idol itself? Now, Mitofes as Dana Biado. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, nothing. So we start with the name of the Arabic of so nothing says, I think it's mutual. I think it's mutual that if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Why? This is a bit stuff. Here's on nothing's proof. I know the Asr who made the Rabbi. So when these people came up with Rabbi, what happened? Another one, Zilu Zivino Kamad the Islam, the suicide. This is fascinating. So that one's like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi, and what happened? Rabbi Barashua, and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, I watch this. What's the logic over here? Now Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Skyru, hold this Skyru to the African Skyru, also the all this because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated, and you can't get another from it. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that Allah when Akum sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time off. We shouldn't have covered the name of us for having Arabic from time. Let's see that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the Akum ultimately is permitted. I the Dylan Shining us in the kingdom that could be lay. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So an Akum could be Mavakal is that result. So maybe that's why the proceeds are missing. I don't need the offer. The Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shai Moshe Omiko Mana, Umachar Avodas Tokavim Behavior. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idols, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nesser was saying this. I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yain Nesser, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. And let's say the Akum same case. I've got Akum $1,000. Please still don't already pay you. Give me the way, yeah. I'm just going to sell my I'll be back to the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach and be back to the proceeds. In that case, it's possible. So here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, mutter. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nesach. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. So what's the distinction? I don't say what's this in these two cases. Rashishes, Sifan Yishum Bahamile Kilotse Bikini. So this is very similar. So now we see to circle back a little bit to the previous sugya. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't need the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want it to pay. So because I want it, therefore Shesha's posits the proceeds are us. Listen one second. The Hirotse, the Kiyuma Kiyagami, that's what we just said before, but that's much. But that's much. In other words, we'll say, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells it for a lot of money. I want the continued existence of the Ayinesak because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? Vatnan, Ger, Vatnan, Ger, Abikotabin, Shiyarshu Adi and every time. So this is very interesting. So you have two brothers. One converted, and one they're Afghan brothers. One converted and one is still Afghan. So brother Ger, brother Afghan. So what happens? Their father died. Their Afghan father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry and Yainusek, and let's say primitive idols. So Ger, Yachol, Roma, Lo, Tol, Ata, Romas, Tol, and Mos. Tol, Ata, Yainesek, and Keros. So brother Ger to say to brother Afghan, said, Barak, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yainusek, and I'll take the money and the potatoes. If you do that, the Mishabol, and that's committed. However, the Mishabol is just like us, obviously. All of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yainusek or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But technically there is recourse. No, you see this. You can get an option to be the backlog of the Shara, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very little options. So as long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if Brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So ultimately, again, what is using there? But halach l'maisa, now in this case, Brother Ger wants to continue